Hello, everybody, and welcome to the second seasonal Weebcast podcast. I've got with me a cast of fun and wacky anime guys who are going to talk about all the new shows with me. Going from left to right as their avatars appear in my Skype, I've got Jeff Thu, the professional shitbag who runs Mother's Basement.
Hey, people. Hi. Hello.
I've got the best guy ever, Guy, as we will be calling him.
Hey,
Say
everybody, let's have a good thing time going on. All right, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
I've got Callum, who runs the Canipa show, the Canipa Effect.
If you're surprised by this podcast runtime, think about how it feels to record it.
Yeah, think about us. And lastly, I have Liam of the Super Best Friends Play group collective.
Hey there. Thanks for having me. I like anime and stuff. Can we just talk about why Kite Liberator is the best anime? Can we just...
Unfortunately, I still haven't seen Liberator yet,
you're
so
missing
we
out.
can't. Alright, so we're going to talk about all these new fucking shows from the spring 2016 anime season. We're going to be talking about them in the order that they aired according to my anime list. I'll have pictures on screen and time codes in the description so you can skip around, although I encourage you to listen to the entire thing because probably the best show is one you're not watching already.
Yeah.
So that tends to be the case, so I hope you'll listen to the whole thing and hear what we have to say about all the shows, hear all the recommendations, and we're just going to go ahead and get started. The first show, I'm going to have Jeff talk about it, introduce us to Mayoiga, or The Lost Village.
So, Mayoiga is a pretty interesting show about a bunch of idiots from the internet who get together and decide that they're going to get on a bus and go to a place in the middle of nowhere and start new lives.
Now, just to check, as I understand it, this is the sequel to M. Night Shyamalan's The Village, as I recall. That's correct, right?
Yeah, no, that's
Okay.
100% correct.
I think this would have to be the prequel to that. But, or, I don't know, maybe. Maybe it could be a sequel.
Yeah, so, like, all of these characters, they met online. They only go by their online handles, which creates some weird stuff. Like, there's this guy called Hyotetsu no Judgment who's really pissed off that this other guy is named Jack because those look kind of similar when you type them out. There's a bunch of weird Japanese-only language stuff that comes up because of that. But the main thing is that these are 30 of those guys from the internet trying to form a society together, and it goes about as well as you can expect.
How much of this
In what
did you
may
watch?
or may not be a haunted village.
In a village that at least has a haunted vegetable garden.
I saw up to episode 1 and thought it was really boring. So does it get better?
Really?
Yeah, I did. I thought I was bored to tears.
This was the most hooked I was the
Are
fastest.
you kidding?
Within, like,
How? What possibly
within
That's
1
insane
minute.
for me.
interested? Please explain.
I was super into it from the first opening scene because the first thing that happens is we're introduced to these people, and all of them are fucking crazy. Like, immediately.
That
All of
shit
them are
insane.
absolutely crazy. And I was like, yes.
I mean, I knew who the
Like,
main character was instantly based on character design, so it's not like it was that
Well,
outside
I
the
knew
box
that
or
based on the
anything.
poster.
There
but
you go.
Yeah, he's
Who
like right
cares
in the
about
middle.
that? That's not important.
I'm
to
saying that
at
it
all.
felt very every single character there was just this trope put together, and like nothing
I
even happened.
disagree.
They just talked for a while. It was boring.
I thought
Well-
that it was fascinating just seeing all of these people in like that. Like, there's a good way to start a show with like a bottle episode, and there's a bad way, which we'll get to in a few things. But I think that this was a really good way of like introducing all of these characters stuck on a bus together, and like they tell us about themselves, and then we start to see how their personalities grade on each other, and those two combining factors make for, in my opinion, really interesting television. And then the premise that they're all socially inept internet people who are
Right.
running away from their real lives and real responsibilities to live in a village that supposedly doesn't exist but seems to be pretty easy to find if you just follow roads to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it does get more interesting by the second and third episode, though. A bear shows up. Maybe.
I would actually
that's a good
recommend,
sign.
like,
Yeah.
yeah. I feel like this show shouldn't be watched week by week. Like I caught on to it
That
after
seems
3
true.
episodes were.
Yeah.
At 3 episodes were already out, I watched all 3 of them, and they flowed into each other like each one just picks up immediately where the last one ended. It felt like I was watching a movie. It didn't feel like I was watching like an episodic series where each episode had its own
people
point.
watching this on TV would see episode 1, and for me, there was just nothing of interest there. So
I was immediately.
Yeah,
hooked.
I was hooked.
nothing of interest. Nothing of interest happened in this episode.
Absolutely
We met
zero.
none of whom were cool. All of whom sucked, except that one angry dude. He was cool.
I do like that guy.
Yeah.
Nothing exploded. That's your main complaint.
That's not my concern at all. I'm interested in drama, but we're all sad. We're going somewhere, and then nothing happened. That was episode 1 for me. When they get there, maybe something cool would happen.
See, okay. So to me, it was
my
like
perspective
immediately.
is that of someone who watched episode 1 and then did not have interest to continue the series. That is my
Immediately
perspective.
when I watched it, the first episode, like they introduced all these characters, and each of them had like one sentence to be like, "Here's what I'm about." There's like 30 fucking
that's true.
characters, and you said you picked out the main character immediately, but after 3 episodes, he has not really like. They're obviously making him the main character, but everyone has
But
had
see, that's
time.
the feeling I don't like. That feeling of him being the main character when he's by far the least interesting person in this whole bunch.
You say,
He's
I don't know.
more interesting as it goes, for sure.
Yeah,
Well,
he
that's
seems
true
like
of every
he's a
character ever.
he's a total weirdo.
He's he like has his character trait is that he tries to be self-aware, but he really isn't, and he keeps falling in love with every girl who like so much as talks to him.
He's just like a really virginal weirdo.
He's a
and-
Redditor, basically. Like somebody on Reddit called it Reddit the anime, and that's kind of true.
Oh my
that
God,
makes
yeah,
perfect
now that I
sense why
think
I
about
don't
it.
like it then.
Yeah, and oh god, it's going some.
I so immediately after seeing all the character introductions, the fact that they were in this circumstance made them immediately interesting to me, because I'm like, they're all fucking insane. Like to get
Yeah.
on that bus requires a certain level of total idiotic insanity, and I couldn't tell at first, like, are they in over their head or are they all
Yeah.
just complete whack jobs, you know? Because there's the part where they're all singing about the sad hippopotamus, and I'm just like, these people are they're driving, you know, on a bus to the middle of nowhere in the rain singing about a sad hippopotamus, you know, and you kind of feel a little bit like the bus driver who's just like, you bunch of
Yeah,
fucking
that's
kids,
true.
you don't know what you're doing.
And-
but then the way they all turn on him and they're just like, hey, fuck you, we know, we're fucking crazy, you don't understand. And you're like, I guess not. And as the episodes go on, you really begin to see, like, oh, they are fucking crazy. Like, a few of them, you know, not everyone knows what they're in for on this trip. A few of them are just like, I wanted to get away. And some
Yeah,
of them are
yeah.
like, I don't fit into society at all. I'm a psychopath, you know,
and there's the one guy who's the main character's best friend who's like, all you people are crazy and full of shit, and I'm gonna
Yeah.
prove it by getting on
he
a
was
bus
cool.
with you and getting murdered.
He was the only
I
person
think
I
he's the
respected
craziest
in
of
the
the
whole
bunch.
bunch.
So like the thing is that Reddit's been running this chart based on polls of most memorable to least memorable character and most liked to least liked character. And the interesting thing to me is that they're balancing their characters very well in that the least memorable character on the poll so far had probably my favorite line to date, because in episode 2 there's a bit where this guy, you know, the stereotypical Japanese skis-ball takes a girl off somewhere else to try and make out with her, because that's
Sure,
how hitting on
right.
people in Japan works. You know, like you see somebody at an amusement park, you're like, hey, I'm gonna grab you by the wrists and drag you off here, and that's gonna make you like me. So this guy tries doing that, and then the next episode he disappears, having apparently been attacked by something. And the girl's like, oh no, like he ran off, and then I heard a scream, and then I tripped and I fell down this thing, and that's how I got these bruises on me. And this guy, like the least memorable character so far, I can't even remember his name. There's a lot of names. There's 30
There's a lot of names, yeah.
But the least memorable character, according to this chart, he just speaks up and he's like, that's bullshit. That guy was like planning to sexually assault you. There's no way he just ran off on his own. You're lying.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's cool.
And that's like that out there detective work that's just like, man, that's so stupid, but That's the kind. That's like.
Well, that guy knew.
Yeah.
That guy knew that the guy was planning to do that.
Yeah.
So,
No, he talked with him about it. He's
I love that he openly said, like, he admitted to that, even though he was basically complicit in it. That he let that guy go do that.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny. All right, Callum and Liam, I haven't heard from you guys at all. What did you think of this?
This is one of the few shows I haven't watched, so
okay.
unfortunate that
Don't
we
bother,
started this
dude.
one.
Don't bother. Skip it.
No, I want to. I like.
No, don't skip it. Don't skip it
I
at
like
all.
the director's work, so I want to watch this one absolutely. It was. I think this one and one other show were the biggest bummers that I didn't get to watch them. So. I'm
so in shock that Guy doesn't like this show because I thought this was like the most solidly made show of the entire
let me tell
season.
you, dude. Maybe based on you guys, I'll tell you, I probably will watch episode 2 just to see if any of what you're saying is going to pan out. I'm just saying episode 1 didn't really do it for me. But what you're talking
Callum,
about here sounds
how did you
decent.
feel about this show before we get into too many specifics?
Yeah.
I feel like it's a show that if you applied any sort of standards to, because you get people on mal reviews always going, it didn't have X, so it's bad, it didn't have Y, so it's bad. If you apply any of those, Mayoiga should be absolute trash, but it's absolutely not. It's this amazing amalgamation of absolute bullshit. For me, it's Battle Royale. It's something
it's got elements of
incredibly
that,
silly,
sure.
mostly hilarious.
Does it have a better premise than Battle Royale at least? Because man, that stuff's garbage.
No, it doesn't. Battle Royale has the best premise.
I think I would say it has a far more logical premise than Battle Royale.
No, it's simple and pure, and it does exactly what it needs to do, and I love it for those reasons. That's why it's the best.
These are people going into the wilderness because they're
nuts.
stupid.
Yeah, Battle Royale is a story about forcing people to fight even though they don't want to. This is
enough about Battle Royale.
Yeah, okay.
Because of population or discipline? I don't know.
Discipline.
But this...
It was disappointing.
Yeah.
We haven't mentioned who the director is. This is the guy who directed Shirobako.
Oh, yeah.
This is the...
right.
So,
I want to get into him because of he gives me certain expectations for this show. Mostly that it's going to be unbelievably cartoonishly violent. That's what I'm expecting from this.
Based on Shirobako?
No, based on
Based
his
on
other
his
other
other
stuff.
Oh, okay.
So Tsutomu
Yeah.
Mizushima has mostly done like comedies, like mostly over the top hilarious comedy stuff, like what's the name of that show with the demons and the guy summons the
Naruto.
damn No, god damn it.
I think he
Fuck.
did,
The really raunchy show with the demons by Production IG. I don't remember what it's fucking called. It's hilarious. He did
Azazel-san?
Azazel-san, yeah. He directed Yonde Masuyo Azazel-san. He directed Squid Girl. He's done a bunch of random comedy shows.
Plastic Nissan.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a 10 out of 10. Cool.
Plastic
That
Nissan
is
is
a 10 out
amazing.
of 10.
Yeah. So he's done all these amazing comedy shows, but then the only times he's broken away from comedy was to do horror. Well, with the exception of Shirobako, I wouldn't really call it a comedy show. It's more of a drama. Yeah. But like, other than Shirobako, the only non-comedies he's done are XXX Holic, Another, and Blood Sea. And if you've ever seen Another or Blood Sea, both of them are like stupidly over-the-top, insane, violent shows where it's like the first Another's like a horror show where the first death is this really cute girl with a beautiful character design falls down the stairs and an umbrella goes up through her neck, like
Granted,
and then like blood explodes everywhere.
Granted, those two were adaptations, and this one is not. If I'm not incorrect, so he
Right,
could go
this
way
one is-
further.
Yeah.
This is an original story written by Mario Kata for him specifically.
Yeah, so if he wants to get his gore boner on, he can like really make it go.
Yeah.
It was actually revealed in an interview that Mario Kada didn't come to the story until later on. This is a Mizushima story, and Mario Kada
she
just
did the
writing
dialogue, which I'm fine with. I'm fine with that. The other thing is, like, even when he does comedies, he does some fucking gory comedies. Like, he did bludgeoning.
Azazel has a lot of blood explosions. He did Dokuro-chan?
He did Dokuro-chan, which is...
Right. So this dude has a tendency towards blood pinata stuff, and, you know, when you look at Mayoiga, like, the character designs are fucking beautiful. I love all of them, But that
That
was
was a
kind
bit of an exaggeration, don't you think?
Oh my god, no! I think they're fucking the girl with the yellow.
Don't
hoodie
say the yellow girl.
Lion-
Oh my
Lion
god, I
Shan.
hate that girl. Everything about her pisses me off. She's clearly the lolly bait of the show, and she's the worst character.
Yeah, and as a lolicon, that means that she appeals to me. What are you not
You're being
getting
manipulated.
there?
You're being manipulated to liking the show that isn't as good as you think it is
I'm
because of her
watching a
character
show.
design.
Anyways,
Don't fall for the trap.
When I first saw this show, like before I even watched the first episode, I saw that it was him. I heard that it was kind of a thriller, and I was like, my biggest concern is that I don't know what it is. I have a hard time watching really beautiful anime characters die horribly. For me, it's just like, oh, you wasted that character who was so attractive, and now she's dead, and it just makes me sad.
You gotta look at it from a different perspective. You're getting to see the inside of that character design. That's so rare.
Yeah, but I was worried that this show is gonna be like just flippantly violent. Because like when I look at like Another or Blood Sea, I feel like the point of those shows is to be violent. Like there's no real character to them besides let's watch a bunch of people get killed. But this show immediately grabbed me beyond that because I was so interested in this giant cast of characters and like how they were all going to play off of each other. And the fact that they're all insane makes it easier to accept that they're all going to die.
Yeah.
Like that, the fact that they're kind of bringing this on themselves by doing this stupid, insane
by the way,
thing.
I'd like to point out that what that one little cute girl did, she plays games where if she doesn't do like 4 steps to get across a certain tile, like bad things will
super
happen.
OCD.
I do that like every single day. So I'm just saying, I don't think these guys are that crazy. If they are, then I am too.
Or you're just secretly insane.
That's some OCD shit.
Yeah, I don't.
Get on the bus.
Guy, you are far
that's
from
why
my
I don't like the show
benchmark for
because it's calling
normalcy.
me crazy, and I don't like that.
You don't think I guess you haven't seen the parts where there's Love Pond Sama, who's another great character, who's just obsessed with the concept of executing people. Everybody.
Yes.
And
She's read the script.
And at
She just
first
wants
you
to get
think
to it.
this girl's just a wacky dumbass character who likes to scream execute. And then at the end of episode 3, she tries to execute someone. And you're like, oh, she's for real.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. Like in episode 2,
Wow,
the guy
who could have seen that
Judgeness.
coming? What a fascinating twist that is.
I'm not saying it's fascinating.
All
it was
right,
just
all right.
hilarious because they play her up like she's a cartoony, like dumb character who you're
Okay,
not
fair
supposed to
enough,
pay
fair
attention to, and everyone's like, "Oh, shut the fuck up, Love Pond," and then she like actually is crazy. And I think that's again.
right,
I think
all
the
right.
the thing about this show is that half the characters don't know how crazy the other half are. You know,
That's
like
true.
they
It does
don't
seem that way.
realize completely what they're getting into. And I think that's what the sort of point of the main character guy is that you kind of feel like he's in the first camp of the people who aren't as crazy, but he probably is in the second camp of the people who are way more crazy.
Yeah, right.
You know? And I think that's sort of what they're playing with him. And then also his best friend is kind of the same way, where the friend is supposed to be the straight man, but the fact that he's gone to such a ridiculous extent, and like in episode 2 it's revealed that it's all just because he wants to protect the main character guy. He's just like obsessed with trying to protect him, and it's like,
see.
yeah, that's a little weird.
Yeah, okay.
You know?
If any of that was conveyed in the first episode, that might have
All of
been
that
more
was conveyed in the
No, it
first
was
episode.
not.
All
No,
of
it
that was
not.
conveyed
The
in
girl,
the first
the girl in the
episode.
yellow
You're
shirt was
wrong.
saying,
You're
"Oh,
wrong,
main
Nate.
character guy, you seem like you're the one to watch out for. You're the craziest one of them all." You know, and then
Bullshit.
it was all there.
You're the one that's going to drive this bus into the ditch. And we're going to be along with it.
All right. Anybody else have any more closing thoughts on Mayoiga?
Nope.
Watch it.
Callum?
Don't watch it.
Jeff?
Watch it, yo.
Yeah, it's good. I think we all agree it's good. I've heard some.
We do
Jeff has
not
told me that
all
some
agree
people
that
are.
it's good.
Well, okay, other than Guy, who only
Everybody's
watched
opinion matters.
the first
agrees it's
episode.
good.
But
Oh, we can
yeah.
all, yeah, that's true. That's for sure.
Well, because I've heard the show has been more contentious on the internets. Not everybody's into it, so
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, Reddit's like ridiculing it because I don't think they get it.
Wait,
yet.
hang on a sec. You're listening to
it's
that. Weren't these
meant
the
to be
guys?
ridiculed?
Weren't those the guys who voted Sword Art's OP so good that you had a conniption?
Yeah,
Like,
those are
yeah.
the guys.
That's your crowd.
Maybe
Jeff,
you
it might
just
be
want
time for you to
ignore 'em
consider
this time
abandoning
around.
Reddit.
But they're my audience.
might not be worth
Liam.
it.
True that. True
They're the
that.
people who give me the hits.
Yep.
All right, so the next show we're going to talk about, I think Liam was the one who wanted to introduce this, is Uchu Patrol Luluco, or Space Patrol Luluco.
Yeah, it's true name, Space Patrol Luluco, in proper English. This is a show that takes place on a weirdo Earth that has aliens that inhabit it, and basically it takes place in this city called Ogikubo, I think, and it's both inhabited by humans and aliens, and there's a sort of space patrol that keeps everything kosher between them, right? The main character, Luluco, prides herself on being extremely normal. And one day her father freezes himself with some of the Space Patrol's confiscated materials, and she ends up having to join the Space Patrol in order to fix him up, which entails her transforming into a gun, meeting Inferno Cop, and finding this super hot alien boy, Alpha Nova?
Alpha Omega Nova.
Alpha Omega Nova, yeah, sorry.
Alpha Omega Nova.
Couldn't remember his whole name.
I think he's a human boy, but from the outer colonies or something.
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah,
from space.
He's pure handsome.
Yes, absolutely. So it's as far as I'm concerned, it's basically panty and stocking minus all of the sex, pretty much. It has that same kind of kind of humor, very similar animation. Pretty much everything about that type of humor is represented, I think, except for, of course, the sex and the raunchiness, which is 100% removed, actually. Even when Luluco meets up with Alpha Omega Nova, like, that's the only moment where she, like, blushes briefly. Like, she's not just immediately Splash Mountain form or anything. Like,
but she gets pretty Splash Mountain by the end.
Oh, yeah, by the end of it, for sure. But, like, it's definitely sticking away from that kind of stuff. Granted, when What's-Her-Face, that alien girl, gets introduced...
I actually really like I find it refreshing to see, like, a little girl... I guess she's not that little, but her just having this comfortable, cute desire for this guy.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I just liked everything about it, you know?
That's a huge plus, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
It's Inferno Cop 2 at the same time, which is fantastic. I just honestly thought it was really, really good. And I'm really curious, and I really want to find out at some point, did they get the guy from Kamen Rider who announces all the transformation sequences to announce when she transforms into a gun? Because it sounds like the same guy, and I'm really interested in that.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, man. Her transformation animation is just so... delightfully impossible.
Yeah.
I like she turns into a gun.
You mean when she puts on the suit or the gun one?
Yeah,
the gun.
Both. Puts on when she turns into a gun, because she turns into a gun like Megatron turns into a gun.
Yeah.
So like her legs get folded up, and it's like
her body splits open.
It's pretty great.
And it looks like it would be really painful, but she's mainly concerned about how embarrassing it is to look like that in front of her classmates.
You know, the funny thing is that while I do think it was made more in reference to Megatron, what it really reminded me of is how Conti transforms in episode 2 of FLCL into the cannon.
Sure.
A little bit,
because he like flips his leg back and it comes up into the front to form the cannon. So that's what I thought of.
The other thing that's really exciting about this show is that we're actually able to talk about, on this First Impressions podcast, we're able to talk about the entire first season.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah,
that's
the end of the season, the 3 episodes.
For season
No, fuck you. I only saw the first 2 episodes. No.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No, don't tell me that.
No, but they're gonna...
I didn't catch that while watching it, so...
They're gonna come back next week,
Right.
Oh, shit. Cool. Good.
But they're just like... Find out in season 2 next week.
Oh, and in case it wasn't already implied, like the episodes are 7 minutes long, so they're just that kind of jam-packed with goodness stuff.
So to give sort of a...
They're super tight.
To give a little background to what to expect from this, if you've been watching Studio Trigger shows, and you're aware of this little 7-minute show thing they do, where they had Inferno Cop and Ninja Slayer was like 15 minutes, Luluco is sort of in this tradition, minimally animated, very weird, awkward kind of at times, like comedy shows that are just like...
Well, it's cheap, but it's smart.
You watch it, and a bunch of stuff happens, and then it's over, and you're like, yep, that happened,
This is like
definitely more effort put into it than, like, Inferno Cop.
It really is Panty and Stocking meets Inferno Cop. That's really
Well,
how
I mean,
it feels.
Yeah.
Inferno Cop was made with like the money they found in their couch cushions.
Well, Inferno Cop was actually the reason it was like that is that they literally said that they were not willing. They had set a rule in place that they were only going to work for 2 hours a week on Inferno Cop. That was like a strict rule that they could not work more than 2 hours on it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
They didn't bring in like voice actors for most of the roles. Like it's literally just like they're reading the lines and it's like Inferno Cop, yeah, and like and their next episode previews, they're literally just making shit up in the booth as they record it. And Luluco's a little bit more effort like that. Luluco feels like a very low budget Cartoon Network show.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, it's Hiroyuki Sawano, and Sawano's obsessed with just making everything into a cartoon.
I think you meant Hiroyuki Imaishi.
the reality is, like,
Imaishi,
you
yes.
could take
Sawano would be horrible at
You could
directing.
take every episode of Panty and Stocking and just cut off the second half, and you'd have Luluco with more sex. Like, it's actually
kind
really
of.
identical to Panty and Stocking, because that was also, like, 10-minute episodes, just you got 2 each time.
Right. It actually, but like like in terms of the art style, it's more like Kill La Kill when Kill La Kill was in its more super deformed moments.
Oh, well, maybe.
If you,
It's like
okay, the
literally
classrooms-
Panty and Stocking, though.
Luluco's classroom is almost exactly Ryuko's classroom from Kill La Kill. Like, the way the lighting is done is the exact same.
Oh,
The
they
way that it
probably used the
explodes
same
is the
model.
same.
They probably
like
used the same model.
Well, no, because the Kill La Kill one looked like a battleship. That was the main difference. That one had like a all these metal parts everywhere.
Oh, yeah, but
in this show,
just
like,
retextured it. They probably have like this.
It could be.
classroom
I don't
model
know.
They retextured. That would
but
be.
in any case, the way that the classroom looks is almost exactly the same as the way the classroom looked in Kill La Kill. And the main girl looks kind of like Mako a bit. She gives me a
I
Mako
suppose.
vibe, but she's not as stupid as Mako.
She does a very Mako vibe. You know, I just want to say, you guys are talking about a lot of technical stuff, but the one thing that was the best part about this show was the one moment when I really fell in love. I'd like the beginning, but that one moment when they capture that alien dude who's been cheating, and the guy's just like, and he just executes him immediately. And it's not that he just does that, it's that the girl then joins in, and they have a romantic moment while they're both executing this dude, and they bond over that. That was by far that was the deal breaker that made the show great.
Yeah, that was a beautiful moment. Just like not like it was a Deadpool in the middle of a sentence blow his head off.
Yeah.
Shot. Spoilers for Deadpool, by the way, if you haven't seen it.
Well, I thought you just meant like something Deadpool does.
Oh,
Yeah.
and by the way,
The title
Midori
now.
is the best girl in the show. That's for sure.
So
Midori is pretty great. Yeah.
Midori is voiced by Mayumi Shintani.
Yeah,
I was excited to hear her again. For those who don't know, Mayumi Shintani was the voice of Haruko from FLCL. She was the voice of Nonon from Kill La Kill, and she only appears in Gainax or Trigger shows.
That's why you
she
gotta
has
watch
never
Gainax
voice
and
acted
Trigger.
outside of those, because she's actually just like a regular actress, like a live action actress. But for whatever reason, they got her in FLCL in 2000, and she's like only worked with the same people in anime since.
Someone in there must know her or something, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe Imaishi's friends with her or something.
Yeah,
I'm
maybe.
sorry, Imaichi's slipping her the D on the side. That's what's going on.
Gross. But yeah, you know, I was excited for this show. Imaishi's my favorite anime director. This obviously isn't like one of his like big shows.
Yeah.
But it's fun and cute, and the character designs are great. The fucking ED gets my dick rock
The
hard.
ending
I
is
don't know about you
fantastic,
guys.
yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful. All right, that's all we got to say about that one.
Yeah, I think
Anybody
so.
else have any
It's the best.
parting
It's the best
thoughts?
one. Go watch it.
And
Yeah,
we
the
shall
way
see.
speaking of EDs that get me rock hard, I think the next one on the list is
Jeff, you're introducing Phoenix Wright.
Phoenix
the
Wright,
anime.
Ace Attorney, the AKA.
I know you're a fan of the games because
Yeah.
you have Edgeworth as your avatar right now on Skype. So.
Yeah, a little bit. So this is Gyakuten Saiban Sono. Huge disappointment.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you agree, because it is absolute trash, and I thought that you might love it.
As to tell you, it's not even an anime. It is just the game that they've traced over and added a tiny
I'm
bit
so
of
proud of
adding.
you guys. I'm so proud of you all for knowing that.
What they've done with this basically is they've taken the script from the game and they've just taken out all of the dialogue branches that actually make the courtroom interactions interesting. But they still have so it's like literally just like somebody will say evidence, Phoenix Wright will go, objection, and then they'll move on to the next thing of saying evidence, objection. And it's like, if you're going to do this, you could have just truncated it. You could have maybe cut some of that shit out. Like, we don't have to watch somebody speedrun Phoenix Wright with voice acting. That's
what it is.
And it's like, the anime-only scenes that they've added, some of them I like Phoenix Wright getting up at the beginning of the day.
Oh, dude, seeing his room was by far the best part of the entire thing. Seeing where he lives, I love
his
that.
Shitty little apartment, and then he gets on his tiny little bike with a basket on the front, and with his backpack on, and rides in his big boy lawyer uniform to the courthouse.
Yeah, and you really get a sense for the character when you see him like that.
I liked how his sweater was in the room too. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, like the little details like that. Although later, there's little details that don't make much sense, like Edgeworth already has the Steel Samurai statue from the third case.
Don't think about it. Don't think about it.
And he also
that was
has
the motto for making the show. Don't think about it.
Don't think about it. And there's so many structural issues with how they've built it because of how the game is, and they're trying to adapt the game. Yeah. So the first episode is basically a bottle episode. They're stuck in the courthouse for 70% of the episode. And they're just like going back, and they're literally playing out the tutorial of how Phoenix Wright video games work, and that's not necessary. You could get by that. You could get by that in like 5 lines of dialogue, or you could play up how ridiculous Frank Sawit and Larry Butz are as characters, and you could play. You could.
By the way, did anyone else have massive cognitive dissonance when they were like, "Oh, Naruhodo-kun"? It's like, no, his name is Phoenix Wright. You're saying it wrong, you idiot. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, so on Crunchyroll,
that was the worst.
On
Crunchyroll, yeah, I saw this too. I think we're gonna say the same thing. Go for it.
You can right click, and they have a second alt sub that gives them the right names. Yeah.
And when Maya's like, "Yo, let's go get some like Japanese food or some shit,"
let's go get some American hamburgers.
It says hamburgers.
Oh my god, it really does. Now that's awesome. That's the best.
Yeah, it's like the subtitles on Crunchyroll make it better. There's a lot of things that make me like this show as a fan of the games. Seeing these characters come to life and be voice acted and be basically their characters, with a few exceptions in episode 3 where Maya is maybe a little bit too chipper, a little bit too soon after her sister was murdered.
Well, to be fair, she was like that in the game too. I didn't see episode 2, but I always was like, dude, your sister just died and you're like bouncing off the walls, having a great time with Phoenix. All right, if you say so.
You don't get that dissonance so much in the game, though, just because it's a game. It's
that's the thing. That's the thing. The game gets away with a lot of stuff that you really can't in anime.
Frankly, there's just a lot more content in between. The show, at the end of the day, is going to be like 6 hours total, right? Less than that, actually. Right. The game is significantly longer than that, so...
Yep.
Yeah, that's about one case of Phoenix Wright, getting through that. So, yeah, they have to cut all of the interesting stuff, and they haven't replaced it with anything good. It's like it's one of those, if you want to know, read the manga, Cromartie High School situations, but like way exacerbated. And this is going to be 2 video games by the time it's over.
Oh really?
Really cool.
They have anime-only episodes, and they're going through Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, which is like the 3rd best game in the series, and Phoenix Wright Justice for All, which is the absolute worst game in the series. So,
worst game, but it has like one of the best cases. So,
yeah, the last case, and I guess the second case is pretty good too.
If they snip some of the earlier ones, like some of the ones in the middle. Maybe.
If they cut out the circus,
I just played the circus one.
It's the worst.
I thought it was okay. I don't know why everybody hates on it so much.
Oh god,
that clown was badass.
The clown was good. I liked him. But...
The clown was good, but like the whole thing, you were hiding the murder weapon underneath your wheelchair for 4 days and nobody found it. Like that's.
It's shocking.
Are you making fun of crippled people? I won't stand for that kind of hate speech in this podcast.
Yeah. So Phoenix Wright. Like, they're adapting the bad game, but it also has, like, the other waifu who I'm sure they want to cram in for merchandising purposes.
Is it the scientist girl? I can't remember.
No, it's the whip girl. Scientist girl might show up...
Franziska, whatever. Yeah.
Yes. Scientist girl might show up if they choose to adapt Rise from the Ashes. Although Rise from the Ashes is, like, 3 times as long as a regular Phoenix Wright trial.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
it's
Great case,
it's gonna
though.
I don't
be
see
iffy.
why they would. There's no it doesn't have much bearing on the plot at all, and it's not
Yeah,
a particularly great case either.
No.
Bullshit.
What-
That was the best case thus far. Well, except
No,
for the one before
it's
it.
all right, but it's like I don't know. I don't think it's worth adapting.
Yeah.
That's
It's-
I guess.
What bothers me, like what really bothers me about how this is written is that like we've gotten an ideal example of how to adapt Phoenix Wright into like a televised visual medium in the movie
Yeah.
that was made
Oh,
by
really?
Takashi
Takahashi Miike.
Miike.
Takashi
no
Takashi
H in there,
Miike.
dog.
Takashi Miike, who's one of the best directors working in Japan today, and he took like the batshit insane elements of Phoenix Wright and played them up. So you've got this big high-tech courtroom with moving evidence screens, which they've stolen in the laziest way possible in this new adaptation.
I always like how in the visual adaptations they have to add monitors in order to get
Yeah.
like some of the
Yeah.
visual evidence that would just
Yeah.
be words otherwise to have a visual.
Yeah, it's a little.
It's interesting.
Man, when I saw that
but-
audience and I saw all those copy-pasted models just wriggling around in their seats like a bunch of fucking maggots, that's when I knew for sure this was a failure.
But the best, like really the best thing about the movie was how they contrasted the different like stages of courtroom. Like the one that Edgeworth gets to work in is this big high-tech courtroom, and Phoenix's first case defending Larry is inside like a courtroom where an old woman is doing her laundry in the corner, and it's this tiny little shithole.
That's awesome.
And then at the end of the case, when he gets Larry declared not guilty, the old lady just takes out a small bag of confetti and throws it.
That's awesome.
And there's none of that magic in this show.
Sorry, I'm just to clarify. So you're saying that this exact case was already adapted in a movie, and they felt the need to do it again for this?
The
this
live
entire
action movie
season.
is the first game. Yeah.
Oh, it's a live
Yeah.
action. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's decent actually. I'd say watch that instead of this, honestly.
Sure,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Also,
Or just play the game.
also it was adapted
Yeah,
into
that
a.
too.
Yeah, that's the one to do. But it was also adapted into a stage musical.
Yes.
So was
Which is-
Bleach.
which
so I
is
bet it's of
great.
equal quality.
It's an all female cast, I think. In the
yes,
What?
it is. It's
musical.
by the
Okay.
Takara Review or whatever. Yeah. I can't remember what they're called.
So there's
So
been- this is like the worst
Go on.
adaptation of this that they've
It was-
done
it was
so
a
far, and
nightmare.
that's really
Yeah.
depressing.
the manga's not too hot either, but I mean, who
but-
cares? Yeah.
Yeah.
But the ED with Maya in it is super cute.
Yes.
It was good.
And
That was the best
almost
part of the
makes
show.
up for it. And it gives me hope that maybe in one of the anime only episodes they'll have Maya and Phoenix go on a date, which is
I'm
Oh my
very
god,
keen
you're
to see
saying all the
anime
right
only
things. By
stuff.
the way, if the new Phoenix Wright that's coming out needs to have Phoenix and Maya get together. That needs to happen if it's going to be a good game. It has
it's their
to.
reunion game. It's their reunion game.
I know it has to happen, or I'll kill myself. I swear to God. I swear to everyone listening right now.
Alrighty. I haven't played Phoenix Wright before.
Oh.
I haven't consumed any part of the franchise except for this first episode of this anime.
Oh, interesting.
But I'm quite familiar with it. I know all the animations because they're all very mimetic and they've all been out there. I can't help but feel like in the game, sure, it's not animated per se, right? But everything looks really crisp because every image is like you see Phoenix posing and he looks, a certain way, and then he slams his hand down on the desk, and each image of that looks good. And so I think when you animate it, and it's moving now, but the images aren't good anymore. Like they don't have that
You know, what
solid.
it was,
The whole
like,
image is shaded.
Everything
and
in
perfect
between
looking,
those poses felt like
Nobody
filler
has any
animation, really.
shadows.
They
you know?
it's
Well,
and
like
the poses
the
are
game,
wrong too.
the game has like fairly high quality pixel art, and the anime
Yeah.
does not have fairly high quality animation. That's that's all there is to it. Yeah.
It just it felt so. I recognized all the emotions, and I'm like, oh, that's that thing from the game.
But it's
like
lifeless.
In the
Yeah.
game, it was like try to imagine if the game didn't exist and all these motions were in the anime, they would never become memes the way they were in the game. Where
Yeah.
like those motions in the game are so memorable because they're drawn so well and timed so well.
And
where
they're
it's
repeated
like
like 1,000 times.
smack
you know?
and everything.
And they've been
Yeah.
animated better in Haruhi Suzumiya,
Yeah.
and
Yes.
Absolutely.
and
true.
even Himoto Umaru-chan, which if we get into, Nate's gonna be going off all day.
Can we just not?
But,
Can we just move on?
Yeah, we will not. But like, the other thing is that there has been a near perfect example of how to do a smoother Phoenix Wright animation in Ace Attorney 5 Dual Destinies, which looks beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful
yeah.
game.
Yeah, and it's all 3D as well. No more pixel art. So
And they like swap out the models to like give the right
yeah,
oversized arm for Phoenix when he's pointing at people. It's
quite impressive. Game,
yeah.
So
If you've
I
never
think
seen it, by the way, the iPad version of that game is gorgeous. It's a fantastic
cool.
port as well.
Wait, did they take Phoenix Wright 5 to the iPad?
Absolutely, and it runs at native
Oh my god, I need to play that.
It runs
Oh
at the
my
native
God.
resolution of the iPad as opposed to 240p on the 3DS, so it looks
Hey, cool.
superb. Yeah.
Oh boy,
So
I gotta get some footage of that for when I do my big video on this shitty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
don't
this
want to.
anime is probably not for fans of the game per se.
That's the
I
thing,
mean,
yeah.
It exists, and those people will probably they must have known that they could do anything, and the fans of the game were
Yeah,
gonna watch
yeah.
it anyways because they're fans of the game. They just want to hear what their characters are gonna sound like with voices, and they
Yep,
can move on
yep.
with their day. But you know, speaking as someone who hasn't played the games, I really felt like this was trying to sell me the game. And it might have worked to some, like, I watched it and I was like, yeah, this is probably exactly what playing the game is like. It seems pretty fun. I'd play it. Of course, it didn't actually make me go out and buy one because then I'd have to play a video game and that would take time and I have to watch all this anime. But, like, you know, I felt like it was mostly there to advertise the game to people who maybe don't, like the few people who don't know about it, try to grab them in, you know.
It's a bummer too because I feel like it doesn't fully. Even though you see Phoenix go through the steps in the first episode to determine that okay, he couldn't, like, this time had to be this time, thus whatever.
Yeah.
It doesn't really get across that feeling of epiphany when you work it out.
Right.
Because you're not the one working it out
Yeah.
anymore. You know,
Yeah,
you
but-
see the problem and you wait 10 seconds and it's done.
Well,
And-
again,
and-
I haven't played the game, so I can't make a comparison. But I'll say I did not dislike the first episode of this show.
Sure.
I thought it was cheap and kind of corny, but I was like, yeah, this seems like a fun game.
I
you
was
know?
definitely
I think-
thinking that from the perspective of someone who'd never seen it, it would probably be an all right show.
Yeah,
as
that's
far
true.
as I'm
I think
concerned,
this
I
is a
only
show-
want the original episodes. So.
I think what
And
you should
I've-
do with this is if you're a fan of the games and you have a friend who refuses to play them,
Yeah.
you should show them this show to say this is basically what the games are like but much better, and then
Yeah,
that might
yeah.
convince them to buy the games.
So this is
you know,
this
because they'll
is-
get invested. They'll watch the show and they'll be like, "Oh, now I care about Phoenix Wright
Hmm.
because he seems like an interesting character. Now I want to play the video game." You know.
So,
Yeah, it's
so Digi, you're the one out of this entire podcast who's giving the most positive take on an A1 Pictures show.
It's true.
Well, my take isn't
That's
so
crazy.
much positive. I mean, the show looks like garbage. The animation is fucking terrible.
Yep.
It feels very slapped together. It feels like some producer said, "We're gonna make a bunch of Phoenix Wright stuff. They just did the Takashi Miike movie. Now we're gonna lay out a whole franchise. Let's make an anime." And like, it's obviously there to sell video games, but like, I don't think it's so bad that someone who hadn't played the games would watch it and go, "These games must be shit." You know, I mean, you said yourself
guess.
it's just the script of the game. So if you like, I mean, I'm not giving any credit to the writers. They're just copying the video game. But
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I think
Yeah.
if you watch the show, having not played the game like I did, you might go, This seems like it could be a cool story. Maybe I'll play the video game so it won't look like shit." You know?
There actually was one part where they changed the script for the better, which is the American character who's or not the American character, but one of the bad guys speaks. He's been to America once and he speaks entirely in broken English and Japanese. And there's one point where he says, "Yes, we can. which was totally added in reference to Barack Obama, and it's like,
right. A bit about 8 years
cool.
dated of a reference to something he said, but yeah.
It's a little dated, but it's not as dated as the game, which was written in 2000, like
2000.
Yeah, 2000.
The game came out in 2001. Yeah.
Man,
So, all right, to move on to another soulless, terrible A1 Pictures cash grab tie-in show that actually wasn't listed on the My Anime List thing, but I remembered that I forced us all to watch it. The Final Fantasy 15 anime, Brotherhood.
Jesus.
no.
Oh, Jesus. Can I talk about this one as the biggest Final Fantasy man? All right.
Nate's got to go in there.
Yeah, Guy, you can go ahead.
Okay, so this is just another fucking way that Square Enix is determined to chop up their games into as many separate marketable pieces that they can sell you so as to hook you into their giant marketing machine so they can force you to consume every piece of media they have, milk it for as long as possible, make as many derivative products as possible. That said, the anime was pretty shit. The animation was okay sometimes, and the point of it was to sort of learn. I mean, I think the focus of it, at least for this beginning part, is like Noctis's mom, why she died or something. Mm-hmm. But the point is, it's just a tie into Final Fantasy 15. Who gives a shit? This should be in the game. I don't care about this. The fact that this anime exists means that this stuff won't be in the game, and it's just going to be worse for it. So, you know, not a big fan. Not a big fan.
I gotta talk
the
about
thing with this and Ace Attorney is they're just so goddamn corporate.
Yes.
It doesn't feel like there's this director crafting something amazing and this writer typing out these amazing words. It feels like a Square Enix and a Capcom producer leering
that's
over
literally
saying,
what happened. Square Enix had this cast of characters. They shipped over like some descriptions of them with like, here, make a story about these guys in this world and we animate it
That's
for us.
probably exactly it. They probably didn't even have, like, the people who wrote this anime probably don't know the plot of the game.
Probably
they
not.
just know
I don't know about
the template of the
seems-
character.
The little backstory. No,
I don't know.
All
because,
they need to know to
like,
make the
I
show
don't-
was that these guys are friends. The mom died.
Yeah.
Make a story about that. That's
like,
all they
for
had to
sure,
do.
all the
Just,
characters
I mean, like,
are so.
The notion,
I mean, I don't know if they're
notion
gonna
that they
be.
would never have like sat in a conference room and talked story is like kind of.
I mean,
Well,
they could have, but like, I feel like these characters are so cardboard in this.
Liam,
Like-
but Liam's coming at this from a perspective of actually knowing what Square Enix execs are like. So,
Yeah, I used to work for Square Enix. I know
really?
a lot about FF15 that's like not even on the table publicly. I personally, I'm really excited for the game because every day when I went to work, there was a Versus 13 trailer playing on the TV downstairs, and like fuck, I got hyped for that.
But Versus 13 is dead, and from its ashes came this abomination called 15.
Well, I don't know. Have you played the? You know what? This is an anime.
I played the
thing.
demo. I played the platinum demo.
Yeah, let's get back to.
That one,
I
yeah,
want to
you're
talk
right.
about how this anime came
absolutely.
out, because the moment this happened, it was so fucking funny to me because like. So Square Enix suddenly did this huge like Final Fantasy 15 hype announcement
Uncovered.
thing.
Final Fantasy 15
And,
uncovered. What an event.
And Guy here was like live tweeting it to the chat that we hang out in. Like just fuming over everything. Because they're bringing out like all the old guys who worked on the old Final Fantasies to have them
They
pump
brought
it up. They're bringing out like
Sakaguchi back just to attach his name to the project, thinking it would trick me. It won't trick me. I won't fall for it. I'm not going to do it.
Right. So Nate is like this longtime Final Fantasy fan who's been completely burned by Square Enix and hates their guts now. So he's complaining about everything going on in this thing. They're showing like footage from the game that the game, like, I'm sure this game's gonna be fun. I want to play it, but it looks a generation old because it is a generation old.
Waiting 10 years.
It's got
10 years.
They showed like one of the little trailers because they showed like 2 minutes of the actual game in this hour and a half long conference. One of them's like just like a bunch of like flyover shots of locations that you would never see that angle of that place or that lighting in the game. Like it would be impossible. So anyways, it's a bunch of lame shit. And in the middle of this, they announced that they're doing this anime and they're like, and it's available right now. So I'm like, oh shit. So I go looking for it and I can't find links to it anywhere. Like, there's no link on the YouTube video. There's no link on any of their social media accounts. All of them say, oh, Final Fantasy 15 Brotherhood out now, and none of them have a link to it. And I'm like, what are you doing? If you released it, why aren't you linking to it? I'm like scouring the internet trying to find this thing, and I can't. And then finally someone like finds it on YouTube and sends it to me. So it was released through YouTube. It only had like 1,000 views. It had been out for like an hour, so
Yeah,
nobody
yeah.
can find this fucking thing. And I'm like,
Said it's now like
I was just
over like 2 million views, so it's doing
yeah,
really
Yeah, it's
surely at some point people, because eventually it made it to the news outlets and they all posted it. But it was like, it was so funny because I was just thinking of like the Nintendo Direct where they did that thing where they were like, these characters are out right when this finishes, and then the Direct ended a minute later, and then the characters were already out, and it was like magical. It
Yeah,
was like
that
they
was
had read your
amazing.
mind somehow, that you're watching a YouTube video and then they're like, oh, and it's in the store, and then you turn on your Wii and you're like, there it is, oh my god,
Yeah.
I felt like they were going for that effect, but I had to like no one else seemed to be looking for it except for me because the conference was still going. So I'm like searching around, I'm like asking on Twitter, like, does anybody know
that
where
was
this
the big
fucking
problem. They
thing
made that
is,
announcement in the middle of the event. Did they want people to leave? Because it was
I
very
have no
unclear.
idea.
Yeah.
It was
They had like Greg Miller saying over and over again, "But don't leave."
Yeah, it's like,
what
dude,
else?
it's because they knew, like, nobody gives a shit. Like, nobody wants to go watch this, so why the fuck
So
would we, like,
I found
whatever.
it.
Whatever.
So I found it. Someone linked it to me. It was terrible. The thing is,
I
like,
don't think it was terrible. It's just bland.
the animation isn't like the animation,
It was
like the
okay.
movement of the fight scenes is okay,
Yeah,
but like
yeah.
the show looks bad. Like the backgrounds are just like ugly and
There was
not inviting.
exactly one great thing about that, and it was something that's already been addressed, and it was just that one scene where they're all having their dinner together, eating their burgers, and Noct is just pulling the vegetables off his burger, giving because that gave it character, that gave it personality. I actually liked Noct for the first time and was like, oh man, this is a real dude with like weird feelings and all sorts of shit. That was good. If the game is full of stuff like that, it might actually be good. And same with the show,
right.
if they do
well,
that stuff.
The show, it really felt like it gave me this very like early 2000s B-Train produced tie-in to another show type feel, like where because there was a lot of stuff like this in like the 2000s where video games would have some like weak anime tie-in,
Like the Devil May Cry anime.
Yeah, like
that was
well,
okay.
that one
That was good.
No, it was terrible, but
I
it
liked
looked
it.
Pretty
better
bad.
than this. But like there was a lot of these kind of things, and this one really gave me this like because like I feel like in the late 90s and early 2000s there was like this whole genre of like the four pretty boys on an adventure show, like Sayuki or Gundam Wing or something,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
this
okay.
really gave me that vibe, like especially Gundam Wing. It felt like I was watching Gundam Wing, but now.
Well, bear in mind,
Hmm.
this is a story out of time that was penned in like 2005 or
yeah,
6.
that's true.
Yeah.
So, granted,
it
it
does-
has
it
changed,
does kinda
but
make
still,
sense.
like its core is from that era. So.
Dude, the core of the game
Right.
about four bros on an adventure sounds good. I
absolutely.
love that, you
Yeah.
know?
But
I mean,
I
the
will
thing
say
is-
that if the game is like this anime where the characters all
Yeah.
have exactly one personality trait that is exactly who they are, then it's going to be fucking
Remember
terrible.
the glorious days when Final Fantasy VI came out and every single of your like 12-person cast had like an intricate backstory that you got to delve into through various side quests and items you could get and all sorts of stuff. It needs that, and that's what the show needs too.
The show definitely won't have that. Like,
Yeah.
So it
Because
definitely gives
it exists
it
as a
gives me
parasite on
that-
the game. Everything that gets into the fucking show isn't going to be in the game. It's a nightmare.
But-
It's the worst.
Well, I mean, it's the same problem as like Fabula Nova Crystallis was, and compilation of Final Fantasy VII. But like, it does give me that like Sayuki feel of like I was talking to you guys in chat, and the first thing that I said as I was watching it and I saw them at the camp, I was just like, these guys better start fucking soon. This is like setting up for these guys to start fucking. If they don't start fucking, that's bad payoff. But like, it did sell me.
They're gonna run a train on Cindy later, so
Yeah.
you know, that's what she's for.
It did sell me some stuff in the game that I think, oh, this could probably be good in the game. Like, the main character's teleport attack powers look like they'd be pretty
that's
fun
cool.
to play around with.
They are,
And the diner that they go to, the whole Americana aesthetic that this whole world that they're in has, is very different from the standard Final Fantasy thing in a way that I find kind of appealing. Like, it's like it's a little
fantasy
bit
based on reality.
Each individual city and area of the game is based on a different area of the world. So there's an area like that. There's an area based off Italy, et cetera, et cetera. That's kind of how it works in that regard.
And that's cool.
Yeah.
And like the music in this was really strong. I thought like
The music was one of the best parts. I think it was actually some of the OST for the game.
And it sounded great. And
I
it
don't
just
think
had
I can credit that.
They know
I don't know if I
Uematsu.
can credit that to the show. If
It's
those
the game's-
songs are
it's the
great
game's
because
credit.
they're from the game, then it's probably
And, yeah,
I
and
mean,
that's
like,
why
I
this
mean,
whole
it's-
show is such a clusterfuck because it's just the game being outsourced, and none of this we can't judge it by
Guy,
itself.
It's funny because you keep saying that like you're scared because this stuff is not going to be in the game.
I'm not scared.
But I feel like
I know. I know.
I'm glad. Like I hope this stuff isn't in the game because I'm hoping the game is a much better thing than this, and that this is not indicative
I'm
of
talking
the final
about like
product,
the explanation
you know?
of how Noctis's mom died. Like if we're expected to have watched this anime to know that, that's a mistake. That's something we should learn in the game.
I don't
mean,
think it'll be an
it's-
expectation. I just think this is the more complete.
I think
it's
it
my-
just
See,
matters.
no, a
Sort of
game should be a
explanation.
complete story. God damn it! None
No,
of this splitting it up into pieces. It's
I mean,
unacceptable.
To be honest, Nate, the
Yeah.
reality of Noct's story is it's about his relationship with his father and with his bros and Luna to a degree. His mother has like never been mentioned in any of the extended media for the game at all. So
Well, maybe that was a
to be
little
honest-
surprise they were saving for the games. That might have been nice.
Perhaps. Definitely, I can't deny that that's a possibility. But I'd be willing to pose that there's a chance that his mother really has no bearing on the game at all. Perhaps. And
I mean,
perhaps
that's
why
fine
it's
and
just
all.
Granted, neither of us know either way, so neither of us can say
Yeah.
either way which one's totally true.
I'm simply presenting the argument that I'm not a fan and don't think I ever will be of the idea of consuming a game as in the game is one component, then you have to go watch the movie and the anime and read the novels and do all that. That's not what a game should be in my mind.
All right, we got to
know.
move on. We're
Yeah,
only
let's-
4 shows
let's.
deep, and we're like an hour into
That's
this.
fair,
So,
that's fair.
so all right, Jeff. I know we said we weren't going to do any sequels, but this particular
that's an
series
exception.
is kind of not really sequel. Well, it's definitely
It's not.
a sequel,
Well,
but
it's
you
half
can
a
you can
sequel,
watch it
it's
as a
half not.
standalone.
Yeah.
And a stand alone.
Stand
All right, so
alone.
Jeff, tell us
So-
about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Yeah, no, JoJo's
Diamond does
Bizarre
not
Adventure.
crash.
Diamond does not crash, which tells the story of JoJo.
Wow.
JoJo in the town of Duang City trying to save it from the evil killer. Yeah, no. So this is
There is no city as nice as Duang.
Yeah.
It feels like a picnic.
it's such a beautiful Duang. So yeah, this is what I have. Been
Am I gonna
waiting
have to
for.
explain this because you've memed
Yeah.
me so
Okay,
hard?
no,
I don't know what you're
I'm not
talking
gonna meme
about.
it.
We'll
I'll
get to
explain
it.
So if you don't know what JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is, you probably haven't been watching anime for the last few years, and I don't know why you're listening to this podcast. But JoJo's Bizarre Adventure started off as a pretty straightforward series about a guy trying to use magic breath ripples to kill his evil vampire brother. And then it became a show about Indiana Jones traveling the world using magic breath ripples to defeat ancient Aztec super vampires. And then it turned into a show about the evil vampire brother coming back 1,000 years or 100 years later and using personas in order to try and take over the world.
Except personas are
And-
based on JoJo, so I just want to
personas are based on JoJo, but people now who don't know what JoJo is don't know that.
And that's a
it
damn
stands-
shame. That's a disgrace.
started-
Did you guys
Everything.
ever catch Giant Bomb? Did you guys ever catch them
Yeah.
calling JoJo bootleg persona?
Oh my God, they
Oh,
did.
God,
They
I
did
did
it.
not.
It was
That's
it was
hilarious.
when All Star Battle came out. It was pretty good.
Oh my God!
Oh,
I wish
man.
they were
That
dead.
is a
I wish they
very
were dead.
sad time.
So
Yeah, JoJo.
yeah, so-
let me fucking introduce
let
this.
me
You're doing
let
a-
me introduce
You're doing
it.
a terrible
I'm
job.
doing a fine job. So JoJo Part 4 continues this story where the evil vampire from the first 3 parts has been vanquished, but his legacy lives on in the new emergence of stand users. And stands are basically spirits that have psychic powers related to your fighting spirit, and they're the manifestation of your will to change the world. It gets very complicated.
It's very loose and very vague.
And basically, they can do one super specific thing that seems like it's really useless, but turns out to be super overpowered. And that is the every couple weeks they run into a new guy who's got a new thing that's like, wow, that's dumb. Now I'm going to show you all of the ways that I can use this to
Yeah.
destroy you.
This
Yeah.
is this is like peak shonen anime. This is like
Yeah.
monster of the week battles, but they're interesting.
Yes.
And-
Right. So JoJo, to reintroduce it, JoJo is an 80s a manga that's been running since the 80s. the idea behind it is that it's following the generations of a family who are called originally
The
Joestars. Each of their
Joestar.
names has Jojo in it, so they're all called Jojo.
In increasingly convoluted ways. Like it
It's
starts
true.
off
Right.
Joseph
Higashikata,
Joestar,
yeah.
Jonathan Joestar, Higashikata, which can be read as Joe, Jolene Cujo.
Oh, you forgot Giorno
it
Giovanna.
gets-
Giorno
convoluted.
Giovanno,
Yeah.
which only works if you short, and then oh god, it gets ridiculous.
It's complicated. But anyways, they're all Jojo. So this Jojo is the fourth Jojo. This one is actually the uncle of the third Jojo,
Yeah.
who's almost twice his age.
Because
of
the grandpa, who's the second JoJo,
Yeah.
has a thing for younger ladies.
This is
Yes.
this is the first one that doesn't have a large time skip between the characters too. So
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
couple
So
years.
up
only
until
like
this point, it was
10
like we were
years.
crossing these long thresholds of time. You know, the second JoJo was the grandson of the first, I believe, and then the third JoJo was the grandson of the second. But the second was still alive and is still alive in this story, whereas Joseph Joestar died at the end of his.
Although he's getting on in years and he's a little bit.
So
He's 70
Yeah.
So
now.
while it helps to know all that going into this one, this story is kind of the first one that's while all of that stuff is important to this story, it's more standalone than before because the main villain of the
So,
series up till this point
This
has
is the
died.
slice of life JoJo,
the
for
thing,
sure.
The thing about how JoJo is structured is that every single part is its own story and basically its own genre. Like part
Yeah.
1 is a hard Fist of the North Star knockoff battle
Yeah.
anime, and part 2
very
is
violent. They're all
is-
very violent, but
Part
Yeah.
2 is like an adventure in like the Indiana Jones find the lost MacGuffin, save the world type deal. Part 3 is a road trip movie, and part 4 is Scooby-Doo.
That's right.
It's kind of interesting too because this one marks like a real like change in mentality with how he was writing it. Because up until now, well, the first two didn't really have stands at all, which is crazy, people. The third one introduced stands, and every character was, this is my stand. I can use it to fight like this. And finally, this season really gets away from, this is my stand. I use it to fight like this. Because now it's, this is my stand. I use it to do weird things. It's basically, it's really Stardust Crusaders, the third season, but smarter.
Man, let me tell you guys. Let me tell you guys. I'm the biggest JoJo fan in the world. Definitely bigger than anyone here. And I've read them all. I've read all the books. I've watched all the art books and stuff. And years ago, 10 years ago,
Watched all the art books.
That's
Watched
right.
all the art
years,
books, yep.
years and years ago, long before.
Have you read the
anything
novels?
beyond? I've read most of the novels. Yeah, like the one about Purple Haze and stuff.
The one where Cars comes back to Earth and is kind of a good guy now, and there's
guys,
some time loop.
enough
a
with the
little.
fucking
Okay, my
in-depth
enough
techno
with the
babble.
dick
We're
waving.
just like,
my point I'm making is
we're
that
trying to talk about this show as if it's not a sequel
I know
to
this
justify
is
the
an
fact that we're
important
talking
point I'm making.
about
This is
it.
an important point I'm making. If we're talking to people who haven't seen the show before, it was a wisp. It was a ghost of a dream a few years ago that I would ever see my favorite part of JoJo, Part 4.
Yeah.
Animated. It was impossible to conceive of, and I made myself a vow that one day I would watch it, and it would be the best time of my life. And you know, I'm living that dream now. It's happening to me right now because I'm gonna see Kira soon, and that is going to be the greatest day of my entire life. Because Yoshikage Kira is the greatest anime villain, manga villain, I guess, right now, who has ever lived. He's the most stylish, he's the prettiest, he's the coolest, he's the smartest, he's the strongest. I love every single thing about him. And he's got the best power. And his name is Killer Queen, and another one bites the dust. And I've been a Queen fan for a billion years. Everything about this part is amazing, and you're doing yourself a disservice if you don't watch it, though you should start from the beginning. So, that's it.
Yeah, it's totally surreal too, the way that this show is, because it started normal, and by part 3 it was getting kind of weird, but it was still like Monster of the Week, where it was like, we kill the guy who's making bodies come back to life, and then it goes back to the status quo. But now they have this increasingly truly bizarre mystery of people who, like, the main I think I was listening to the Best Friend cast about you guys were talking about this, how in most of the JoJo parts, or in the first few JoJo parts, they have very main character-ish powers.
Yes.
And by part 4, they start getting weird and specific.
They start. Really, the main character doesn't get a weird power until like part 7.
Part 6.
I mean,
anyway,
whatever.
Look, I read part 1 in the manga way before they started making animes out of it. Never read part 2. Still haven't seen the entire first anime. I watched the first half of Stardust Crusaders and I never finished the second half. So I'm pretty behind on my JoJo. I don't know my shit, but I'm watching part 4 anyways.
Doesn't matter.
Because that's the beauty of it. You can just start wherever the fuck you want, pretty much.
Yeah.
More or less.
I would say that if you're trying to pitch this show individually to people,
dude, let me tell you how I'd pitch it.
Know.
Let me tell you how I'd pitch it real quick. There is one chapter in which they go to an Italian restaurant and insane shit goes down. That's all you need to know about this part.
What you need to know about JoJo is that it's very goofy, it's very silly, it's very over the top. Shit is often involved. It's got like scatological sense of humor.
I guess that's true.
There's a lot of shit in JoJo, dude. There's a lot of poo.
All right, I guess.
There's a lot of scatological
he's
humor.
Not afraid
There's a lot
to, like, remember when that turtle got fucked up in like the very beginning? Like you don't see that
there's
in
a
a
lot
of
of
shows,
extreme.
You know?
There's a lot of extreme violence towards animals and people, and it's weird because it's presented in a way where it's always halfway between really goofy and really serious.
Yeah.
Where like for the characters, everything that's happening is like very real, and it'll be presented in like the sound effects are really loud and like intense,
and they appear on screen like in big.
Everything's
block
always
text.
like. When a fight happens, it's really fucking intense.
Yeah.
But it's also so hilarious the way it's presented that, like, while it's serious, it's also laughable. And it's always, like, always teetering between, like, hype and funny. And you're never really sure how you're supposed to feel because it's so weird.
The other thing about how it's kind of structured is that if you have watched JoJo before, even part 3, and didn't quite like the way that the stands work, this really builds on it every week.
Stands really finally hit their stride in part 4. It's true. It's true.
They get really creative with what they can do. Like there's different stands that can do not even battle-oriented stuff anymore. Like the restaurant that they go to. Yeah. I don't know if I want to spoil.
No, don't do that. That's the best thing that ever happened. Let's do it different.
That's the best thing that ever happened.
Say that the moment
there's a stand that lets a person use makeup to give somebody a new face, but with like a straight up like monkey's paw fairy tale twist to it.
Well, I mean, if you're paying attention, like right off the bat, you can see a pretty interesting stand. The very first thing you see in the show.
Yeah,
which is different from how it was in the manga.
The first scene of this anime is one of the best directed, weirdly Lynchian anime scenes that I have seen in ever. It's
the way it opens. I was so hooked within 1 second because the first thing that happens is like this blaring like
radio announcer guy,
like, morning radio, like singing thing, like with this bizarre like the colors in this show are very like.
They're crazy. They're bizarre.
Everything's purple.
They're surreal. Like the sky ranges from orange to purple.
And they keep changing all the time.
They're using a lot of the characters off models because every character in JoJo has 2 canon color schemes, and they're using a lot of the secondary ones. Like Jotaro is now in his white canon color scheme, and Koichi has his white hair. So they're making this look very pastel, weird, Pablo
like the
Picasso-esque.
The show always looked very strange, and the colors changed a lot. But in this one, it's like it's always in that mode of like this is what the world looks like when you're on drugs. Like it's always like that, you know. And the opening scene is like really surreal and trippy. There's a lot of like weird camera pans and amazing transitions. There's a moment in episode 2 where Jotaro's on the phone with what's the main character? Josuke? Is he the main guy?
Josuke,
Jotaro's on the phone with Josuke, and he turns around and like starts to sit down, and the camera pans down, and now he's in a car. And the way it happens, it literally feels like the room he was in suddenly was a car, and it's so natural and fucked up that I had to like rewind it. I was like, what the fuck just happened? Like, I couldn't believe that he was suddenly in a car.
Is that really a good transition though? If it jarred you that much?
It was beautiful. I loved it. It was awesome.
It works for JoJo, and it only works for JoJo.
Yeah.
It's like a whole show of like those weird experimental animations that you see in like film festivals where stuff turns into other stuff, like something that you'd expect to see from Don Hertzfeld when he goes really off the rails, except it's got a huge budget and it's very colorful, and just like 1 second you'll be looking at something.
I don't know where you're getting that it has a huge budget, but
I mean it's an anime. I mean,
one of the things to be said about the JoJo anime is that it's really fun and exciting to look at, and the way they do it is they go overboard with like shading these characters and everything, making them look like super like detailed into individual shots. There's not a lot of motion in JoJo.
Yeah, they do a lot of hands into poses.
Yeah, it's the posing. It's the posing. Yeah.
It's more about like showing individual beautiful character portraits. Not so much about things. I think there was a moment in episode 2 that was actually like pretty well animated, but there's usually a lot more of like tricks to suggest animation, like showing like just using the screen rattle or something to make something look like it's moving. But I would definitely say the fights are not about
all
like
animation is a trick to make things look like they're moving. So
sure, but like the way that this show is the fights are never like beautifully choreographed or animated. They're more about the individual moments having impact, where someone will stab someone else, and it's not about the animation of the stabbing, it's about the sound effect,
and they succeed at that a lot, because more often than not,
it's really fun to watch.
When someone gets genuinely hit or stabbed or what have you, it's a success not because of their fighting prowess, but because it was a surprise. And they're really good at surprising you all through, from the first arc to this one. I haven't read the following one, so I'm not 100% sure there, but I'd be shocked if it stopped doing that. The number one thing you can do is surprise someone, and I think JoJo's always been amazing at it. So.
And sometimes that comes at the expense of like things continuing to make sense. Like especially in part 5, Araki will just make up rules as he goes. He does not give a fuck. And you know what? That's fine. That's just what it is.
It keeps up.
It feels internally consistent though, because
it does not. No, it does.
Oh, in part 5,
yeah, in that way. Okay. There's a rule that he'll just make stuff up, and he abides by that rule, so that's fine.
Yeah, it's like there are definitely moments where the stands just start doing different things because the story needs them to, but
I think Guy's Warning is for if you're the kind of person who reads shonen manga and you get really into what the power levels mean and stuff like that. That's the kind of thing Guy is warning against, because he's that kind of guy.
This is a power.
You could show him one of those power level charts, and he'll like analyze and argue.
I'm not obsessed with power level charts. I just want things to make sense in the like in part 5, for example. That's what they explicitly. All right, here's an example. In part 5, it is explicitly stated at the beginning of the series that Giorno, whose ability is to turn things into, they can give life to stuff. Like he can turn a stick into a snake. Right. It's explicitly said that he can't control what they do, and then later on, he just literally does exactly that. He just changes. Araki just made it up. He didn't care anymore because he needed Giorno to be able to control snakes or whatever for this one bit. So like that's the kind of stuff.
He also totally tossed out like the idea that if you get hit on, or if you hit the
that
thing
was never brought up again.
Brought to life, it rebounds onto you.
Nothing came of that.
I guess in summary, watch JoJo Part 4, but don't talk about it with anyone who has seen other parts of JoJo, or else you will never know what the fuck they're talking about.
That's true. As you've experienced here, probably.
The problem is that there's so much that's great about JoJo, and every time you talk about JoJo, you just want to talk about all of it at once.
Yeah.
And you know, one other thing that was great about the show was that opening theme song. Man, wasn't that awesome?
Oh.
Yeah, that's
all right,
great.
Enough about this. But moving on to the next show.
Wait.
We're not even going to talk about the opening?
The opening and the ending
is
so good.
Move on. God damn it.
It's the best.
The next show. The next show is Kumamiko. This is a show about
the greatest thing ever.
This is a show about a priestess who. Callum, that's the second time you said this is the best thing ever. So I can't tell if you're being ironic or what. So you should introduce this one.
Yeah.
I know. I should probably make a list of all the times I say things are the best thing ever.
Me too.
Kumamiko is an absolutely charming comedy series about a girl and a bear, but the bear talks. That's all you need to do.
You know,
that's really all there is to it.
The one thing that really stuck out to me about the show was that it was really sexual at times. It got really deep into that shit.
Sexual harassment!
Sexual harassment!
Someone had said something about, someone had mentioned on Twitter, they were like, oh, I like Kumamiko, but I wish they wouldn't sexualize the girl so much.
Okay, first
and then
of all, that
I
guy's
watched
a
it
fag.
expecting
It was awesome.
that to happen, and it didn't happen.
No, it's not like that. It's not like that.
That felt a bit uncomfortable.
It's just like they're talking about having a bear having sex with a little girl, and I don't have a problem with that. It's hilarious.
The point of it was that it was that this legend of why the Miko, why there's a priestess who anyone who doesn't know that Miko is priestess, because we didn't really say that. This girl's a priestess, and she's like supposed to be with this bear, and there's like this ancient legend of how this bear would like take women from take virginal sacrifices essentially. So I thought it was a really clever way to like play on the fact that a lot of old Japanese legends are really perverted.
Yeah,
and like
that was funny.
Sort of the point of this show is sort of that it's like an old versus new thing where the Miko girl wants to leave this fucking old school town
She's
that she lives
get that
in,
Wi-Fi, dog.
where people talk to bears, and she wants to go out to like a real city and be a person. But but the bear doesn't approve because she doesn't know shit about the outside world because she's a fucking country bumpkin. And he's kind of like a pseudo parental big brother figure to her a little bit.
He's like
I don't know.
Dad or older brother or
He
something.
just happens to be a bear.
Totally irresponsible.
You know, I liked the show overall, but there was one thing that was particularly interesting to me. So the premise is this girl performs this ritual to sort of renew the contract with the bears on the mountains that they'll have peace. But the thing is, that contract is the only thing keeping the bears from literally eating the population of the village. If she doesn't perform that, this bear would fucking eat her. All the bears would go absolutely crazy and kill the people in the village.
Still like
What's up with that? That's not a good message. These bears are they're walking a razor thin line between murder and civility.
Why are you?
What's up with that?
What are you doing?
That's the
Why
plot.
are you ruining this?
That's just.
Don't delve into the plot. Don't think about it, you asshole.
I don't mind it. I just think it's hilarious. These are killer bears, and you can see that.
As opposed to all the friendly bears in the world.
I'm just saying they make them look that way.
I love the look of this show. It has this look that. I don't remember who makes this show. Is it
Silver Lake?
Dogakobo?
No.
It's technically Jason. Is it Jason? No, Kuma. What? Cinema Citrus or however you pronounce it.
Cinema Citrus.
Yeah, Kinema.
Yeah. Kinema Citrus shows usually look pretty nice, but this one in particular, they're like a Bones offshoot, I think. Or at least they used to work with them.
The Miko girl looks pretty cute. I like her outfit a
lot.
But
what I love about the look of this show is it kind of reminds me of like what Dogakobo's been doing, where they have those like white, like lots of white lines on the characters.
They're basically doing rim lighting. It's a very ethereal look. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's adorable. I don't know what it is, because they did it on, like, Plastic Memories and GJBoo, and it's just really cute looking, and I like how it looks on this show.
It's a good effect. The other thing that it does is it helps them to blend in with the painterly backgrounds that they've got going on. And I forgot to do this. I forgot to write this into my season recap, but I wanted to specifically point out that compared to Grimgar of Fantasy and Ash, this is how you do that right. This is how you do integrating those hand-painted watercolor backgrounds right versus making it look like you've got a bunch of anime cells floating on top of a thing that you painted. And it looks really pretty. It looks really damn pretty.
Yeah, for a show that's just like a cute girl and a bear doing nothing, it's very pleasant to look at. Kind of reminded me of Gugure Kokuri-san from last year. But this
funnier.
Yeah.
I didn't like that show as much as this one. But I like.
You didn't like Kokuri-san? I found it to be
Kokuri-san just got old really fast.
I think it's very easy to see why someone wouldn't like that kind of thing. Yeah.
I liked Kokuri-san specifically because the sense of humor reminded me of Cromartie High School a little bit.
Okay.
But
I think that show is just a little bit too
shit, that's the show with that little lolly weird haired girl. I've been meaning to watch that. Okay.
Anyway, so the scene that sold me on Kumamiko is when the bear is like going on, and the girl like goes, she just like walks out of the room and grabs this like fucking halberd and walks back in and just cuts the bag that the bear is sitting on, and it spills all the rice out. He like falls over. And he just keeps
still
talking.
monologuing or whatever.
And they both just got completely straight faces while they're doing this.
That was
and
a
I thought
great
that was
bit. That was
fucking
a great
hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody has anything else to say about Kumamiko, say it now.
It's just the best thing ever.
It's got
that's about it.
We didn't even need this discussion.
Overall, yeah,
It was funny.
Overall.
If you got nothing better to do, it's worth watching.
It's funny you say that, Callum, because you said that you could dedicate this whole podcast to Kumamiko and how great it is.
Yeah.
I was only planning on a 5-minute
Yeah,
podcast
yeah.
where we just talk about why it's the best thing ever, and then we're done.
All right. And you also said you wanted to introduce the next one, although I kind of wanted to myself, which is Macross Delta. I don't know how many of you watched this.
I've never watched Macross, and I don't plan on starting now.
I listened to all the released music for it, so...
Jeff, did you watch it?
I did not. I'm not.
All right,
caught
so
up
it'll just
on
be
it.
me and
Nobody
Callum
watched
then.
it. Okay.
So, all right.
Okay,
Macross,
I'm a go pee then.
Okay.
Macross is a long franchise, right? Started in 1982 with the original show. Fantastic show, classic mech show. Launched the career of Shoji Kawamori's, one of the most influential and famous figures in anime. He's gone insane over the years. So the Macross franchise was kind of weird from the start, right? It's about it's sort of
Isn't it about, like, an idle girl singing while robots fight or something?
Yeah, it was a robot show where basically all these people got trapped on this ship that ends up being teleported into the middle of space, and they have to get back home to Earth while being at war with these aliens. And there's this girl named Minmay, and she becomes an idol on this ship. And a big part of the show is about how she sort of helps people to deal with the war, and it's all about culture, sort of bridging the gap between different peoples, because the Zentradi, the aliens that they're fighting, have no culture. They regard it as deculture, and they hate it. So like when the Zentradi and the humans start like mingling, and the Zentradi learn about idols and learn about music and stuff, then it makes them basically learn empathy for humanity and stop their sort of warfaring nature. It's really well done
Idols
in the
save
original
day.
show.
Okay.
So over time, Macross keeps, like, each new series is like mostly disconnected from the previous ones, but they're all definitely sequels. Like there's little references and stuff that'll make you know that okay, it's a sequel to the last one. Like in Macross Delta, like in the original show, there was this character named Max Genius who was like he was sort of a nerdy yeah, he was like a nerdy ace pilot guy, and he was the first one to marry a Zentradi woman in the original series. And they had like 15 kids. And so, like, throughout the other shows, there's always, like, a descendant of the genius bloodline among the cast.
That's rad.
So, like, one of the girls who shows up in Macross Delta introduced herself as, like, something genius. And I was like, oh, hey, she's, like, a part of this clan spanning generations in space. So... In the 90s, Macross got really weird because they made a show called Macross 7, and it was about this. It was a 50-episode show about this band called Firebomber, and the lead singer guy is a super hot-blooded, like, rock and roll guy, and he plays his. What they do is they get into their mechs and they just play music at the enemies because he doesn't believe in violence. He's like a pacifist, and he thinks if they listen to his song, then they'll learn to love, right? So he'll go out in mechs and just play songs and turn the enemies on.
Where did they get the mechs?
Ridiculous.
Did the government endorse this activity?
Dude, it's...
Okay, never mind.
Macross doesn't make any fucking sense. After the original show, it just keeps getting weirder and weirder. There was Macross Frontier, which was more like the original show. It was more like there's idols and there's also a war going on and stuff made a little bit more sense.
With the
Macross
girl
Delta...
and the,
Ranka.
Yeah, right.
Macross Delta is... in the time since Macross Frontier, the shows that Kawamori have been involved with are Akiba 0048, which is a show about Akiba 48 in space. And it's fucking madness. And then there's Aquarion Evol, which was also batshit fucking insane. So Macross Delta is like those two had a baby together. It's madness. It's total fucking madness.
That makes me want to watch it now.
There's like... There's like a mech war going on, but then there's these idol singers, and they're not even in mechs. They are just they just have superpowers because they're idols. They go into the battlefield and they start singing, and they can like put up like force fields and do all this like crazy like they're like transforming superheroes basically, but dressed as idols and singing while they fight
or something.
They're kind of
because the parallels are kind of like uncanny. Would you say it's better than AKB 0048?
I've only seen about 6 episodes of AKB48.
Okay.
I would say that show was better than this one because it made sense on some level. Like,
because I didn't really dig that show because it was like so hyper transparent on its like stupid power of friendship where idols fight the aliens.
Yeah.
Like,
well, that show like really clearly stated like this is the point.
Well, the title
like,
of the show, right?
Idols,
AKB 0048.
There's idols. They're fighting aliens.
Yeah.
There was like establishing of like what the society was like. This show just like throws you into it, man.
Okay.
It's like you start watching and shit just starts happening. And Callum, how did you feel about this? You watched it.
Yeah, I was watching it as a newcomer. For some reason, I'd managed to skip through the entire Macross franchise, despite so many people telling me to fucking watch it. I was even told to watch it before Macross Delta came out, but I watched Pokemon instead. And, it made me realise that I'm a huge idiot for not watching the series prior to this.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, as you said, it's the stupidest thing ever, but it's got so much character to it.
Yeah.
And the last battle with the insert song just made me immediately fall in love with it.
Yeah.
Because it's something that you just don't see ever.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's,
Unless you watch all of Kawamori's shows, in which case you've seen it like 10 times,
time,
and you might actually be sick of it.
The music,
me, like, fresh
the music
face.
is quite good, though. Yeah.
If you're into like idol pop music, which I am not, which is like kind of the hardest thing for me about getting into shows like this is, if you've seen Symphogear, this is also along the lines of Symphogear. I think that would make a good comparison as well.
Yeah, there's a staff crossover, I think.
Yeah, but yeah, man, it was fucking weird, and I don't think I'm gonna watch it, not because I don't like it, but because my little brother, Victor, who's like a big mecha guy, you know, he loves Macross, and he loved Aquarion Evol, ironically. Like, he watched the whole show and absolutely loved it because it was the stupidest, worst thing ever, but in such an entertaining and like,
that's fine.
as you said, it has so much heart to it that it's like really fun to watch. So, he came upstairs, like, before I watched this new Macross Delta, like, he came upstairs, like, in a feverish sweat. It was like, dude, oh my god, it's happening again. I have to tell you about it. So, I watched the first episode, and while I was entertained, I feel like I will enjoy this show more as something that he tells me about.
Yeah.
Like, I just want him to watch each episode and come up to me and be like, dude, oh my god, Macross Delta. Like, I'll have more fun with it that way, and I don't have
Victor's
to watch as much
description of Xenoblade Chronicles X was way more hype than I eventually discovered that the game actually
Victor hated
is.
Xenoblade Chronicles
No, I know,
X.
but I loved listening to him describe how shitty it was. That was way better than the stuff.
Oh, ouch.
Oof.
Hey, I didn't play it, so I
No, that game's got 50.
hearsay.
That game's got 50 hours too many, but the rest of it's
yeah.
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 It's got
the game is good for the people who have lots and lots
That's
of
true.
time. So
That's true.
I got fairly.
It's got a bloated
Bored of it
midsection
whilst-
that, as you may or may not know, I'm a pretty big Xenoblade Chronicles fanboy, and I have not been able to like crack that yet.
But anyways, yeah, Macross Delta. Callum, if you have any parting thoughts on it before we move on.
Oh, it's just the best thing ever.
There you go.
There you go.
All right, this next one's kind of a big one.
Yes.
I guess I'll introduce it. Boku no Hero Academia, or My
boy.
Hero Academia. I was excited for this one, and I like it. I believe it's a Shonen Jump manga, yeah?
Yes, it is.
I think so. Yeah.
So it's
yeah.
One of the most popular ones.
right. It's good old Jump. I personally, I love Shonen Jump manga, at least for a while. I don't think, well, I don't know. I don't know if, I shouldn't talk before I say there's not any I don't like, because I haven't seen all of them, but, you know,
Yeah.
I like me some One Piece and some Dragon Ball and some good old shonen action. And
Stuff that
it's,
makes it
Do you like some
anime you're generally
Isekai?
good
Because
with.
that's Jump as
Oh,
well.
Ni-
Okay,
yeah,
where's this going,
Nisekoi
Digi? Where's
is-
this going?
well,
Nisekoi's Shonen Jump too, you know.
Forget about Nisekoi. That's not the same thing.
It's not good.
That's not an action show. But like lately, Shonen Jump shows because the thing is, the anime usually sucks, right?
Yeah.
Like One Piece. Don't watch the
Sucks.
anime. Read the manga. They stretch it out too long. Everything gets drawn out. I've heard that World Trigger anime was pretty bad.
Oh
but,
God, was it ever?
There's been a lot of Shonen Jump adaptations that are like obscenely high quality coming out. We had Haikyuu, fucking Production IG going ape shit on it. Looked beautiful. They also did Kuroko no Basket, which was also Shonen Jump. I haven't watched it. I've seen some pretty fucking nice looking scenes from it though.
Production IG goes full ham on their on their shonen adaptations.
I think we've been getting more like shonen anime that is instead of being 500 episodes long and each one is why do this, they're starting to make some more that are good. And this one, Boku no Hero Academia, is only planned for 13 episodes. It's by Studio Bones, who I'm a huge fan of, have been forever. They've done a million great shows. I'm always excited when they do a shonen show because they did like Soul Eater, which I thought was awesome.
It was.
Full Metal Alchemist, which is
Full Metal Alchemist, which is classic.
Ever.
You know, they know how to take I feel like they're good at adapting the shonen aesthetic of taking these like thick outline, like cool looking characters who just look rad and have great color schemes, and then Bones have always been known for bringing the fucking action. Every show they do is amazing action scenes. So far this show hasn't really had any fight scenes in it.
It's had a couple, but the action scenes in it, like the little action that we've seen, it feels like they've just like set up shop outside of Madhouse and just they've got one of them like staring directly in the window, just like, tonight. You just over. This is their blood feud.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, because they're looking down at One Piece. At One Punch Man. It's like
I was going to say
very
this
much
has
the
a lot
same
of similarities.
Well, like a lot of the One Punch Man people like were from Bones.
Just from Bones.
Yeah, like they took a lot of their fight animators and stuff.
People are saying, "Oh, Madhouse won't do a One Punch Man season 2." It's like, look. They can just pass it over to Bones and have the exact same stuff.
I'd be happy with that.
But anyways, Bones have always done great action shows. They've always done great shonen shows. So I was looking forward to this. The character designer is Yoshihiro Umakoshi for the anime. He's one of my favorite anime character designers.
Is that really an important position, an anime designer for
it is,
already an
because
adaptation?
if you look at the facial expressions in the first episode, they are extremely him. Like it feels like you're watching Heartcatch Precure when you watch all the facial expressions, which is one of my favorite shows in terms of character designs. So
a big part of it too is also color adjustments from the manga, since of course the majority of it is fucking black and white. They may not have fully thought through the proper colors, and that's why some anime have different colors from the manga color stuff.
Like, believe me, Guy, that question you just asked, I was wondering the same thing until, I was actually thinking, Umakoshi, I love seeing his name attached to something. Yeah. I don't know how much it matters. Until I saw the show, and I was like, oh, this, really feels like one of his, kids' shows, because he did Heartcatch Precure and Ojamajo Doremi, and, the facial expressions are there from those shows.
But, I have some...
It's when you get a show with lots of animation that you really start to see why a anime character designer is important, because, the mangaka isn't going, what does this character look like when they're halfway through a punch, but also twisting upside down, doing a cartwheel.
I'm totally with you. No, I have some pretty strong feelings about this show because I read the manga, most of it that is currently out, and loved it intensely at first. All Might is an incredible character who I absolutely am in love with. Everything about him is fantastic. Texas Smash! Detroit Smash! He's a real American. Gotta love that guy. And the main character's pretty good too. But the thing is, the first 2 episodes that we've seen so far have been absolutely jam-packed with all kinds of, character development and, real feelings and, sense of, empowerment and, passion and all that stuff that we feel for the character. But the thing is, we have literally seen everything great about the series already. Everything that comes after this is of lesser quality. And that's why, as much as these first 2 episodes were 10 out of 10, absolutely love them. Mount Lady is best girl. But, it's only downhill from here. So for that reason, I don't really... Because I've read the whole thing and I know it really just devolves into...
it's funny
because the whole thing that's going on right now is our main character is like he's eaten up inside. It's an incredibly relatable feeling of like being powerless and wanting to have power. But the thing is, spoilers, he gets it, and then there's just fights. So like, you know, at that point, who cares?
No
way. Imagine that.
I also read it, and so leading up to this, I didn't even watch a single trailer because I didn't even want to bother watching it. I'm baffled by how fucking good the adaptation is and the production quality.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, I'm gonna
amazing.
totally echo what Nate's saying. It's all downhill from here, guys. Like,
and you know what? The sad thing is that's true of like pretty much every shonen. They put a ton of thought into the premise, and then it's just shonen fights. You know,
so
it's
really.
Unless it's going towards an ending, like a clear ending,
right. If they
no
do
way
that,
a shonen will stay good.
Yeah,
that's true.
It's funny you say that though, because like my little brother has been reading the manga. He loves superheroes and stuff, so he was like checking it out, and he had said that he didn't even think it really got good until like volume 2.
Has he read other shonen manga before?
He's not into them really, so I don't know. But like. He's generally not into long-form shonen stuff, so I think this is maybe one of the first ones he's really loved.
I'd like to point out, though, that my favorite series of all time is One Piece. So it's not like I'm opposed to long-running series. It's just that One Piece is structured in the absolute perfect way to make a long-form structure, and, you know, it's different.
The reason I bring it up is because the anime adaptation has totally changed the first chapter of the manga. Like, the first 2 episodes were chapter 1. Like they spanned it across 2 episodes. I didn't know that, like, as I hadn't read the manga, and then people were telling me that, and they were like, "Wow, I can't believe how much they added." So I went and read chapter 1 of the manga because I just ran downstairs, grabbed the volume off my brother's shelf, and read it, and I was like, "This is nowhere near as good." Like, because the first episode of the anime, there's the whole part where, like, he's learning about his power, like, not having these powers and everything, and, like, it's super emotional. It's like his mom's crying, and he's losing his shit. I was, like, on the verge of tears. I was like, oh, man,
I legitimately cried. And then
I go and look at the manga, and that's, like, 1 page. It was, like, 1 page of the manga. Like, the manga, like, blew through this whole part.
This is a absolutely fantastic... It's crazy for me to say this, but I actually think the anime is really just a better version of the manga.
Yeah.
But the problem is, it's going to fall for the same issues that happen to it. That it's all.
But what if they go full bones?
Fall for the same issues.
But what if they go full bones with it? What if they? Just
they could
completely change the ending and just use the premise?
I hope they do.
I really hope they do too. But like the moment you see what the main character's power is, you'll realize like, oh, that's where this is going. It's a very. I think Nate can echo that because it's a very specific power, and you instantly go like, okay, I see.
See, that's the thing, though, because it was when my brother told me about, like, what's great about it. He was like, oh, man, when you see the main character's power, that's what it's like. It opens up and gets good.
It's cool the way he uses it, but it's really just another... I don't know.
There's obviously this whole rivalry with the explosion kid going on.
Yeah,
that's going to be
it's nothing we haven't seen 1,000 times before, you know?
I guess so, but I mean...
This time, it's Kenji Nagasaki. And I love Kenji Nagasaki.
And I mean, even the main character, how many times have we seen the trope of, like, the nerdy kid who's now, oh, he got the power, now he's going to be, like, I've seen this all before.
Yeah, but that's a good trope, and it worked here.
It's worth mentioning that, like, even though I feel it's downhill from here, you know, thus far it has been absolutely fantastic.
It's one of the best shows of the season by far.
And
but
even
still,
when it does go downhill, that doesn't mean it gets bad.
Well, I don't know about you guys.
It's just not as interesting. Like,
it just
I don't know if any of you did.
Yeah,
but,
the things that come after this are like tournament
3.
arc. We've got like a school entry arc, and then like a bunch of bad guys show up, and then they fight them, and you know, it's just that kind of stuff. So
I think it's
good.
a solid 7. Like, don't get me wrong, and the beginning is like significantly better. Like, I don't think it's bad, and I don't think
it's not
anyone
bad at all.
should
No,
think
not
it's
at all.
bad. Just don't expect this to actually be like significantly better in terms of writing than any other shonen.
I don't know. Like for me, because the thing is, I think that a show like this, like those early episodes, changed the way I feel about everything else. Because while it may be like a bunch of fights or whatever, like in episode 3. the main character, it's all training. I watched the third episode. I don't know if you guys did, but the whole thing is just him. It's 100% him training with All Might to inherit his power. Like, because All Might's power is something that can be inherited, passed down from one person to the next. So he's like, your body's too weak, you'll explode if I give you this power now. So we got to train you for 10 months, and your training is you have to get all this trash off of this beach. And so the whole episode is just 10 months of this kid fucking breaking his back, hardworking, he becomes fucking shredded by the end. He's like super muscular and shit.
Shredded.
He looks awesome, and All Might's like, yeah, now you're a fucking badass, so now you get to have this power, and then it ends with him going to the entrance exam.
All right, yeah, so that's true. Episode 3 might be great too, but
episode 3 was fucking awesome. It was beautiful. There's a moment where when he finishes All Might comes down to the beach and he sees, like, he didn't know that he was gonna have finished cleaning it, right? And the main character is standing on a pile of trash screaming at the sunrise. He's just going like, ah! Ah! As the sun rises over the horizon. It's fucking awesome. It's like the coolest moment ever. And I was like, this kid, he earned, like, he's about to inherit this power, but he earned it more than everyone else. Everybody else was just born with a power. He worked for 10 fucking months, broke his ass to have, just because he's gonna have the best power of everybody.
That could not be more appealing to me at all. That is the coolest thing. That's what I want out of every show.
And that's why when he goes forward, then it's like, all of that about him. So, like, when he's fighting, you're like, I want him to win because he's cool, because he's the guy who worked the hardest and did everything, and I want him to overpower everybody. I want him to be the best guy.
All right, no, dude,
I want him to make everybody look fucking cartoonish.
For a 13-minute anime, that might be enough to carry you through the whole thing, but it's like for like hundreds of chapters, it starts to run a little thin.
Right, but that's the thing. It's a 13-episode show,
hopefully they shoot
they're
for a
3
tight
episodes
ending,
in.
Yes,
they're 3 episodes in, and they're only just now starting up the he's like about to take the exam. So obviously the exam can be an entire episode. Him meeting other characters. Exam could be 2 episodes for all we know, depending on how many people he meets.
Probably be 3. I don't know.
There's enough in here that, like, in 13 episodes, we'll probably just get to like this show will probably end on, now I'm a big hero. All of it's just going to be build up to that moment, and I think that's more than enough for a 13 episode show.
You might be
right. At the
right.
rate it's going, I don't think it's going to start getting to the somewhat monotony of shonen.
I think they knew. I think they knew from the start they had 13 episodes. And instead of trying, because I think there's so many anime adaptations now that try to like race through the source material as fast as they can. Where a lot of these like adaptations of stuff where it'll be like they'll fucking cram, what was it, Erased, where it was like 8 volumes of manga in a 12 episode show. I think this show they went, well, we've only got 13 episodes, the series is still going, we're not going to be able to get very far, so why don't we just flesh out the early part and make it into this like really great, dense, story,
Dude,
and people will love it.
The love that I've seen in those first 2 episodes is truly awe-inspiring. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. I really want to reiterate again, All Might is just the coolest character in fucking history. The fact that he's got that like deformed version of himself that's all fucked up, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. It's the coolest fucking thing in the world. God damn, I love that guy.
Considering it is a 13 episode anime, I have a hard time thinking that this will be anything less than just a fantastic show.
That's probably true. That's probably true.
Because ultimately, like, I totally agree with you, Nate, and I'm on the same boat with you. Where it's like, when you get 100 chapters in, it kind of starts being the same thing. But it is true that this is only 13 episodes, so it's probably going to be really good all the way through. Because holy fuck, like the animation quality, like, get out of here. Get out of here. I was
you know what? I was really impressed by the way they were able to replicate, like, this series has some fantastic, like, horrific reation faces, and they did a great job of porting those over, so really appreciated it.
The faces all look great. The line art on the characters looks great. All those variable line widths and shit, they look awesome. I love that shit. I don't know if anybody knows exactly what I'm describing, but it's like a line gets thin and then thick. That's
awesome.
line
waiting.
But
the faces have been like
line waiting? I've been at the dentist for an hour already.
You're a card, you.
Not to rain on the parade of how this show looks, but does anybody else find themselves disappointed with the background art? Because I think the backgrounds look kind of weak.
I don't think I paid much attention to
They're,
the
they're
background.
just kind of there.
they're.
It's not so
Yeah.
much that it's
Just
a
there.
problem.
I haven't
But, like, they're just kind of there.
seen anything.
Yeah.
I guess
They
I'd say
kinda
that the
have-
show successfully distracted me from its less than stellar background art, if that's what
Yeah.
you're, if
Yeah,
that's
I
the
guess
case.
so. And also, actually, the sound effects bothered me in episode 1.
Oh, yeah?
I didn't notice them again, but there was a part where a character was running, and like the footstep sounds were like not even slightly synchronized with his footsteps. A couple of like low impact sound effects. I was just like, but whatever. The show's fucking great.
Yeah.
That shit doesn't matter.
It's
Those are
absolutely
nitpicks,
worth your
you know.
time to watch. At the very least, the first 2 episodes, probably first season.
And by the time we get like a few things down this list, you're never gonna complain about bad background art in any
yeah,
other anime.
yeah.
Because
Yeah.
Oh,
I got
we're
some
close
shit to
to we're close to one that's gonna be our
Oh, I'm excited for the
probably
next
worst
one.
of the
Yeah.
season. Well, all right. Well, the next one I'm gonna mention is because this I don't think this was on the list I gave you, but Panda Peace.
Oh,
Did
I
anybody
watched
else
this
watch
one.
it?
Yeah, I
watched
watched
the
it.
shit
And
out
I
of this.
watched it. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Panda Peace. I watched one 3-minute episode, and my impression of it
Dude.
was, it sounded like it was recorded in a closet. Anybody else get that vibe? Like on a Blue Yeti in a closet.
Welcome
Honestly-
to Asahi
honestly,
Production.
Moe fucking waste of time. This show is half baked.
This show is like it's like they thought they wanted to make
Oh,
like a
you.
new
I'm here.
Oh,
Dagashi
you.
Kachi combined with Yakutate Japan, and just like didn't understand how you make like a good show, and they did it anyway. There's something
it's, you know,
fundamentally
They
missing
didn't
from this show.
combine those two. They took 1% of those
Right.
shows, jammed them
Yeah,
together,
yeah.
saw 2%,
No.
and called it a day.
That's
Like,
right.
what
That's
this-
exactly
There
what
right.
this
is
is-
nothing here. Like,
Yeah.
No, what
oh
this,
my God!
what
You
this
like
is,
bread? I like bread too. We're best friends now. The
Yeah.
end.
No, what this
like
is,
the
we're
first
lesbians
episode
now.
has so little substance. I was
Yeah.
baffled.
I was actually like wondering when the curtain was going to be pulled back and there was going to be like a big meta reveal, because that's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
what
yeah.
I've been conditioned to expect when something is this shitty.
Yeah, I had to
No,
watch
it's-
the second episode just to see, and no, there's still just nothing.
They're still doing that,
Nothing.
huh? Okay.
Yeah.
So
I was-
what the whole writing process for this was basically somebody picked up one volume of Yakutate Japan, looked at one frame of a girl running with toast in her mouth, looked
Yeah.
at them like 4 to
The
5
kids like
times.
toast. We have
got-
to make a show about this.
He got
Oh
whiplash
my
looking
God!
back
Is
and
this
forth.
this
He's
is
like,
all a result
"This
of
is
that
it!
water fuck
This
happened
is it!"
picture?
It is.
Do you know what I'm talking about, guy? There's this picture
Yeah.
that's on 4chan, and it's like graphing the way that like
Oh yeah.
that
yeah.
like there's
We've
like a
got
picture
Max
of like Aiko
Yeah.
from the 80s, and it's like in the 80s girls loved toast. In
Yeah,
the
they
90s
loved it.
they kind of liked toast. In the 2000s it's like Yui from K-On! She's like really excited. It's
Yeah.
like absolutely loves toast, and then it's a picture from Yuri Yuri, and it's like now anime girls hate toast.
Dude, this
Water
show is
fuck happened.
this show is making its mission to bring
Toast
back
is on the
toast to the
decline,
public. It
and
wants toast
the-
to be loved.
the instructions that this picture gives you are like,
Yeah.
we all need to start buying anime and toast in tandem so that the anime industry will get the message that,
yeah.
that anime
We want-
fans love toast.
Yes.
So you need to
They
have
got
more
the
girls who
message.
love toast.
Our
and
message
clearly
was
they did it, and the
conveyed.
plan
It was conveyed.
worked.
Yeah.
Congratulations,
Like-
guys.
I
Like this-
sincerely hope this anime was made with the entire production team in a fugue state, because then there's something worth congratulating. But
Yeah,
there's nothing. There's nothing.
We can probably just move on. I mean, what else is there
Yeah.
to say?
I
By
just
the
want
way,
to say,
since
I
Yeah.
started
we're all
episode
looking
1
at
of that
the,
show.
my anime list to follow this. I just want to note that Panda Peace is barely below Mayoiga in ratings. It is neck and
That's
neck.
true.
depressing.
That's true.
That is
Wow, Mayoga is not
depressing.
well liked. Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's
I think
it's
Panda
on
Peace
a.
is overrated, actually, but
Oh, significantly.
I agree.
Mayoiga is going to be one of those ones that goes like up fast.
The
And
girls aren't
Yeah.
even legitimately cute. They're just like annoying looking. I don't know. Something's
Yeah, I started to look.
Panda Peace is going to sell a whole bunch of cell phone accessories, and that's their plan.
Yeah,
That's their whole
true.
plan.
That's true. This is
I
just
gotta
like
say, you know, I'm a big moe guy, but like, there's a certain type of show that I'm absolutely sick of, and this is that type of show.
Yeah.
And I would best describe it as the type of show where it starts off with an entire minute of the girl going to school, and there's nothing but that.
Yeah.
'Cause that's how it starts. It's like,
and it's
she
only
wakes
3
up,
minutes long.
like,
So
that's
she's like,
like a
"Hi,
10
Mom."
minute. That's
the
10
most,
minutes.
the most
equivalent.
appalling thing about the first 2 episodes is that they spend all 6 minutes devoted to character intros, and like Sure,
Yeah.
say what you will
Yeah.
about like Brotherhood FF15, but they spent 0 seconds on character intros. Like
That's true.
Right.
That's true.
Like there's no need.
This
There's
show
no
might be
need.
worse than Final Fantasy 15 Brotherhood.
Let's not
That
get
is-
carried
that's
away.
the
Let's
best
not
Oh,
get
it's
carried
much
away.
more
Some things are
than
actually
This show
harmful
is
to the
worse than,
world.
Like MD Geist 2. This show is abysmal. Like
It's pretty bad, and I don't understand how the recording of the voice acting is so like. I literally my microphone is better than whatever they use to
Yeah.
record the voice acting.
they
in this
recorded
show.
it with a fucking loaf of bread, man.
Dude, I'm telling you, this is like the it's the cell phone strap division of some bread company.
All right.
They had whatever
So as
budget
bad-
they had to make this. So.
I
As
hope
bad
they do
as
a
Panda
character
Piece
poll.
is-
I hope they do
Yeah.
a character poll, and
But-
the writer is like, and the winner is like a bread product, and not any of the characters.
Yeah, no, just Melon Pan-chan.
Yeah, wins
Just in
on the
the
writing.
best.
Yeah.
On technicality.
Guys, enough about Panda Piece.
Yeah, let's move
as
on.
As bad as that show is, I think it's. Oh God, I really need to turn down my gain. How am I getting so loud? As bad as Panda Piece is, I'm not sure I can say it's as bad as what is, in my opinion, the worst show
Yeah.
of the season,
Wow.
which is Endride.
I'm gonna echo that. Oh,
What? Oh.
Yeah,
Jeff, do you want to
And-
I
introduce
didn't even
Endride?
bother
I
with
watched
this
the
'cause
trailer
I
and that was
heard
enough,
so much
so-
bad about
And
it.
Endride, I went full fuck. This show, Digi, you mentioned in chat, you're like, this is like it wasn't even edited. It was like edited by somebody completely incompetent, and it doesn't even get across how bad it is. The first like minute of the show is it starts in this big fantasy world with like a gem in the sky, and then it cuts to a kid in his room just looking at nothing for no reason, and then it cuts back to this fantasy world, and then it just goes to credits. There's no information conveyed in these minutes, and it's like in this minute of film, and I think they're trying to get you intrigued, but I was just like, did something happen that I missed? Did I have a stroke? Is that what's going on here?
You know, this show was so bad that the subtitles were in Spanish. Este es un mejor de la temporada de anime. Muy bueno. Me gusta mucho. Este esperanza rojo y azul mi bueno más. That's how I interpreted the show. Everything was just. Yeah.
Jeez. So, like, as far as how incompetent the editing in this thing gets, the opening theme song, which is all I care about in anime, the opening theme song does not even sync up the music to the visuals. Like,
It's
that's so
amazingly
basic.
bad. And the song is terrible.
The song
It's
is
like a.
Do you want me to?
bull-
it's-
Do you want me to
God,
clue
it's
you
dog shit.
in on why this is fucking terrible, and I didn't even bother
Sure.
to watch it?
Based on
Because it is a mixed media
Yeah.
project of this shit anime and a shit gacha mobile game.
Yeah,
Oh, there's your
That
answer.
makes
the reason.
so much more sense.
Yep.
Because this is listed as original
Yeah.
on my anime list, and it looks and feels like a mobile game.
It goes hand in hand
adaptation.
with it, exactly.
So that makes way more sense. Because
Oh.
I was like, how do you make an original anime this fucking bad? Like I just didn't understand how it was possible, but now I understand.
And and I think it's like a card collecting thing where they like trade gems. So like
It's gacha shit.
you-
You pull the lever, you get a random character. You pull the lever again, you get a random character. Then you put money
Yeah.
in.
and to put gems on your oh god,
It's
it's
horse
so-
shit.
it's so like Nate and I were sitting and watching this last night for my
Yep.
my Patreon
Just
anime night.
for the
thing
record,
that I
we've been
do.
calling him Guy, so
Oh,
Guy
Guy.
was
Guy
Guy,
and
Nate,
I-
whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, same thing.
It's just
So-
confusing for the listener if we keep changing your name
Yeah,
every time.
that's
we
true,
address
that's
it.
true.
Yeah. So Guy and me, we were sitting and we were watching this in the chat, and I couldn't even watch the whole thing again. I just had to skip through it to the parts that were terrible. And you get the entire plot of the show because it's super easy to follow. But at the same time, the weapon designs in this thing are so incompetent.
Yeah, they're pretty fucking retarded.
The way that the characters this is like the concept of this show is that characters like a giant sword just comes out of their chest,
out of their
in this, like,
hearts. Out of their
not
heart
in like a
gems.
Out of their
like,
Kokoro.
like it's not like quite out of their heart though. It's like in front of it. Like in front of their heart emerges a sword. It's just like the lamest possible way to, and they're all just big, gaudy, like awful looking swords.
Yeah.
It's the laziest, most boring way to present weapons in a show ever. Like you could not have made it worse looking or feeling or more boring.
And one of the unfortunate realities about like all these games based on like gacha games as well is because all of these characters are intended to be acquired in a gacha, like literally a random system.
Right.
They always have to feel satisfying to pull. So none of them are allowed to look particularly weak or anything like that. So everyone's got these ridiculously over-designed weapons in order to have like an appearance of strength, and it just ends up making nobody look special.
And we were trying to figure out what one of the weapons that the bad guy was wielding was, because it's like it's a trident with like 3 handles on it. Like, it honestly looks like he just took the ironing board off of an ironing board and he's wielding the stand underneath it. It's and on top of that, the characters have no personalities whatsoever. Like,
dude, are you kidding me? That's the red guy and that's the blue guy. That's a classic formula. It's classic.
The main character's only personality so far is he likes rocks a lot.
Which is I will bet you anything, the premium currency from the game.
That is a very good point.
Actually, the gems are the worlds. They live inside gems.
Okay. All right, you got me there, show. Maybe I'll have to watch the whole thing now.
Yeah. Oh god. So they call the world outside the gems the surface, I think.
Okay.
And there's one thing that I kind of like about how they present the gem worlds, which is that there are these big circular things where you see the sky and then the ground is wrapping around it, like a big fisheye lens shot.
Yeah.
And I like that, but the backgrounds look like such horseshit that it just kills me.
The backgrounds are so fucking hideous. There's a part where the main character is running through town and it's just like showing a bunch of like houses and like all of them are different colors and all like they don't look like like a city planner would never allow this.
It looks like what they did is they bought a bunch of stock assets from the Unity asset store and put them in the background of this anime.
Jeff, tell us about the screenshot you sent me of like all these CG buildings that are like look like they came from a Dreamcast game.
It's so like there's parts of the cityscape that literally just look like they were ripped directly from the 2000 opening theme song of Ghost in the Shell at that level of PS2 cutscene fidelity.
That OP is beautiful and awesome, and I love it.
It's cool, but it's so old, and it should not be in something from the year 2016. There's a scene where he's walking underneath like this train, and like the monorail track is held up by these pylons, but the pylons are literally just Photoshop objects that have been copy pasted onto a 3D background that they've set up. So there's like completely flat things in the middle of weirdly 3-dimensional stuff that just looks wrong. It breaks your brain. And the worst part of it, and there's a lot of worst parts of it, I picked up on more worst parts of it as I was watching it with Nate. There's a part where he walks into an office and you see these just like these drawn Photoshop PNGs of plants in the background that have just been put there, and they're like the right resolution. They don't fit in the scene at all. They're like lit completely wrong for the rest of this office. But then you get a different shot of the desk, and they've just turned the Photoshop thing like a card in a video game to face the camera. They haven't bothered to redraw it. And it's the same resolution that it was when it was like a tiny background element, but now it's blown up to about a third of the screen. So it's really fuzzy, and the way that they try to cover that is with a post-processing effect to make it look like they have depth of field, except it's not like scaling depth of field where it gets fuzzier towards the background. They've just made everything behind this desk a little bit blurry so that it looks... It's good enough. We'll go through this past.
Ship that shit, yeah.
This is made by a guy who badly needs glasses.
Yeah, and the most painful part is the establishing shot of outside of this guy's apartment building, because the apartment building is clearly the only 3D model that they've bothered to do themselves in-house, and everything else is like not just textured wrong. Like, there's a building just a little ways away that is literally just like a 30 poly box with windows painted onto the side. And it's like it's so clear because it's lit with the same shader, but it's so much simpler of a model that the light just lights the whole thing up.
We're getting too technical.
It's
The point is the show looks like shit.
Very interesting. That's the summary of it.
As somebody who's made bad CG models before, this hurts me.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna just play it down. I think this is the worst show of the season, pretty much by a massive amount. In
by a wide margin.
Well, the level of incompetence in the editing is like a. Yeah. Panda Piece felt like a show.
It was.
This doesn't feel like a like. There's parts that are so weirdly edited that like I couldn't like it would lose my attention. You know, like I couldn't keep watching it and like montage. Feeling like I understood what was happening. There's a super weird fucking montage towards the start where it's like like showing him like hanging out with his friends, but like the choices of shots are weird. There's a part where they're drawing rocks or something. And there's no sound effects. Everyone's moving, but there's no sound effects. And it's just like playing a song over it. Like weak-ass music. The only thing that's remotely salvageable about this show is the character designs look alright. They're designed by Nobuhiro Watsuki, the guy who did Rurouni Kenshin.
Oh no.
Oddly enough. But the guys are all like pretty boys in that way that like no guy could ever like. They're pretty boys in that way that you're like, why are girls into this?
And
like,
yet
that
Digi
kind
is
of
the
pretty
one
boy?
praising them. What are we learning here today?
The girls are good looking from the OP. I hated the look of the main guys. Everyone I saw in the OP looked okay, but I didn't like the way the main guys looked. But I didn't think they were like badly designed. It was just like, oh, it's a chick thing.
Oh, their weapons
kind of
are, but yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, their weapons are fucking terrible. But yeah.
The other thing about the OP is it ends like 3 different times. Like the song like peters out and then it kicks back up and then it goes back to like a big crescendo. And then there's like another 10 seconds after it goes to its big crescendo.
It's like at the end of that one Rhythm Heaven 10, you know, the compilation 10 where it fakes you out like 3 times at the end, tries to fuck with you. It's exactly what this is like. Yeah.
All right, moving on.
Yeah, let's move on.
This is a show. This one I expect to be really popular. And
of course.
So this is the one you're being a contrarian on, right?
I don't know if I'm being a contrarian. I don't hate this show, but I don't think it's going to be great, and I think people are going to treat it like it's great. I'm talking about ReZero, Kara Hajimeru, Isekai Seikatsu.
Hurry up and describe it so I can give you my thoughts, because they're the best thoughts.
Well, you can introduce it if you want.
Okay, sure. So, okay, my introduction is going to be biased, but nonetheless, this is the second Sword Art Online clone of the year. It's a guy suddenly gets pulled into a fantasy world. It's the first one we're talking about, but it was the second one I watched, so that's what I've got in my notes.
Okay.
Guy gets pulled into a fantasy world. He's completely lost his bearings, and he's like aware of the whole trope of getting pulled into a game, so he's trying to like be like, oh, who summoned me? Where's my quest? I'm so aware of this trope and what happens. Yeah, it's great. But then like nobody actually comes to help him, and he kind of gets fucked up. And then he does eventually meet some people who he gets involved with, and he starts to have an adventure with them. And then it turns out that he has some sort of strange time travel ability that you see at the end of the first episode.
So, like, he tries to be genre savvy and gets almost killed for it. And that's something that I, like, he's like, okay, I got this figured out, and then some guys come and mug him.
No, but see, the problem is, he tries to be genre savvy, and then he actually, like, the show is trying to undermine, like, the normal trope of, like, a guy falls into fantasy world, meets a sexy girl, oh, we're not going to do that, but then they just do that.
Yeah.
So it's like, what am I...
They're not trying to undermine it, they're just trying to sell...
Well,
I'm not impressed by lampshade hanging. That doesn't make an intelligent commentary.
It's like in God, I forget what the name of the game was, but Matt Hazard, right? It's a parody video game, kind of like Duke Nukem. There's a point in the game right at the beginning where it's like, oh, isn't it so boring to break these boxes? And then proceed to break.
You do have to do that.
And you have to do it. Like, fuck off. Don't do it.
Yeah,
in
that's
the
not
first
that's
place.
not a smart way to
You're
make a game.
You're not sidestepping the trope. You're telling me you're sidestepping the trope, but I can see you doing it.
Yeah.
It so happens,
Deadpool
Liam,
does that
I don't know
too.
if you've seen my videos, but I just had one come out about how anime is lazy with its meta now.
I
and
watched,
this is...
I watched
Dude,
all your
I want to
Asterisk
talk
War
real quick.
videos 'cause
I want to
they're
make a
great.
comparison because this show is like it's very similar to Konosuba down to the fucking tracksuit that the main character is wearing, and yet it is
That's just way from
Well,
it
here's
is
the
exactly
thing.
Konosuba, but without any of the smarts or humor
it's
or
not a-
wit.
yeah,
or,
it's not a
or
comedy.
life.
I'm glad you brought that up
Yeah.
because that was my first impression. Now I don't think the show's going for the same kind of thing.
No, it's
based
not.
on the
No, it's
twist
not.
it has. But
Yeah.
like when I was watching it, I was thinking about both my Konosuba video and my Anime is Lazy with its meta video because it played into both so perfectly. Where like what was great about Konosuba was that show, it was, you know, making reference to the meta of like people get sucked into video games. It's an anime trope, like we're doing that. But what made it work was that the world felt so real and alive. Where like, you know, it didn't play. The world did not end up being the cliche video game.
There was like a
the
montage.
whole point of it was that it was a weird other
that
world.
one moment
that had
that
its
was the
own
worst part
internal
of this was
consistency.
when they have a montage in this show of when like the guy and his new girlfriend in the game, like they have a montage where they're like getting involved in the world and they're like doing a thing. There was one like that, exactly like that in Konosuba, and it was a billion times better, a billion times.
I genuinely
but,
think
I mean-
like Konosuba just has an easy time picking you up and taking you away because it's so
Konosuba
entertaining. It's
it's
so
brilliant.
fucking entertaining.
And it's not that it's
And-
just entertaining; it's actually smart. And that's I don't want to sell Konosuba short by saying it was just entertaining or just funny. It had intelligent things to say. It actually addressed tropes and defied them in intelligent ways,
sure,
unlike this show.
But even besides that, even just on a
Yeah.
premise of entertaining, ReZero just isn't as entertaining.
and that's true.
Like,
That's
Oh
totally
yeah,
true.
Yeah.
It's totally
it's,
true.
It's
And
a
it
bad,
took
it's a
so
bad
long.
point of comparison.
I
for sure.
honestly like it was really hard for me to make it because the first episode was like an hour long, and it was really hard for me to convince myself that I was going to watch the whole thing because after the first half, I kind of felt like,
You knew
all
where
right,
it
this
was
is just
going.
another one, you know. But then I was like, well, they wouldn't make it an hour long if it wasn't going to have a twist. So let's watch the second half. And there is a twist. The twist is that when the main character dies, he goes back in time. And they're obviously going to do some kind of like mystery thing with this. But again, this plays into my biggest problem with modern anime shows, which is where they always have this premise that seems like it's going to be interesting, but you have no reason to believe it will
They
be.
can never
I
land
gotta
on it,
cut
yeah.
you. I gotta cut you off, Digi, because it's not really a mystery. It's more of
It's an adventure. It's an adventure.
It's an adventure story. Like by the second episode, like by the end of the first like 2-part episode, it kind of becomes clear that it's not really going for a mystery. It's more of like an adventure.
It's like how do I save the girl, pretty much.
Yeah, and he keeps going back in time when he dies. But there's something that I like about that, which is that
All right,
it's
we need
very
to-
clear.
Jeff, we've had this argument before. The word mystery doesn't mean the same thing to me as it does to you.
No, I know, but it doesn't even have like the mystery box thing. By the third episode, you know basically what's going on aside from why this crest is so important, but that's not really like a big deal. It's more about like these characters who, while not as endearing as anybody in Konosuba, are interesting and likable enough that I kind of want to keep watching it.
Oh, all these people fucking suck. None of these people are interesting at all. They're boring.
I didn't find any of them interesting.
I mean, they're all fine. It's just that we've seen them all before a zillion times.
Oh yeah, no, they're
I can
cliches for
easily
sure.
see why someone would like this show. Just I can't do it again.
I've been through this enough times. The thing that's really keeping me in it is that premise-wise, the idea that this guy specifically goes back in time to a specific point when he gets killed is exploring the one of what I think is one of the most interesting parts of video game mechanics as a narrative plot device that never gets explored by anything except for Scott
Undertale.
Pilgrim. Except Undertale. Except Undertale.
There was a Japanese book called All You Need Is Kill that got a manga adaptation.
Yes.
Yes,
And
another
then-
great
and a Hollywood
and a great
adaptation.
movie. A great movie.
That explores
a pretty good movie. A pretty good movie. Bad
Great
Pretty
movie,
shitty
great
movie.
book. I love them both.
I enjoyed the movie, but yeah, I love the concept of like respawns specifically as the mechanic of this character's power is that he's like literally the main character of a video game, not in like he can level up, not in any of that weird meta stuff, but in that he's got this repeat stuff until he gets it right thing.
Well, dude, let me just tell you, Groundhog's Day is one of my favorite movies of all time, and this just did not feel anywhere near as endearing.
And it's
to
also
me, you know?
I've seen enough of them, man.
Yeah,
Fucking
that's the thing. That's
Steins
the thing.
Gate was amazing. Higurashi was great.
It's not as good as
we've
any
got
of
enough
those.
time travel shows.
It's
man.
not as good as any of those by a wide margin, but I like the premise enough that I'm probably going to keep up with it. And the other thing that it's got going for it is that the villain, by virtue of having murdered the main character twice by the end of the first episode, is really fucking intimidating and creepy. And whenever they're on screen, you're like, oh shit, they have good screen presence that makes them feel like a real threat.
That's true. That's more effective than like killing some Randys that you don't give a shit
also,
about.
Though, like, the way that she acts, though, is so fucking corny, though.
It is very corny. It is.
She's
like
such
licking
a,
her lips.
Oh,
and, like,
I love killing people. I'm a hot, sexy girl in high heels who's killing people with the knife.
It's B-movie enjoyable, though. It's B-movie.
It's
you're welcome
it's
to enjoy
so
it.
light novel for me, and this is like the bane of my existence right now.
That
Is
light
like
novel shows
the
exist.
modern light novel.
Same, yeah.
That just that feeling of the main character's personality is he's the main character of a light novel. And I know where this show is going. I know the beats that people are going to be excited about because I've seen it on 4chan, people who are reading the manga, who are like, they keep posting this picture of like the main character and he's like, I want to die. And like, you know, the show's going to get really dramatic. It's going to have really big hype moments where things are going to get fucked up or things are going to be like intense. And I just don't care. Because, like, on such a core level, I just hate what this show is. And it's everything I was afraid Konosuba would be.
Yeah,
like, remember when I was
exactly.
first watching Konosuba and, like, talking to you guys about it and being like, you know, like that show won me over by not being this.
Exactly.
By every time it looked like it was going to be this, suddenly being something else, where the girl wasn't actually, like, a stuck-up girl. She was actually a fucking insane idiot, you know? And then the main guy was, you know, wasn't genre savvy enough to save his ass, you know, like everything was stupid in Konosuba and that made it great. And this show, nothing is stupid, it's all just exactly what it looks like.
That's right.
You know,
that's right.
Yeah,
that's
this is a fantasy world. Yeah, she is a fantasy chick who he met. You know, her personality
I think,
is
you know what?
the
I don't want to just say the series
girl,
is shit.
You know?
I just think it's entry level, and I'm just not interested in that right now.
That's what I mean. I did not hate it.
The other thing that it does have going for it is really, really good fight animation. Like really strong.
Oh, you dude, that one moment when the thief girl did like a teleport move, that looked amazing. That was like the best. That's what I remember most out of the whole thing.
Like it keeps up that level of quality as far as I've seen so far. There's some really good, well choreographed fights.
That's cool.
I like the backgrounds. I love the design of the city. I'll give it that.
Yeah, it looks
It's
great.
one of the things that wins me over
pretty.
the most in like either RPGs or RPG like stuff. If you can show me the whole place, that's what I like.
You know, there was
it
one
had
other
a lot
moment.
of shots.
Yeah.
There's a part where when they're down in the slums, there's like a shot where you can clearly see the city they were in the background.
Yeah.
And I love because you have a real sense of where they didn't just show up in the slums and it's like a different town.
It feels like someone bothered to map it out. Like
That's true.
Someone has drawn a full map of this place, and it's huge. I love when a fantasy city is huge. I hate in RPGs when you go to a fantasy town and it's like 10 buildings and it's the fucking capital.
And you know, I don't know
like,
why, but one thing that really stuck out to me was like the transition of him going into the fantasy world was this weird like blinking animation, and it looked awesome. It was like the coolest thing I've ever seen.
It was nice.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Just really loved that one moment. It actually addressed him like going into the world in like a physical sense. And just thought that was, like, most people would just, like, cut, or he'd, like, pass out and then wake up. I just thought this was ballsy, and I totally dug it.
If this thing becomes, like, the new Sword Art Online that all of the, like, basic entry-level anime fans really, really love, I will be okay with that, because it's not offensive.
You could do worse. You could do worse.
And it's very well produced. And that's, like, I'm not, it's not by any means a work of art, but it's playing with one interesting idea that I would like to see explored more in fiction, and it's got some really cool action scenes and character designs, and that's...
All right. Callum, do you have any thoughts about this show? You haven't said anything about it.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, okay. I thought you
It's
might
one
not
of those things that people have told me about what goes on later, and I've just made the conscious decision to marathon.
Oh, is it like a manga, or do you just mean?
And avoid all.
It's like a light novel.
I mean, it's got a light
okay.
novel. It's got a manga.
I forgot, yeah.
It's got loads of stuff.
All right.
But yeah, I'm gonna marathon it when it ends.
Well then, moving on to the next
avoid
show.
all conversation.
This actually, I've only seen the first episode of this, so I don't want to say for sure, but this was probably my favorite first episode of the season.
You're talking about Beyblade Burst, aren't you, dude? Hell
Yeah.
yeah!
Oh yeah.
No. I'm talking about Bakuon.
Yeah,
The cute girls on motorcycles
yeah.
show.
I
thought this was fucking hilarious. I
Is
watched
this
it with
show
my
a
baby
real
brother.
thing? 'Cause I ignored it.
It's a real thing.
It's,
yeah,
it's a
it's
real
great.
thing.
It's
Oh,
real, yeah.
It goes from like, it starts at like a 6 in terms of being weird and offbeat, and it goes to like an 11 on the crazy scale pretty fast.
I feel
check it
bad
out.
because I stopped watching halfway through. The beginning was hilarious when she's like doing the motorcycle sounds on her bicycle. That was rad. But then she
Yeah.
like, I don't know, they just do like club
No.
shenanigans and
Like when
This show's utterly hilarious.
Okay.
It's about like this girl. There's this dumbass girl. That's her personality. She's dumbass
Yeah,
girl.
yeah.
She's got huge eyebrows. She's biking to
She's
school.
like
and
Mugi
she
and
sees
Yui
this other
combined.
girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, she sees this other girl with this crazy '80s hair. Like
oh yeah, she
on
was
a
totally
bike
pinup.
going
I
to
actually
school.
loved her hair. It was rad.
And yeah, and '80s hair girl is like super into bikes, and she's like super elitist about it. And she's like, "You need to ride a bike," and the girl's like, "Okay." And then what's great about this show is there's a lot of these like cute girls do nerd hobby shows,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
There's the ones that feel more produced, like we're gonna get to later High School Fleet, where it really feels like the point is like
Pandering.
the ships
It's
and
the
then
boats
cute girls,
and girls.
there.
Yeah.
And then there's other ones like this, which is more along the lines of like Saki, where like all the characters are really unique and different, and like the fact that they're playing what's it called? Mahjong is like sort of secondary to
tangential,
the
yeah.
character interactions.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very important to that show, but like what's great about Saki is the characters, not so much the Mahjong. Whereas in a show like a lot of these, sometimes it'll be more about like I can't imagine being huge into Kankole on the basis of the great characters. Like
Yeah.
But
not what you
but
watch
this
it
show is very much about the comedy, the characters, and like what I fucking love about it is that this show seems to have a very mixed opinion of motorcycles. Where
Yeah,
like
it shits on it a lot.
Most of these shows will like try to like really make that hobby seem like it's the best thing ever. Like, you know,
Yeah.
the main main girl gets into it because the leader of the club is like, nothing is greater in this world than the what was the one with the dancing? Fucking fuck, the one that Madhouse did like 2 years ago. It was all the cute girls dancing. The
I
one
don't
girl
know.
had two fangs. It was fucking bizarre.
No, not that.
Anyway, the one with the dancing girls, that one was like, this style of dancing is the greatest thing in the world, and you're gonna get into
that-
it. It's all emotional.
That premise makes me think of Sabab.
I mean, it's kinda like-
Sabagebu, Survival Game Club.
Yeah.
It's
no.
kind of like
yeah.
Rakugo, I
Like,
guess,
all-
because that's
all of
all
those-
about how great Rakugo is.
All of those boo
Sabagebu
shows.
is closer to what this show is, to what
Yeah,
Bakuon is.
Yeah, no, it's more like oh shit, like what you're
But anyways,
thinking of is that,
back to
yeah.
my point. That all these shows try to build up the thing that they're doing is like the coolest thing in the world.
Right.
And in this show, the main like the 80s hair girl who's like establishing this motorcycle club, she's like super into motorcycles and super elitist about it, but everything she describes about them is that they're fucking terrible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and when
Like,
she's asked
she
to come
makes
up with reasons
motorcycles
why
sound
you
like
should
the
ride a
worst thing
motorcycle, she
ever.
just can't do it.
Yeah, she's like, well, you have to fucking like you get rained on and it sucks.
And the
and
winds,
they're
yeah, the bugs in
dangerous
your
as
face
shit,
and shit.
But then
and you look like an idiot.
But
and,
you know,
like,
the ironic thing is, I think because like they're so willing and open about the things that are bullshit, it actually makes me like motorcycles more than if they were just dumping.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
they're so badass,
yeah, no, that's
dude.
That's
You know?
what's hilarious about it is that like it's so cynical about motors. Like it's clearly written by someone who really loves motorcycles, but completely appreciates
Yeah.
why everyone else thinks they're stupid.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
and like.
Oh god, I love how while she's trying to come up with all these reasons that motorcycles are great, the senpai, who's probably my favorite character in the whole show. Because she says nothing and wears a motorcycle helmet with a bow on the back.
The whole time.
Just like takes the idiot girl
She's
out,
dope.
puts her on the back of the motorcycle and just rides around.
And she's just the worst fucking time.
And by the time she gets back, the stuck-up girl is just barely figuring out what makes motorcycles cool, and she's launching into this big speech she's got prepared, and she's like, I'm gonna get a motorcycle. Oh.
Yeah. And my brother theorized that the girl with the helmet is meant to be based on the character from Top Gear, who is the test driver guy.
The Stig.
A lot of
the Stag.
Her name's Kawasaki too, so it's
that's awesome. Yeah. That's rad. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of motorcycle. I think the moment that the show really showed its true colors to me is they introduced this sort of rich girl type character who is always wearing a racing outfit.
Huge boobs.
Yeah. Huge
boobs,
tits, always in a racing outfit. And she meets she was wearing a racing outfit to the driving test. She's trying to get her license with the main girl. And she's she's clearly way too deep into motorcycles, but she's obsessed with, what was it, Kawasaki that she was obsessed with?
Suzuki. She's obsessed
Suzuki.
with
anything that's Suzuki, she thinks is the greatest thing ever.
Even though they have these terrible designs.
Yeah, her and the 80s hair girl get into this really nerdy, impassioned argument about the designs of motorcycles. And I hang out with a bunch of car people, and this was exactly what it's like to hang out with them. The level of the argument where they're just shitting on each other for their taste in motorcycles and stuff, and getting legitimately mad, and the one girl storms off all fucking pissed, and I was like, this is exactly what it's like. And I just know that the guy who wrote this probably hangs out in motorcycle forums or something, and it's translating his experiences into anime.
Everyone.
It's that great setup where they're just connecting on the fact that they both love motorcycles, and it's just motorcycles are so cool. What about that Suzuki one that they based on the Tokyo Tower with all of that design?
Right.
Oh yeah, it's so shit awesome. Fuck you. Just the instant
we've all been
escalation.
There. I don't have to know anything about motorcycles to appreciate this feeling, because how many times have I met an anime fan where we both start describing the same show, and I'm it's the worst show ever, and they're I feel like me and Jeff have this moment once a week,
every few days, where we just sharpen our knives and get ready for the first time we meet at a con.
Right.
But yeah, it very much captures what actual fandom is like, which is great, because you don't see that in these shows. Most of the time it's just this is so cool and there's nothing wrong with it. And the other thing that I love about it is how it very slowly escalates in insanity to acclimate you to one at a time just more ridiculous ideas and get your suspension of disbelief raised, because it starts with this idiot girl riding her bicycle going vroom vroom vroom, and that's a little silly. And then they introduce the senpai who's got her helmet, and that's pretty silly. And then she goes to her driving course, and the instructor's you have to listen to your motorcycle. And she's sitting there, and she hears a voice in the back of her head telling her how to lift the thing. And it turns out that it's the motorcycle actually talking to her.
I don't understand. I really couldn't figure out if this was she's insane, or if the motorcycle was talking to her, or if she's a motorcycle whisperer or something. They don't offer any explanation. The motorcycle just starts talking and does so consistently for minutes, and the personality of the motorcycle is that it's a huge slut,
because she's a training motorcycle at this driving
because
school.
So many men have ridden her,
loves to get
and so
ridden,
she keeps talking about how she's been ridden by so many men.
And half of her advice is, so this is how you ride a motorcycle correctly, and half of it's so this is how you get your face right up in a man's crotch.
Yeah. It's literally phrasing everything so sexually, and I was just what is happening? I don't actually know what's happening. It was incredible.
This sounds amazing. Why was this the one show I stopped watching in the middle of?
I don't know.
What
I don't know. It just didn't interest me, but I'm gonna give it a watch now that I've heard all this shit.
Yeah, it's pretty. I would definitely say.
I'm working on getting my motorcycle license. So
I want to meet. I want to meet the slutty
motorcycle,
motorcycle, so I got to go get a license.
Yeah,
so
you got it, dude. She's incredible.
Yeah.
Training motorcycle is best girl.
Yeah.
I'm glad Liam mentioned Sabagebu, because this is definitely that wheelhouse of humor of like, but I thought that show got really stale really quick, and I don't think this one will. I think Sabagebu, because it was like so each individual episode, like it was like half episodes, and each one was like its own joke, and a lot of the jokes weren't as funny.
Yeah, definitely.
Bakuon has felt.
I'm gonna have to shake my head furiously at any criticism towards Sabagebu.
I liked
That was my favorite show.
I
love
liked that show a
Sabagebu,
lot,
but I got
you
bored
could,
with
you
it.
could cut like a third of it comfortably.
Yeah.
I think.
I think this show. I only saw the first episode so far, so I can't make too many claims. I don't know if this show's gonna stay as funny as it was in episode 1, but I thought it was pretty fucking funny, and I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I look forward to more. I love this genre of cute girls doing nerd hobby things, and this is one of the funnier ones in that genre. So I'm ready.
Yeah, it's
Cool.
There's one other thing that's amazing about it, which is the typography of its title is just beautiful. I don't know if you guys are looking at this on MAL right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at
but
it.
the way that
that's good.
the title is shaped like a motorcycle, and the way that they have the at the end of it with the smoke coming out of the tailpipe on the back, and then the muffler going into the 2 exclamation marks like it's a really loud motorcycle is just I love that typography. It just
I'm
makes
looking
me
at
happy.
this, and I am not seeing a motorcycle.
I
gotta
see
look
the
at it.
exhaust
I see what
pipe.
you're talking about.
You gotta look at it. The front end is the ba is the
ha,
front end of
the ba with the circle at the end is the first wheel, and the second wheel is on the o.
Whatever, sure.
I
Fair
see
enough.
it, but I don't think it's as good as it could have been.
It could have been better. I like for a cartoony show. I like
fair.
that kind of.
That's
I like
fair.
that kind of
Okay.
typography.
Jeff.
There was a guy who had a ton of fun doing that. Like a series of great ideas.
All right, Jeff. I think you're the only one who watched Seisen Cerberus. So
Not true. Not true.
Guy, you watched it?
We
subjected
suffered through
Guy
it
to
together.
it.
Yes, yeah, we did.
Liam or Colum, did either of you watch Cerberus?
No, God, no.
Don't blame me.
I don't know. I didn't do it
I
either.
saw
It
this
wasn't-
exact show 2 seasons ago.
It was
It wasn't
on
on the list,
yeah,
but it's
Jeff should
it's-
describe
Jeff and
it,
Guy,
though.
tell us about what is this show. I have no idea.
Seisen Cerberus.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom actually.
Okay.
So Seisen Cerberus is a kind of show that they used to make way too many of.
Yeah.
5 years ago, and in that sense it's a little bit refreshing to have this instead of another sort of art online thing, although we're going to get to that in like 2 things.
Yeah.
So Cerberus is about there's this fantasy world, and there's this big evil dragon that is terrorizing it. And it's got soul-devouring flames, which are the only thing that can kill a person permanently in this entire world. But 10 years ago, it was sealed through this magic sealing ceremony, and now the world thinks it's safe, but it's totally not. So it's the standard thing, and the main character is the most edgy design of a main character you've ever got. Like, take Kirito, mix him with Lelouch from Code Geass.
He's like the
Give
red,
him-
angry Lelouch. He's like the action Lelouch.
Give him a
basically.
giant broadsword. This is what, like, Japanese 4-year... This is Dark Flame Master, but not ironic.
I'm looking at like a design sheet for him. Oh God, like what were you thinking?
They take it completely seriously. But it's weird because there's these uneven character designs, and one of the characters is basically like straight out of Final Fantasy XIV.
The girl.
Yeah,
Someone's got some headphone issues.
Someone's got some echo on. I think.
Okay,
Digi
yeah, there we go.
Forgot to mute his mic. But
What?
yes,
No,
yeah. Or so those little animal girl characters from the Final Fantasy MMOs is basically
Mithra.
The Mithra, yeah.
Yeah.
So she's got that design with like an umbrella and this really cute lolly design, and she's the only likable element in this whole just dog pile of 90s anime bullshit.
Yeah. It was pretty retarded.
It's the whole plot just makes no sense. The editing is in some ways worse than Endride, if you can believe it. There's a scene.
I can't believe it.
There's a scene where there's this like stupid dragon thing poking around its head on this dinner table, and like an apple is put out underneath this dinner table as bait. It jumps down, it gets grabbed. 5 seconds later, chronologically, mind you, like
it happens
talking,
immediately.
the person who grabbed this thing is up in a panel on the roof using the thing's tongue. He hits it on the head like a Yoshi, and its tongue extends to grab this treasure from inside this room. Literally like Yoshi tongues it. So from 5 seconds, he goes from underneath the table to in the roof. And then it takes another, 10 seconds for them to try to get him out of the roof. And somehow this kid, who can teleport, is still in the roof by the time that they open up the roof and just drop him down.
Is this little dragon thing like a mascot character?
I think so.
I
Essentially.
think so.
Okay, we need to get like a trigger warning in here for that because I can't deal with like mascot character shit.
But you haven't even talked about the best part of the show, which is how the dragon is sealed into the main character, and
in
he
his
can pull
heart,
out like
Naruto
does.
style.
And you see, the dragon protects him or cares for him, which is why the show has its name, Cerberus.
Yeah. So.
No, fuck off.
Yeah, right. Makes sense. Makes sense.
So, this anime starts. This anime starts with basically the sealing ritual from Naruto, but 10 times dumber. They've got a bunch of wizards around this woman who's on this sacrificial altar, which is bait for the evil shadow dragon Dagan Zot. That's its name, by the way, Dagan Zot, because
it's not too far from Nico Bolas.
Yeah.
You know?
So there's this lady who's tied up on a crucifix basically with a stupid robe that they've glued parts of it to her nipples, but other than that it's completely falling off of her. Yeah. And then she's like, oh no, someone save me, with the least convincing performance ever. And you might think that's bad voice acting, and it is, but also it's they're tricking him, and then two of the guys in robes stand up and take off their robes and reveal that they're the child with the magic mirror and the guy with the magic sword, the magic sealing artifact that will seal this dragon forever. But they don't take off their robes.
No, that would be far too simple. They magic off their robes,
because taking them off instead of cross-fading them
know,
off is really hard to animate.
Didn't the girl on the cross, didn't she actually pull them off? And they did that thing where she has far more clothes underneath the robe than when she had the robe on.
She had a proper uniform underneath her sacrifice robe. And so they shoot the chains up that she had on up around the dragon, but then one of them gets hit in the back with an arrow. It's very unclear what's going on the whole time.
All right.
And then
we gotta
point is, it's shit. It's shit. Don't watch it.
Also, this universe has the worst signage. I think you can agree with me on this, Nate. It's got the worst.
That's so. You guys were so obsessed with how bad this one sign was, and I'm like, aren't we missing the forest for the trees here? But it's true. Their signs are very bad. They do not have good signs.
They have a signpost in the middle of the desert that just has two signs on the same axis, but pointing up and down, that have different city names on them. And then at the top of this sign is a drawing of a big monster with a bunch of skulls drawn in Sharpie underneath it.
Yeah.
And that seems oh, okay, this is a big warning. But these are clearly individual markings of someone's died here. The sign has blood on it. And that means that there's some asshole out there in this desert just watching people walk down to the big monster and then going up to this sign and marking a very well drawn skull on it, and then going back to his
government workers who go around to make sure everything's good
to keep up the kill count of this monster.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That's the kind of world that Cerberus is. Yeah.
All right. Let's move on to the next show.
Okay.
So
this one, I don't know. I don't know how any of you guys feel about it, but it could be a point of contention because this was, to me, the most disappointing show of the season. I thought.
I had no expectations for this, but go on.
All right. This show is called Joker Game.
Yeah.
It's the new show from Production IG. I had high expectations for this, partly because Production IG only puts out a show every once in a while. It's usually beautiful.
Yeah.
At the very least, it's always going to look good. And the show
great.
does look pretty good.
It looked great, yeah.
they've done a lot of great stuff, and this show has this like it takes place in like I want to say the 40s or so.
1937 actually.
1937 during World War II, right?
Yeah.
So this is a show about the bad guys.
Yeah, that was the immediate turn off because I'm bored of stories about World War II.
This wasn't even really about
understandably,
that.
But what's cool about it is that it's supposed to be a spy story set during World War II in Japan, and it's like, it's got that like all the characters are very dapperly dressed.
Dude, everybody smoked all the time, and I gotta say that really made me like it. It really made me dig these dudes. It looks like
the kind of show that you're gonna expect something from because it looks so not anime. And it looks so like suave characters, a different time period. That's kind of cool. It's about spies. I was thinking maybe this is gonna be like a Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy type thing. Like really contemplative, sort of adult feeling.
And then
thriller.
They sit down in a cafe and explain what the premise of the theme
the writing is fucking terrible. This is like one of the most poorly written first episodes of a show I've seen in a while. Like, I mean, not poorly written in the sense...
I don't know how they thought this could go to production the way it was written. Like, it's abysmal, the first episode.
It's fucking
the
awful.
show, it's like they had this idea. Guys, are you aware that spies are fucking badass? Holy shit, nobody knows about this. Like, the army dude just shits on spies the entire time. Like, dude, nah, you don't know anything about spies. Let me tell you about spies, my dog. That's what it's like. That's what it's like.
The thing about this show is that it's, I think, the one show this season that's adapted from a real novel. And I bet that this real novel
the novel's probably
is actually pretty smart, but the problem is that they have completely disregarded the fact that you can tell stories with visuals in a television adaptation of something.
This felt like it was adapted specifically for, like, 12-year-olds who don't know that, like, there's more to conflict than just being mad at someone. That there's, like this was just teaching us. Like, it was, like, such a big reveal that, like, guys, did you know that politics are complicated? Wow. What a mindfuck.
There's something really uncomfortable about the fact that, like, the way that this show is, like, moralized and painted, it seems like they're painting the Japanese military as, like, full of kind of somewhat bad people, but no worse than anybody else in the spy industry. Pretty much. Just like, no, these guys are objectively the bad guys. They did a thing that is described in history textbooks with the word rape. It's a really, really, really bad...
What are you talking about?
These are the bad
guys. Well, in
guys.
fairness, history is written by the winners, and we did win. But Japan's attitude towards their history is always like this. They'll never present themselves as the worst.
It's uncomfortable how revisionist this seems to be going.
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, they did Pearl Harbor. That was bad.
I think when you pair Joker Game with, like, Gate, then it gets worse. Like, when you're looking at this as, like, the kind of shows that are coming out.
I don't know. Could you extrapolate on this? What exactly are they whitewashing? What events have they done that...
I mean, like, they... I guess you've been looking at Japanese history textbooks. They don't talk about any of the stuff that they're whitewashing in those.
Well, I only saw episode 1, and I mean, I don't know. Like, they were just being sneaky spies.
It doesn't seem like they're whitewashing anything. It just seems like they're painting these guys as the good guys and not acknowledging any of the stuff that actually went down during World War II.
The thing I dislike.
Is it really the place of this show to do that? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, but there's sort of this expectation these days that, like, if you are going to set something from the perspective of a Nazi, you need to show them as the bad guy. Are these guys really
that bad, though? I mean, maybe I'm out of the loop here, but I thought these guys were just, like, normal spies. Doesn't everybody have spies, you know?
Having watched Rakugo Shinju, which came out, like, just recently and has the same time period and actually portrays Japan's actions during the war as morally gray, and in somewhat bad.
I think you're saying what bothers you is that the presentation of the spies, the way that the guy justifies having them is he was like, well, everyone else is doing it, so we're no worse.
I thought he made a pretty convincing argument that, like, we'd been fucked previously by not having these, so let's get them.
So we need to get good.
I don't know. Makes sense. Makes sense to me.
Yeah. Whether or not it's morally gray or revisionist or anything, the thing that bothered me the most about the show, and maybe I wasn't paying good enough attention to the first episode, but I felt like the whole thing was we're saying things that sound really smart, but nothing smart is
No.
actually.
That's exactly
it.
right. Everything
Like-
that's presented is an incredibly basic
the
level
scene-
of stuff. Yeah.
This
This
show is pretentious.
The scene where they play cards, right?
Oh
and
my
the military
God,
guy
dude.
comes in, and
So
he's
bad.
playing cards seemingly pretty excellently, right? But he loses.
'Cause-
And then they reveal, oh, but it was the Joka game all along.
Right.
And there was no way for you to pick up on that. The way it's cut, like, there's no way.
Yeah, that's true.
And it could have been a really cool thing where you see the characters eyeballing each other and you see
Yeah.
active betrayals happening.
Instead,
but
after the
what
fact,
actually
they explain it
happens
to
is
you.
you could literally cut everything between him sitting down and looking at the first hand to him losing, and it would be no different. That scene is completely
Meaningless.
worthless, and it's a shame because the show is named after this seemingly important Joker game, and yet its namesake in its very first appearance is completely diminished to nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Instead, after they play the game, they all go in depth, and then they're showing
They
like,
explain it, but the worst thing is, you can't even tell if that even happened.
No.
Because they didn't portray
and
it.
they'll show like he's explaining it, and they're showing the guy like making hand gestures and stuff, and like this is what you should have caught, but that wasn't in the scene.
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
like they
Yeah,
could have.
exactly.
It would have been so easy to have made it a scene where we just caught on that they were all cheating the guy, you know? And it wasn't a surprise that they were, because fucking what else would be the point of the scene? It's a bunch of fucking spies. No shit they were cheating him, you know? And then they go into such depth to explain it. And all of the spies are one guy. It's really one guy. They
Yeah.
all have the same personality. They're all one person, and whenever someone speaks for them, it's just a mouthpiece for the group. No one
That's
ever
true.
addresses
That's true.
them individually. There's the one spy who speaks for the group. There's the guy who trained them who will speak for all of them. And at the part where the guy says something like, "That's wrong," all 8 of them laugh at him. All 8 of them have the exact same reaction. And I was like, I mean, on one hand,
Well, you know what? That
that's
might
kind
work
of the
better
point,
once
is
they
that
all
they're
get split
like,
up. Yeah.
Right, they're all like mind-controlled drones, basically. They've all been trained the same way. But, like, why not right off the bat introduce them as playing these other characters and let us figure out that they're all the same guy? You know, like, how interesting would it have
And
been
I'll tell you
if
why
we
they
had
didn't
met
do
each
that,
of them as,
Digi.
like, a weird, distinct character?
Yeah, I'll tell you
and
why
then
they
later
didn't do
we
that,
kind of
because they're
find
just
out
more
what they're
interested in
like.
presenting the ideas of spies as super cool dudes as opposed to having, like, a character story or anything. That's not their highest priority, you know?
This show, to me-
they jump over like so much spy training. Like, it's impossible to tell
Yeah,
how much training this guy has had.
Like, they
But
talked about how
assuming-
they train these guys in seduction. I want to see that training montage. Let's get a glimpse of that.
Assuming he's been there for more than 3 weeks, he should get how spying works. You'd think.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, yeah.
The main character's a fucking idiot.
He's
like,
so
just straight
fucking
up, he's an
stupid.
absolute idiot.
And they like
And why is he there? Did anybody catch that? Because I did not. Why is he
he's
there?
like the
I don't
liaison to
get
the
it.
main
he's the
army
liaison
forces
to
or
the real,
something.
to the real army, but it's just
Yeah.
like there are parts where they try to paint him as smart, and it just makes him seem so stupid. Like in the second episode, I don't know if you guys watched past the first one.
I did not.
I watched to the second episode because Jimmy was really like, he was saying, "Oh, this is really good." And Jeff,
Jimmy, classic Jimmy.
and he was saying, "Jeff, I bet you're gonna really have something to say about that OP." And
Yeah.
yeah. And I was like, okay, I kind of want to see how bad they can make this, and So in the second episode, he has these 2 moments where he makes these deductions, and the first one is kind of clever, in that it's like these people have been saying if you have enough faith, you can believe in a goldfish or something like that. And they're just like trying to hammer home this idea that what your beliefs are basically meaningless. And
Right.
he gets it, and he's like, "Oh man, I bet that this American spy is hiding the secret documents behind the portrait of the emperor because no real military police would look there." Because disturbing that is like so it's like it's potentially clever, except that it's only clever in that everybody else in the entire universe has to be fucking retarded to get
What
that.
about the other agency that came through and swept his house? Did they not?
They
look
were the
around?
normal
No,
military
those were
police.
the normal military police who are
Yeah.
dumb. And the whole
apparently they're complete idiots.
the whole thing was like they went in and screwed up, and their boss.
Yeah, and he
was
figured
sending
that
them,
out, and not any of the spies.
Yeah.
None of them.
No,
figured that out?
they were playing
No.
him. They were trying to get him to fuck
They were
up,
playing
so.
him and trying to get him to understand what spying is all about. That's the whole.
Okay.
And then, so he figures out that they were trying to cover up for their whole thing.
You know,
and then the other big deduction that he makes at the end of the episode is he follows up on this thing, and he finds out that the idiot boss of the military police was like drinking and telling a bunch of geisha about what happened, and that's how his boss found out about it. And then he's like, I know what you are. You wear a white glove on your left hand to cover up the fact that your right hand is actually an artificial hand, and you don't have a real limp, and you use those effects to make it easier for you to disguise yourself. And like the guy congratulates him, and it's like, okay. I mean, it's not. That's like basic spy shit.
Is that really the job of a spy?
I guess it's part of it, but whatever.
The thing that got me about this show is I felt like this is when people who don't like Urobuchi Gen describe his shows, this show is what they're actually describing.
Yeah.
Where all it is characters like spouting the concepts of the show, and then no actual character. Like there's no one has any personality or is interesting in any way. It's just characters telling you this is what spies are, and this is what the government's like, and this is why we're necessary. And then you don't see any of it. You don't watch a show that makes you feel those things. You just see a bunch of characters literally tell you it.
Yeah,
yep.
It's hella dumb, and the worst thing about it is that it's really goddamn boring.
Yeah, it's boring.
It's
Callum, did you have any other thoughts on that?
Oh no, it's just that I know there's people that are going to enjoy it, and I feel a profound respect for those people that can enjoy it.
I can respect that too. It's got a 7.74 on Mal, so somebody must like it.
It's got like the highest score of any show of the season. In other words,
it's got
because it looks.
Isn't like Death Note the highest rated game on this anime on this website, or am I crazy?
No,
Death
that's
Note
the
is
most
bad,
popular.
The highest rated is
FMA
Genshiken. And that's because it just
no.
ended.
You're thinking of Gintama.
Oh
not
no,
Genshiken.
Gintama. Sorry.
Full Metal Alchemist?
Why did
I thought it was Full Metal Alchemist.
No. Full Metal Alchemist got passed by Gintama because Gintama's over finally.
I see.
They hit their series finale, and now everybody's like,
is the manga done too?
So everyone,
I don't know if the manga's done.
Oh my god.
Okay, well, whatever.
The top.
Anyways,
let's move on to our next one.
The next one is another one that I think only Jeff and Nate watched.
That's right.
So I'll let them hash it out quickly.
Dude,
but
let me take this one.
Well, hold on. I'll intro it first because
Okay.
this show is called 100.
Yeah.
And I saw the trailer for this, and this was the only show of the season that I watched the trailer and I went, yeah, I'm not watching that, because I knew exactly what it was.
You do.
You do. It said, based on a light novel, the character designs are fucking hideous, it looks like trash.
It's
and I was like,
literally
all right, it's gonna be shit.
asterisk score.
But you-
Literally
And then,
asterisk
people
score.
started messaging me on Twitter going, oh, Digi, 100 is just the asterisk score. Are you going to watch it? Are you going to shit on it? And I was like, guys, the point of the asterisk score sucks video series was that there's a ton of shows like this, that every season we get one. If I ripped on every show that was exactly like the asterisk war, I'd be here forever. They're all the same show.
No, dude.
I know it is. I watched the trailer and I knew that.
But you don't know how much worse it is.
I don't believe you that it's worse. I'd have to see it.
The animation is worse, I think. But like the giant-titted drill girl had great tits, and that was cool. And then there was one clever thing. That's the best thing about the show. But there was one other thing that was kind of cool, and it's that the guy meets this girl.
I gotta go let my cat out. I'll let you guys.
The guy meets this guy who looks like a girl.
Well, that's the thing. He meets this guy that is actually he meets a girl who's actually a guy, and so the whole episode he's treating him like a guy, and in fact is wearing a suit that shapes his pectoral muscles, clearly showing that he is in fact a man. And then at the end of the episode, turns out it was a girl. It was just a lie. I don't know how they did that, and I bet every time they animate that after this, it's going to look like normal tits. So they do a whole double switch.
They drop the fact that these magic suits can look like whatever you want them to.
Oh, do they?
I thought that was much dumber than it could have been if this was like a stealth show about a gay guy and his boyfriend. Like, that would be so much more interesting. Like, they go to this school with all these hot girls, and then it's like, I got a boyfriend. Or if it was a gay guy who was really disappointed that it wasn't that's
the thing about the show. If they had done like the whole double bait and switch with the girl being a guy, actually being a girl, if that was somehow tied into a thing like they did in Haruchika, where it turns out that like the guy is actually gay and like this is actually a big fucking twist, and like, oh no, that could have made for some cool character drama maybe, but it's just garbage. There's just nothing.
All right, I'm back. I pray you guys are done talking about 100.
Pretty much. How this gets worse though. Like,
no, Jeff, we don't have time. We're fucking 3 hours into this thing.
We don't need this.
We don't need to talk about 100.
2 minutes.
Just finish this thought, then we can move on.
I suffered through this, Digi. I haven't.
Yeah, and I told you not to. I told you not to watch it. It wasn't in the list.
You were warned.
So there's a few points that I just want to get through really quick.
Oh my god.
You got 1 point. Give 1 point.
Okay, fine. 2 points.
On anime night, when the student council president was about to be introduced, I paused the video and I turned to Nate and I said, Nate, guess what she looks like? And Nate guessed 100% exactly what she looked like.
I did. I said giant blonde with drills was one of the ones. Yep.
And then the second thing about this is that they set up this whole thing that's in every one of these, where the main character gets into a confrontation with the tsundere, who's the best fighter at the school, and they have...
He falls on her tits and kisses her somehow at the same time.
They didn't
I've seen the picture of that.
Yeah, they didn't get to that yet, although he did walk in on the lady.
They do the walk-in.
Changing.
They do the walk-in.
They did a walk-in, but they didn't... So they set up this duel that's like this like, I'm going to prove myself because I've got the best compatibility of all the 100 candidates ever, versus I'm the best in this school overall. But they set up like this big climactic duel like they do in every single one of these things, except they don't actually get to it. Instead, they spend about 10 minutes sitting around in their room, just talking about being roommates.
Just talking about their feelings.
Yeah,
and, you know.
all right, it's shit. Let's move on. Nobody cares about 100. It's the worst show ever.
And yet it's got a 6.54 on this fucking website.
It's higher rated than
Bakuon. Whenever I look at the ratings on this site, like, man, standards are through the floor. Like,
well, for the record, most people don't score shows until they're over. So the people, like most of the time, the score will change radically once the show actually ends, and most people give the score to it. All right, so the next one is Sousei no Onmyouji, or Twin Star Alchemist.
I didn't watch this, so I'm stepping out.
Twin Star
Exorcists, whatever.
Yeah.
Who wants to intro this one?
I mean,
anybody but Jeff.
I've talked a lot, but this. Yeah.
All right, Callum, you do it.
Okay, in a world where exorcists are fighting off demons, two people team up to fight demons.
Yep. That's that's close to it. It's a show.
What did you think of the show, Callum? What was your thoughts?
I liked it.
Yeah.
I really liked it, and I was so negative going into it. It was one of those shows that I've read the initial manga, like the first chapter, the pilot manga of, and thought it was fairly dull. And I went into it going, I'm going to type out a tweet after this saying how boring it is and how nobody should bother with it because it's going to be
I'm glad I'm not the only one who watches shows constantly forming my tweet about it as I watch the show.
I tweet partway through, I'll just pause it and then just type out.
It's ruined anime for me. I can't watch a show without formulating the tweet I'm going to say afterwards the whole time.
It's so fun to do,
yeah,
though.
It's surprising.
Yeah, I was live tweeting Phoenix Wright just today.
I live tweeted Batman versus Superman the other day. It was a blast.
That was epic. That was
all right. Back to the show.
Back to the show. Yeah.
Yeah, it's surprisingly really well directed in some places, and the designs of the demon world, because that's how the demon world's implemented. It's trespassing into reality and snatching people out, and the line work is something surprisingly good, especially with the demons. It's incredibly scratchy. It's deformed. A bit of the colouring issues, but I'm going to blame whoever the licensor was.
I think the character designs are really strong too, like pretty much across the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only bit I didn't like was that in the first few moments, the main character runs out and runs into a character's breasts. But then that was just it. He just ran off.
Yeah.
Nothing
Hey, that's
was,
cool.
He didn't
Nothing
even
wrong with
blush
that.
or anything.
Yeah,
I did enjoy that.
That's just how they initiate conversation in this world.
Well,
Just,
it was
run into
implied
their
that he's like
breasts and
friends with
have a
her,
chat.
so
Yeah.
it wasn't like a stranger's
Yeah,
breast
yeah.
like it usually is.
I don't
It
know
was
about
just,
you, but if I accidentally did that to a stranger, I'd probably just pretend it didn't happen and just move on.
just be like, whoops, sorry.
Yeah.
Apparently we're
But,
in the first episode of an anime. Let's just forget this happened, move on.
Hey, it's happened. I've collided with breasts before, you know.
So
It's real
face
life.
first.
Face first, no.
Yeah. No, not... although, have you collided face first with somebody's ass after they're flipped over you by a fairy?
Yeah,
that's-
yeah, not yet.
All right.
I'm working on that.
Liam, do you have any thoughts on this show before Jeff fucking talks for 20 minutes about
When
it?
when I was in Japan, I accidentally bought the second volume of this manga in Japanese. I decided, what the fuck, I'm gonna read through it anyway, and I went, It's fine.
Yeah.
That's it. It's fine. Good character designs,
Yeah.
though. That I do agree
Yeah.
on. Yeah.
All right.
It's...
I will say, man, I saw pictures of the manga for this, and the two main characters, I was like, because it's funny, they look like the most like Mary Sue Kirito fucking characters
Yeah,
possible. Like, they're
absolutely.
both
They
in
do,
black
they do.
trench coats, black hair. They look like
That's why I
badasses. They
didn't
both
watch
got
it.
swords, but they're also really attractive. So I was like, I'd watch them fuck. Like,
Yeah,
that was my
sure.
first ever impression of the show. Is I'd watch them fuck. Like, I know
that-
they look like they're
that-
probably 12, but
That's
I'd
a
watch
gr-
them fuck.
That's a great segue into
Yeah.
my...
How is that a great segue?
So-
it is.
so-
How
so,
I
like,
felt about
that-
super lovers.
Yeah, so that's...
How
no,
could you
that-
not?
Wait, we're not talking about super
We're not
lovers
talking
yet.
about super lovers quite yet, but that is actually a great
What?
segue into... so this show, it does have elements that I think are good. Like, the animation is Studio Pierrot, so it's very uneven, and there's like a few moments where it's okay, but it's mostly just good direction to hide the fact that there's no movement on screen whatsoever.
yeah.
I like the designs of the characters overall. I like the fact that they've got these like scroll or these talisman things that they equip to themselves to make themselves more powerful. There's some cool stuff in terms of the shonen battle aspects of it, but the main thing that I like about it that is something I've been missing from anime since like the 90s is it's got a very specific plot setup, which is they introduce the main male character and they introduce the female character, and they give them a reason to hate each other. In this case, the female character, who's kind of quiet and weird, takes all of his money to buy food, and the male main character, who's very reluctant about being an exorcist, goes in and shows that he's probably a little bit better at fighting than her, and because she wants to be the very best that no one ever was, that pisses her off to no end. So they give these two characters a very basic but very strong reason to fucking hate each other's guts. And then at end of episode 2, after they have this big battle that's worked up by the leader of the Exorcists, who by the way looks like Sensei from Kill la Kill. He's always shirtless, got long, very luxurious blue hair. He sets them up to do this big fight. Then he stops it. Because they think it's a
Jeff,
fight.
wrap it up. You're losing me, buddy.
Okay. They think it's a fight to determine who will be the prophesized greatest exorcist of all time. And then he's
right.
like,
Okay.
no, actually, what this is you are the greatest exorcist so far, and you are also the greatest exorcist so far. And when you predestined get it on, your baby is gonna be the one who saves the
see.
world. So it's
That's
the
funny.
It really
That's
is.
funny.
I would watch them fuck the anime.
It is. I would watch them fuck the anime.
That's right.
Exactly. It's the Ranma 1/2. You're in an arranged marriage. Now crazy shit's gonna happen to you.
Yeah,
And
I'll say though that
miss that.
The fact that you described it as like from the 90s, it's funny because I found this show totally boring. I only watched the first episode, but it felt like it was displaced in time to me. Like, this show felt like a shonen action show from 2005 or so.
Yeah.
Like, partly because I hated the coloring in this show. It looks pretty dated. I'll say the demon world looks better, but like, it has a sort of dated look to it, and not in a good way. Not in like a it feels nostalgic way, but in a like this reminds me of before digital animation looked as good as it does now kind of way.
Yeah.
And And I don't know, the
2001
plot
era.
and premise and characters were all very just like old. Like I've seen enough. If I was 12, this show would be awesome to me. Like
Yeah,
I would be
yeah.
totally in love with this if I was 12. But I'm not, and that was a long time ago that I
Yeah,
was 12.
yeah.
And I've seen a lot of shows like this at that time, so it wasn't really doing it for me.
I will point out that it's kind of funny how they had a show with demons and a demon world encroaching on the real world and murders, that they decided to get the director who is a big Persona guy.
That's true.
And they just decided,
It does have a
he's
bit of
the
a Persona feel.
P4GA and the P3 films.
That's cool.
It's just that guy.
Yeah, that demon world does have
Oh,
a
and
bit
he
of a...
did oversight.
It does
on-
feel a bit like the
Before
Dark
the
Hour.
animation.
You're right. You're right.
Midnight Hour.
All right,
Yeah.
so how many of you watched Super
That
Lovers?
might just-
I
See, boy,
did,
I
and
like
please
it.
let me talk about it because it was my most hyped show of the entire season.
Oh, yes.
All right, guy, talk about
I'm
Super
not-
Okay,
Lovers.
Super Lovers is the greatest show that's ever been made. All right, I went in hoping to see a grown man having sex with a little boy, and I was not disappointed. It was exactly what I wanted.
God.
He does not have sex
He
with a
doesn't
little
have sex
boy.
with them, but the sexual tension is palpable, and it's
It's
exactly what I
implied-
needed in my life.
it's
it is
implied
so
that
this
between
okay.
cuts
We
they're
got we
having
got
sex.
a college age dude here goes into the backwoods to be with his family or something, and then he meets this like this is not a grown boy. This is not a 16-year-old. This is not a high schooler. This is nothing to do with the age of consent. Is not involved. This kid is like 9, and he just sees that kid. He's like, you know what, 8. Okay, I'm gonna fuck
yeah.
this child. That's what I need to do. It's the greatest. It's the greatest love story ever told. I couldn't be happier with Super Lovers. It rules. It fucking rules.
All right, for the record,
So
the actual plot of Super Lovers is that
That's
this
what it
college
is.
age guy,
No, he did it.
his mom like adopts random children apparently, and also has a bunch of dogs.
Yeah,
and this
yeah.
kid is like raised by her dogs, and she's like a terrible parent. So
Yep.
this kid is going to come back to Japan to be with the brother.
Yeah.
So it's kind of incest as well.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
he's not actually gonna fuck the kid until he's 16. There's a
Yeah.
huge
Oh,
8-year time
come on.
skip
He'll-
in like episode 2
Yeah,
or 3.
yeah.
So Liam and I are kind of uniquely qualified to
comment on
discuss
pedophilia.
this. No. Well, I mean, yes.
incest?
I mean, yes. No,
We
because
spent some
it's-
evenings
the first.
together. I mean,
Just a couple magical ones, but no, the first
Me and
episode.
Digi shared a bed a couple times, right?
first-
Digi?
That's true.
the
Me
first-
and Guy have indeed shared a bed,
It's-
and
it's
it did
set-
in fact.
It did go
So
gay.
we're all pretty qualified to
But
talk about
no,
this.
but it's set in Canada. That's the
Oh,
thing
that's
that got
true.
me.
That's true. Yeah.
They're the first episode's
the
in
gayest
Calgary.
country on the face of the earth.
in
Like,
Canada,
they-
everybody is a super lover in their own way. So
Everybody's
right,
a super
that's right.
lover,
This
is the
especially in
standard.
backwoods Calgary. Yeah. Oh.
I really didn't know where you were going with
you know,
that.
the-
No,
There's
it's just that it's Canadian.
there's not even
is-
much to
yeah.
say about this show. I appreciate that there's a director out there who's really gunning for like most consensual boy-on-boy kisses possible. But
Yeah.
like, nothing to say. Like, if Shonen Ai is your thing, you'll like it. If Shonen Ai is
Yeah,
not
no,
your thing,
this-
you might like it even more.
This show, like,
It soon
I
will
watched
be
the
your
first
thing.
episode.
Yeah.
I didn't think this episode was bad in any way.
Yeah.
Like, I thought it was solidly put together and stuff. And like, if you're the audience for this, which I am totally not, then it'll be good. And like, the thing is, this is like the most chick show possible. And
Yeah,
I hate
yeah.
saying that because I don't want to sound like I'm putting chick shows into a box saying all women would like
No,
this.
is
but
what
it is,
everywhere
but
is
it is
appropriate.
clearly
There's-
targeted at women. Yeah.
Well, there's so many things because, like, I mean, first of all, obviously the pretty boys and everything, and the fact that, like,
Yeah,
you know, it's obviously a gay romance story. It's about this older guy who, like, by the way, he's got like kind of a dangerous, surly attitude, but he's also like he cooks and cleans and does everything right,
Yeah.
and he's
Yeah.
like practically he loves kids, raises this kid who is
really
like
loves kids.
impossible to raise. You know, they have this really adorable relationship that they like. The kid starts, you know, like loving him and stuff, and they're like,
He's loving
they're
him
super
alright.
cute together.
Yeah.
They're obviously gonna fuck later in life. Huge age
Yeah,
gap.
the fucking
kind
happens.
of weird.
I heard it happens in the prison arc.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm
Wait,
sure.
oh,
But
boy.
so like, but then there's also the fact that there's like a lot of dogs. If you love big dogs, you're gonna like, you know,
I
and
do love
I
big
know
dogs.
chicks
I
love
love
them
big
some
dogs.
big
I
dogs.
just gotta
I'm
say
main
something
characters
on this
raised by
topic,
dogs.
because you're trodden into something. Me and my girlfriend recently went to a bookstore and we were looking through all the female romance books, right? You know the ones with the hunks
All
on
have
the
dogs,
cover?
right?
There is
Yeah,
a
sure.
subsection in there
where you have hot guy on cover with dog photoshopped into the corner. Like, there are hundreds of these things.
There's
That's
all
great.
these big
Yeah,
dogs,
it's
and the dogs. But here's the thing: it's not just that there is dogs; it's that the dogs have personalities. Where like the main guy, there's like the two dogs that the kid couldn't become friends with because they're friends with the other guy, and he's like, yeah, I have a history with these dogs, and I'm like, yeah, great, you know, like, cause I don't know, I only have one ex-girlfriend, but everything she liked was in this show, and that was all I could think about was like how she would have enjoyed this one, like pretty boys, relationships with the dogs, the way that the mom is portrayed, I feel like is how every woman sees her mom. That she's this weird, distant, like, character who's like, you know, you love her because she's your mom, but she's also got all these quirks and stuff. And I was just like, this is like the most chick thing I've ever seen. And I felt bad that we didn't have a woman on this show to talk about this, who was qualified.
Well, despite not being a woman, it's still my favorite show of the season.
This show, but like, I can't see a lot of guys getting into this.
Yeah. Well, the reality is, it is aimed at women in the same way that anything, you know, like Norn 9 and Hakuoki is aimed at women. Absolutely. Right. But if you're not taking profound enjoyment out of this, then it's just because your chastity belt's on too tight. There is stuff in there for you, and you just gotta, you know, put in some elbow
Set yourself free.
It's not a bad show at all, but like it really doesn't have any, like, I can admit that there's a lot of shows that I like just because there's a bunch of cute girls in it, and I wouldn't like the same show if it was a bunch of guys. And this is one of those where like if you did this exact same plot and they were chicks, I'd be all over it. Huge age gap romance between two women, this would be my favorite show of all time. But it's not women, it's two guys who I don't find attractive, and I just can't get into it.
What a shame.
I can, like, I've found the ability to do that recently. I watched Love Stage, which is, I think, another one that's very
Love Stage
fun.
was adorable, and I enjoyed that show because it was funny,
great.
and the main character looked enough like a woman that you could just pretend. So
which is kind of the whole sneaky how they turn gay thing.
That's true. That's true. That show was made to convert straight men into gay men. I'm pretty sure. That show was made so that girlfriends could show that to their guy friends to convince them to fuck other men. That's why Love Stage exists.
All right, let's move on to the next one. We talked about this for a long time.
All right, the next show... Shit, I fucking reduced my window. Oh, okay. This is another one I felt was displaced in time. Netoge no Yome wa Onnanoko janai to omotta, or, I guess...
Did you know that there are girls on the internet?
Yeah, that's right.
I saw some early stuff for this, and I was like, oh my god, this is going to be the worst fucking show. I saw the designs were by Hisashi, and I was like, oh, I bought some of his stuff. I'll watch it. I can't believe how not abysmal it is.
Are you joking?
I
Are you
agree.
fucking joking? This was by far the most offensive show on the season. I was so angry for every single second I was watching it. I wish I was dead instead of watching
You
this.
and your crusade against Moe show.
Listen to this. It's not about the Moe, dude. Don't you understand? Everything about yeah, I do. Everything about this show was fucking wrong. The way that they rail against normies and the way they're like, oh, I hate these normal, like, sexy girls. I'm just a shut-in. Nobody likes me. And yet the show portrays them as ridiculously hot girls. Everything about it was wrong.
I just want to point out my review for it there was how not abysmal.
Yeah,
that's not
but
high praise.
It was offensive. I was angered to my core by how
it's very
Before we even
okay.
talk about this show, I need to talk about the most important thing about this show, and I need to know if you guys agree. Guy, I don't know if you will because personality matters too much to you, but can we agree that this girl is the hottest fucking girl of the season?
Goddamn hot.
That's true, but that's the problem. That's why the show is bad.
Holy fucking shit. She is so fucking hot. I couldn't, like, I was trying to wrap my head around it. Like, I watched this whole first episode. I barely remember shit about it, but I kept thinking about that girl for days.
It's just the hair, eyes,
I was like,
it is.
where are, like, I could, when a new show comes out and there's a really hot girl and there's no dojins yet, it drives me crazy.
I don't agree. I think My Hero Academia takes it with Tsuyu. She's the best.
Which one is Tsuyu?
She's the frog girl.
We haven't met her yet.
Well, she's not animated yet, and I do think she's really hot.
I am glad to hear that. Yeah, she is the best girl. She is the best girl on that show.
Put your chastity belt back on. Hang on to it for a little while.
It's way too late for that.
All right, no, you're absolutely right. This show is
Netoge's like
jam-packed
3
with hot
weeks old,
girls.
man. I've had time.
It's just this show is intellectually bankrupt. It like tries to. I mean, that's fine. It's just that I didn't know that the show was going to go in this direction. I didn't know what the title meant before I watched it. So I watched it and I was like, oh, okay, it's going to be about a guy like I thought it was going to be like Watamote sort of, because like they get mad at normies all the time. They're fuck them, we're just a bunch of weirdos hanging out, and then it just turns out that like it's just a shitty harem with like the hottest girls in the world, and that's the wrong thing for what they were going for. It boggles my mind.
The thing. The hottest
this
girls
show
in the
to
world
me...
who play guys in a free-to-play online game. What a twist!
I mean, I like reverse traps a lot, but
that's
still.
the thing with this Netoge show. This felt like this show would have been really relevant in like 2007 or 2008, in the era where like there was a lot of these like otaku shows, where it's like shows about life as an otaku, and there was often like did any of you watch Nogizaka Haruka no Himitsu, where it's like the girl who's like the most popular girl at school and she's super hot, but then it turns out she's secretly an otaku.
Himitsu is.
Yeah, her secret was that she was an otaku.
Wow.
But like back in 2008, that kind of made sense because there weren't a lot of chicks who were into anime. You know, like back when in Ore no Imoto, when she was hiding her little sister obsession, you know, like those kind of shows were really popular around that time. This was like when Genshiken was coming out, like all this stuff, Train Man, the otaku on the train and everything, Densha Otoko. Those shows were like a big thing, a hot item of like this, hey, everybody can be into anime. Like that was basically the message of all these shows, was like otaku aren't that weird, everybody can be into it. And that genre has evolved over time.
I don't agree with that. I think the message is, look, we're making this show pander to your lifestyle.
Well, I mean, some of them
that's
are
what
like
it
that.
is.
I think there's a broad range here, and there was a lot of terrible shows like this that came out around that time. But like over time, we've had stuff like that one where the kid gets teleported to like the fantasy world and he teaches them all about manga and stuff.
You know,
like
Outbreak Company.
Outbreak Company.
You're actually right. It does go both ways. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Outbreak Company was like an expansion on this idea of like this everyone can be into anime thing, and then he's using it to like teach an entire race about different stuff.
But
and
also,
like that's come so far.
Take
but
over
then,
their society with otaku.
Right, we're now in 2016 where the idea that there are women online is not even slightly strange anymore. Where like we're in a world where like 1 in 5 relationships are formed online, where tons of women play, especially because this is a free-to-play MMO, which is the only thing I do like about this show, that it's actually set in like a cheap free-to-play freemium game,
and
where one of the characters
cool
buys all the shit.
To have one of the characters be a premium player. That was funny.
I love that.
Yeah,
The thing about it is that is what modern gaming is. It's a bunch of women and men on freemium MMOs, especially high schoolers. Like, you know, my little brother, his whole high school career was him sitting on freemium MMOs. He plays them with his girlfriend. Still, to this day, they fucking play Minecraft together. That all makes sense, but then for the conceit of the show to be that it's this huge surprise and that they're not normies, there's nothing more normie in the world than playing a freemium MMO. Everyone does that now.
These sorts of things are excusable sometimes, but like when we see the lovey-dovey girl for the first time in that class, and she's all like, she doesn't make eye contact, she's all downtrodden. Like it offends me to my core that in actuality she's like a super hot babe. Like it looks exactly like she does in the game, and she's like the best waifu you could possibly want. It's all just so wrong.
I can't get into this conceit.
It's insulting to our intelligence, and nobody should watch the show anymore. It's the worst thing I've seen.
It's hard for me to believe that this character is so hot and she's not constantly getting approached by guys.
Exactly.
You know,
it doesn't make any sense.
How is that possible?
I cannot relate to her struggle against the normies if in fact she is a ridiculously hot chick who every guy would be wanting to talk to all the time. It doesn't make sense.
There are also some like
I'm passionate about this issue.
Like poor things besides that. Like for example, in the classroom, the main character guy, whose name I don't give a shit about, he has those 3 friends, right? But they're actually just one stupid character.
Yeah.
Like
they don't do much of anything.
They don't do anything. They don't have good designs, and they're all just the same character, and they're useless and they're worthless. Why?
It's because this show is only focused on giving the guys who are watching a harem. That's all it's about.
It's just like besides the harem, there's nothing.
That's true. That's totally true.
This would be better as a art book.
You know what it is?
But
This show had
you know what?
potential.
You know
I
what?
thought the show was going to make an insightful commentary.
Should write some dojins about this, and that is the best thing that could come out of this.
That would be the best thing.
Dude, imagine these people having a fulfilling sexual relationship through a video game, and it's a story about that. That would be great.
That would be
Here's
good.
the thing.
Fantastic.
Here's what, at the end of episode 1, this was why I knew I couldn't watch the show anymore, unless I hear otherwise. But, like, this was going to drive me fucking insane if I watched any more of this. Because I did not hate this show. I thought it was dumb. When they revealed that they were all 3 girls, I was like, oh, come the fuck on, right? But there's literally no reason that these 2 main characters shouldn't fuck immediately.
Yeah.
She's all over him. She's completely in love with him. She's super hot. She's all over his nuts.
No,
he
she's
clearly
gonna
finds
hang
her
out.
super
I think you're
attractive.
jumping the gun a little bit because, frankly, they just met face to face. You got to give them at least a little time to
you
get
also-
acquainted
you
with each
also-
other.
Come on,
physically.
Nate.
No, you
Come
also
on.
have to
She's-
remember.
No,
this is
Digi.
a-
I think that is a stupid thing to say because you don't just meet someone and immediately fuck. It's just it doesn't feel
once.
good to do that. That's
think
not
Digi did.
how it's done.
I think it's dumb for
Digi
another
fucks on the
reason.
first
No,
date.
I
Digi's
don't
the badass
mean that
over
they
here.
literally should have pulled each other's pants off in their first meeting.
Okay,
I just
no.
mean that every episode that goes by that they don't fuck is going to be harder and harder for me to believe.
you know what, actually,
because they're so into each other, and there's
the guy
nothing
isn't
stopping
even
them.
really into her that much.
Digi,
you know?
it's important to put it into context here. You're wrong. Because in Japan, guys don't give a shit about girls, and that's why they have population issues.
That's true.
I mean, I know this, and people
They don't
have
want
told,
to
like,
fuck.
when I raised this point on Twitter, people were like, cultural differences.
Guys,
and I was
I
like,
mean-
look, I'm not talking about this making sense. I'm talking about my personal feelings.
Yeah.
I can't watch this guy not fuck this girl for 12 episodes.
I actually
because
had the same
I
feeling as
know
you, yeah.
that if I was
Dude.
in his situation, if I met a girl who liked me at all, and was that hot, there would be nothing to stop me.
All right,
Someone said,
just
but she's
stick with
kind
me
of
for a
crazy.
second.
I'm like, I don't care if she stabs me. I want to fuck her. She is so
All
hot.
right,
She's the
Digi, I get
hottest girl ever.
it. But you gotta picture it like this, Digi. Like, what if he met this? Okay, this girl like hates the normies, right? She's always on about it. So obviously she shouldn't be into having a relationship.
That's what I'm expecting to
what I'm
happen
saying is, what I'm
that
saying
he
is,
says, why don't we date? And she says, ew, dating's for normies.
No, that's exactly
what I
right. Because
expected
if
to
she
be the
did that,
twist.
dude, that would explain why she's not in a relationship right now, and
But
it would give
make
us
it
something for
even
them to
harder
overcome.
for me to watch the show because it means that they thought of a whole excuse for why these characters won't fuck.
No,
when I would rather just watch a show about them fucking. That's all I want.
Yeah, I agree,
you just
but it
watch
doesn't.
that hentai.
Try and call out the TV at the TV station. Hi, yeah, we've just realised they're really into each other. She's super hot. Can we make them fuck?
I mean, no,
Yeah,
Gigi,
like-
you're right. I mean,
that's the
based
thing.
on what we've
Look,
seen, there's
here's
no
why this
real
makes me
reason why
mad,
they shouldn't
'cause-
immediately start dating and, yes, having sex
Look,
too.
there's so much
this is-
H anime out there where the character designs are shit, and every time I see a show like this where there's like a girl who's so incredibly hot, and I'm
Yeah,
like, all I
yeah.
want is porn of this character, and instead you've designed this beautiful character and you've put them in a show whose sole purpose is to cock tease you,
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
never actually show them having sex, to just make you like pause during every screen cap you can find of her looking hot and be like, I guess this is all I have.
And you're right,
you know?
dude. It's because
Yeah.
the dude is a total pussy, and just I'm sure he won't go for it because he's an idiot. And like, it's like in the universe they're in, she must be less attractive than she is to us. That's the only explanation for it. I don't know what
How it
else is
always
going
is.
on. Yeah. I don't know.
It's
She could be like half as attractive and she'd still be insanely
if she was at
hot.
all
Like,
attractive, I'd be. I mean, it's free sex. Who is going to turn it down?
right?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's
well, Japanese men.
It's the
Japanese
worst show.
men
It's by
don't have
far my
sex
least favorite
anymore.
show of the season. It makes me angry on so many levels, and
So
wish it was gone. Wish it didn't exist.
I
Here's-
think it's
here-
pretty poor as well, but I expected
All right.
worse. So
I
Yeah,
think it's
right.
I think it's very, 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 very the exact same show that we've seen time and again. And
Oh, it's worse. It's
I,
worse.
and I'm gonna read the hell out of all of the dojins that come out. But I
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
do you guys want to like make a bingo pool right now on just like those friends of his are like by the third episode gonna be like being really angry at him and noogieing him and he's gonna get assaulted like 4
in
times
a
an
lighthearted sort of
episode?
way.
Yeah,
It's gonna
I
be
can't
a-
believe that didn't happen by episode 1.
Yeah.
But I guess.
Yeah.
No, because
I
they
guess you
didn't
see
get a
farther
chance
than
to
me.
see him with all the hot girls that he's now in a guild with.
Right. All right.
Let's move
enough
on.
about Netoge
Yeah.
show. Let's talk about a show. This one I really don't. I have no idea where this show's going.
Yeah,
But it's Kuramukuro, the new the big PA Works like 15-year anniversary show.
what?
The original series.
Isn't it?
Callum, you want to introduce this one?
Doesn't make sense. It makes... no, I haven't actually seen the first episode, but it doesn't make any fucking sense that it's a 15th anniversary. For the 10th anniversary, they had Hanasaki Iraha, which brought back this whole platter of staff that had made PA Works what they are today, like directors, art directors, all of these people that are intrinsically PA Works even if they didn't work on it. Kuromukuro, they give it over to fucking Tensai Akamura, who makes shows that are nothing like what PA Works has ever done.
Right.
And with an art director who I don't think has worked with the studio before, just...
Well,
I don't know, dude.
Nonetheless,
why? I don't understand
the character
why
designs.
Is this the 15th anniversary?
The character designs do look incredibly.
The main girl was choice.
Yes.
She was tight. She was looking good. You know,
the character designs are have that PA Works face for sure. There's actually the writing kind of reminded me of Hanasaku Iraha, where it's got that kind of like almost like you're watching a hipster movie.
Little meandering. Like it meanders around a little in the characters.
Yeah, kind of like a Joss Whedon script type thing, where like the characters they talk about things other than the plot, and there's a lot of like characterization through like characters kind of just being mad at each other, but not in the anime way, more in like a realistic, like, God, my mom is so annoying
like
kind of way. Like,
yeah.
I mean, the ending theme is
it's
realistic
feeling.
The ending theme is actually called
dialogue.
realistic, though. It's realistic.
Yeah, well, the dialogue has that like natural, like that, but I won't say natural feel so much as that going for natural feel. Like I don't know if you guys how familiar you are with Joss Whedon scripts, but where he's got that feeling of like the characters are having like conversations, but at the same time it's kind of not in the way you think real people would talk.
Not even Joss Whedon. It feels kind of like Diablo Cody specifically.
Yeah, that's actually... Well, I was going to say that because that's way back in the day I wrote of Hanasaku Iraha episode 1, that it felt like a Diablo Cody show. But that one was a more extreme on... Like, where Diablo Cody's like every fucking sentence is a reference to something and like a cultural... With
this show, I think this is the show that left the least impression on me, because it was just kind of there. And, like, okay, there's robots, they're doing things, the girls are kind of cute, there's a dude. Nothing in it really stood out to me as something that made me give a shit about where it was going.
It's very animated.
It's very animated, yeah.
I would say, like, it's one of these that's weird, and
I feel like I know everything that's going to happen already. Like, aliens are there, they're going to fight them.
I have no idea what's going to happen, so I don't know how you got that feeling. Well, I mean, I was left like, what the hell is this about?
I don't know, sci-fi anime shit.
So it's clearly just that, like, modern popular thing of, there's monsters that are borderline unstoppable. Like,
yeah.
But I thought the animation was superb, but, like, that setup is kind of If it hadn't been for that, like, guy showing up near the end and then actually like demonstrating himself to be a cool samurai guy and not
was cool.
I was really worried when he was getting up that he was going to be the like loser kind of funny main character of like poor circumstances. Yeah. And then when he got up and he was actually a cool guy, I was like, okay though, I'll listen to this.
I like the idea that he's like a samurai displaced in time, and these robots seem to be samurai robots. They're from
demons.
The samurai era.
Demons.
Yeah.
That her father just happens to... Yeah, anyway.
And, like, the fact that the samurai guy, like, thought she was a princess at first, and I'm interested in what kind of relationship they will have, if he will be, like, protecting this girl.
Not interested in that.
For sure.
Well, I like
she's
the idea
like
of
a
sort of fish out of water,
for sure.
Now,
she's
see,
like
I hate this girl and I hate this character because she's just a useless character who is, like, she happens to look like someone, so she's elevated to a place of importance in the plot, even though she has nothing to contribute.
Well, that's kind of the point of her arc, though, is that everyone treats her differently because she's the daughter of, like, a genius scientist, and she hates that she's being treated this way when she's just really like a perfectly normal teenage girl.
I just
who wants to go to Mars.
Military stories that aren't about like soldiers who have trained and they like really have earned their place doing it. Like that one dude in that mech who actually was like, oh
super
yeah, let's go
it.
fight these dudes. Let's go fight these dudes. Like that guy was 1,000 times more interesting to me than like anything this girl's gonna do.
Well, she gets in the robot, so that's something.
I didn't see that. Okay, well, all right,
it
that's
happens
good.
actually
that's
in
good.
the credit sequence of the first episode. Where it previews footage
but,
in a second.
I did like a couple things about just the overall
tone.
The overall tone of it. It kind of reminded me like I don't know if it's the designs or what, but there's something about it that kind of reminded me of Captain Earth, just without the weird psychosexuality going on.
I could see that. I dropped Captain Earth after about 4 episodes.
Captain Earth was a train wreck, but yeah, I don't know. The thing that I like about how the fights went down is the fact that they have these monsters that are supposed to be big and unstoppable, and then they have two guys in regular robots beat the big monster down and get past its AT field by just getting all up close and personal and stabbing it a whole bunch.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's better.
You can tell that like part of the idea here is
it's just
that
a countdown until the one that's like unfightable appears.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
it's
Yeah,
like,
well,
exactly.
I think
Oh, no,
I think
what
the
are
point of
humans
that
ever
was
gonna
that
do?
it's a good old, because in the classic tradition of anime, there's always the reason you have to use swords is that for whatever reason guns don't
That's
work.
right. Mhm.
So
That's right.
obviously, because this has a samurai theme, they wanted these to be sword fighting robots. The opening scene is a sword duel between robots. So that whole scene is really to establish that guns don't work and swords do. And that's what's going to be going on going forward,
Probably,
so that this can turn into a robot sword fighting show.
But-
I think that's why they did that. This show, I don't know, it was weird to me. I came into it. I've come to realize I have a problem with Sakuga fans. Colin, tell me if you feel this way. You're a part of the Sakuga community, where a lot of Sakuga fans will talk about how great something looks because it's really animated, but then I'll look at it and I'll be like, yeah, but it doesn't really look that good. The walk cycles in this show, everyone has this really detailed way of walking, but it doesn't look human at all. Like, the main girl and her friend are walking down the stairs at this, like, really slow, weird pace, and it's, like, super animated, and they're, like, swaying back and forth, and I'm like, who the fuck walks like this?
Lots of in-betweens, no well-placed keyframes.
Because I saw somebody say,
I think the thing with the Sakuga community is that a big part of it is crediting the people behind it and the effort they put in, and then thinking about, wait, does that actually work afterwards?
Yeah, like, because it was...
so yeah, there are some people who will just be blind.
It was
to the fact
Yuukow,
that,
the guy who does all those Sakuga things for Anime News Network, and I follow him on Twitter, and he'll always post, like, like about how amazing the Sakuga in some show is, and then I'll be like, but it was terribly choreographed, or, like, the fight scene was awful. And in this case, he was like, Kuramukuro might be the best animated PA Works show yet. The walk cycles are so, like, beautiful to watch. And I watched it and I was like, these walk cycles don't look human at all. They're, like, super weird. And, like, yeah, they're really well animated, but, like, all I could think about was how awkward it was to walk. Like, why are they walking so slow? Why are they walking like that? Why are they swaying so much? It was, like, really driving me crazy. So, yeah, I didn't...
Oh, but there's something to be said for the spectacle of it.
Yeah,
but
I would say that about this show in general.
You can't expect everyone to get on board with the spectacle.
It's the kind of thing where, like, this show has, like, some things going for it that are, like, done, that it's sort of pretty to look at. It's sort of an original concept, but then nothing was, like, great. Nothing made me, like, oh, well, that's super cool and I want to watch it. It was like, well, I guess it's nice that there's animation, you know? And the directing was... whatever, it was solid. I mean,
I'm there's certainly no way I'm gonna drop it after one. I'm really interested to see where it goes, even though I don't necessarily think it'll go beyond this kind of type of anime. Again, like unstoppable monsters attacking humanity. Oh God, what are we gonna do? Kind of thing.
Right.
But I'm still interested, and the animation quality was high. You're right. Some of it looked a bit wonky, but I'd like to see more of that. Regardless, because I mean it was good at that, and I don't know. It's still, even though like it doesn't have the same kind of designs as most PA Works stuff. I still felt like their writing ideals of character interactions still shone through, and I feel like
it felt very PA Works.
It still represents them. I feel.
Yeah, there were PA Works script writers on it. That's the one thing that actually did carry over.
Okay, let's move on. We've been talking about this for a long
next
time.
Next show is Unhappy.
Oh my God!
Or
how does this show have a higher rating than the last one?
Because the show fucking rules, dog.
Oh God! This was the only one I had to stop watching midway through.
Are you? So you missed out, dude. You missed out.
It does get better, I will say, but this has that problem that we were complaining about Panda Peace of, like, the first third of the episode is literally the main character walking to school.
No, that's true. It
No,
definitely had a weak start, but it really, as soon as that bridge dog thing went down, I was on board.
Bridge Dog was the peak.
Guy, describe intro the show, Guy, since you like it.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, as I recall, it was kind of vague. Okay, in general, they start a bunch of girls starting in a new high school, and they're put into a class, and it is like the happiness class. That's the specific thing they're focusing on, because all of the people in the class have some misfortunate, their lives are misfortunate in some way, and so they've been put in here to make them happy somehow. So everyone has like a weird thing. Like the main girl is always attacked by animals, seems to be her thing, even though she really likes animals. And holy shit, dude, the not the main girl, but the secondary main girl has the best fucking thing of any character in history. Her misfortune is that she is obsessed with that sign of a construction man, like bowing, saying like "Gomen nasai," like "Sumimasen, you cannot use the sidewalk right now." She's in love with, so she will spend her like hours after school going to construction sites just to see signs of this character, of this like bowing construction man, so that she can just worship it.
She has a picture of him in her wallet.
It's that is the funniest
thing
I've ever seen.
It's a romantic love. She is romantically in love. It's the best. It is definitely the most thorough 2D complex I've seen.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
In an anime.
It's amazing. I love it.
So basically, like the way that the school's structure strikes me is a bit like Baka and Test, where they're like in this bottom class because they've got this one thing that they gotta fix.
Oh,
yeah, it's the same team.
They're basically in that shit.
It's even the 7th class of their school, so it's like absolutely like.
But yeah. The show's really about the girls and the funny situation they're being put in. And, like, I really like all the girls we've met so far. The frail girl, I mean, yeah, she's kind of one note, but everything she's done so far has been pretty funny. She's got a great design.
It's funny when cute, quiet girls start bleeding.
Yeah, and she's a doctor, and she's really great. Her skills at, like, bandaging her own wounds are, like, off the charts, because she does it every fucking day. Yeah,
I found this show to be thoroughly mediocre. As someone who has seen every cute girls in high school show on the planet, I feel like this is like right on the line where it's like, if you find it kind of funny and you have nothing better to do, you can survive this whole show.
I would so much rather watch a show like this than Kuromukuro. Kuromukuro is boring. This makes me laugh sometimes.
This show, like, the thing is that these characters, I don't think they're going anywhere.
Oh, they're not.
I watched the first half of episode 2, and all it did was reiterate the jokes from episode 1, and I was like, I don't care anymore. And I stopped watching halfway through episode 2 just because I was like, I don't think the characters are strong enough to attach me to the show. And like when it comes to these cute girl shows, it's like, you know, the thing people hate about these shows is that they are a dime a dozen, and that is true. There are a million of them. And so for me, that makes it very easy to pick which ones I'm sticking with. Yeah. Because like, if you don't have a character who I really want to watch, or some voice acting that I really want to hear, or some nice animation or something, that I just don't care. And this show has very middle of the road animation. It's a very Silver Link show. It has the same aesthetic that all their shows have. That same, like, you know, sometimes there's like a pattern in the background, and sometimes the characters go SD or whatever. And like, it's not, there's no above average animation. The characters have exactly one personality trait, and it seems like that's all they're ever going to have. I agree. It's one of those that tries to go for the like the sympathetic moments, but they're kind of weird, and it just seems like it should just be a comedy show.
I can't.
I'll give it that the premise. I'll give it that the premise was a lot weirder than I expected, because it's like halfway through the episode when they reveal that it's a classroom full of unfortunate people, and like, it was like the way it was presented was so weird that it was like, what the fuck? That's what this is about? Like, that was kind of entertaining. But once I was over that like initial, okay, this is weirder than I thought, and then I started episode 2 and I was like, nah, this is exactly what I thought.
Well, I didn't watch episode 2, so maybe you're right. And the opening ruled. It was great.
Yeah, I ended up overanalyzing it because thanks to Jeff, now I analyze OPs apparently, and it had lots of little things to notice.
The opening was fun, yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I got sick of the show very quick, and I expected to, and I just dropped it.
Nah, I can't do these shows anymore just because of the meandering between jokes. Like,
yeah,
I would
definitely
much rather just read the manga, because I'll get through a full volume of the manga in like half an hour.
Right. Yeah. And the voice acting is not very good.
No.
The main Ann girl, she's annoying.
Yeah.
I like
she really
I don't know
is.
what you guys are talking about. You're just a bunch of fucking misogynists up in here. You just hate women. That's what's going on.
I mean, if our discussion of girls on the internet didn't make that clear, yeah.
Callum, what were you saying?
Yeah, I can appreciate this show, but in a seasonal context, it's got so much competition as far as comedy slice of life goes.
And we're gonna get to one that I like a lot more.
Unfortunately, although I think it's alright, it's on the lower spectrum.
All right, well, that's enough about that one.
Moving on.
Yeah.
I think, Callum, you requested to introduce Bungo Stray Dogs, so...
Oh, yes.
Shoot.
Bungo Stray Dogs is the newest show by Takeya Igarashi of Soul Eater and On High Spice Club fame. It's about a supernatural detective agency, and all of the members of the detective agency are based on figures within classical literature, and they have powers based on that.
Which I did not know.
It's not really much of a hook that if you don't understand that.
If you don't know who Rampo Edogawa is,
I know who he is because of anime.
He's the most obvious person in this cast. So.
Okay, so I didn't know that, so yeah.
Even wears like a Sherlock Holmes outfit as a reflection of his most famous character being a rip-off of Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah.
So are okay.
Was that not the guy who wrote Ungo?
Yeah.
Or am I thinking of someone else?
No, I think it might have been. But yeah, so like the
story Ungo is based on.
The main character is Nakajima Atsushi. And that's a big deal.
Yeah.
And if you don't get why that's a big deal, you are going to come into this pretty confused. And I don't get why that's a big deal. I don't get why that's a big deal. So I came into this pretty confused. But he's a tiger.
Yeah, I mean, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
I like that.
So, but I kind of appreciate shows that are going to make me want to find out something about something else.
I suppose.
Like, even with Rampo Katan Game of Laplas, which ended up being a bit shit.
A bit shit?
But the fact that you could see that the reason why there was so much dichotomy within itself is because it was trying to adapt both Edogawa Rampo's pre-war and his post-war work, which is entirely different. And I think the fact...
It's also trying
so it's the Rampo Katan author who's in this show, then.
Mm-hmm, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so Edogawa Rampo...
the author of it.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how many of these authors have had anime adaptations made out of them, because that makes it exponentially easier for me to figure out who these people are.
There's only one, and that is... what's his name? The guy at the very start.
Did the guy who wrote
the guy who drowned himself? That he's got an adaptation from the Aoi Bungaku.
Okay, yeah. Did he do No Longer Human or one of the other ones?
Yeah, No Longer Human.
Okay. So he's that guy.
And that's it.
And that guy did kill himself, so that is important to his character.
I'm not surprised. So much so that it's his only trait. Okay, but this show was not very great, in my opinion. I was pretty bored. I liked the one fight scene at the end. I thought it was well animated. But the only thing that makes me even want to watch anything more was that girl who showed up at the end, who had a super appealing character design, who I want to make my waifu. But other than that, not impressed.
It's a Bones show.
See, I really like it. It's one of my favorites.
I loved it. I thought.
Season.
Here's the thing. I loved this episode. I don't expect to love this show because
I saw that tiger twist coming a mile away.
Oh, yeah.
You were supposed to see the tiger twist coming a mile away.
Well, then why did I watch the episode then? What was the tension?
It was just introducing the character so you know what the show's about.
And then you learn who the other guy is, the guy who's drowning. It's like, oh, why is he drowning? Blah, blah, blah.
Well, I didn't get any of those references, so that was all lost on me.
I thought the show was super...
You didn't have to get
I didn't get shit. I didn't even know that the show had references. Like, nobody told me that before I watched it, so I didn't know about that until you guys said it in the chat, and I was like, oh.
I was in the same boat where I had no idea about that, and the characters all came off as... Like, the show didn't come off as terrible, but all the characters came off as, like, trying really hard to emphasize how unique and interesting they are.
Yeah, now that I
but they're
know
just
that these are all based on
really-
characters, it really feels like they're caricatures of like the people that
well,
they're based on. Kind of.
I was talking to Jeff last night about how
Yeah.
if I ever see another Sengoku era anime, I will just die. I will kill myself on the spot.
Right.
And so I have
Masamune
to
is gonna. Yeah.
I have to tread carefully because Mitsuhide is the betrayer. Nobunaga should die or will. And
Yeah.
Hideyoshi's nice, and he's probably the main character. It's always the same thing, and it's always just, as far as I can see, even like Fate falls into the same issue where they handpick a bunch of characters and they look for their hearsay traits on Wikipedia, and they say, okay, I will build it around these one or two pillars of what people say their character was. And so you get to this anime, and whether or not you know that they're based on real people, the main character, who is so beyond down on his luck you can't believe it, saves guy who actually wanted to kill himself. Like, this is already really, really typical. And then guy who wanted to kill himself is being taken care of by, like, responsible, upstanding guy. And then guy who wants to kill himself takes guy out for lunch on the upstanding guy's dime. Like, this is all so unbelievably typical. And typical doesn't mean it's bad. I thought it was perfectly passable, honestly, but it did not strike any chords with me whatsoever, and I completely.
The thing about shows like this is I completely agree with you feeling that way about the characters, and that's why I don't think I'll like it in the long run, because I don't see it going anywhere, because it's like a magical detective agency show, so each episode is going to be they have to solve something, and they're all going to use their powers, and they're going to kick ass, and they're going to look pretty, and they're going to look cool. And they all have amazing character designs, I thought.
The girl's power is thou shalt not die. I want to know what that is. That's the bait that the show is setting for me. I want to know what that means, you know?
And it's like, they're obviously going to use their powers to fucking fight enemies and stuff, and it's gonna be probably mostly episodic, and I don't think that I would be shocked if the episodes were really interesting. But the show is a blast to watch because the directing is so fucking strong and it's so pretty to look at,
and because Studio Bones just tosses money at the screen to make animation happen.
I think that's what separates these shows from each other in the long run, is like how watchable a show like this is really like, you know, because I mean, something like Twin Star Exorcists, which I was just criticizing for feeling like it came from 2007 and it was boring, that show looked like it came from then. And then with Bungo Stray Dogs, the plot feels like it came from 2007 and it's like an old manga that I'm picking up again. But like, the show looks amazing, and it's got Igarashi using all these techniques that he used to use in like Uran High School Host Club, of like the little arrows pointing to important things and the really funny way that characters are portrayed. There's like a scene where they're on the riverbed and they're like arguing back and forth, totally ignoring the other guy, and then you just get like this long shot of the guy standing there on the riverbed with an arrow pointing at him, like, don't forget this guy's here. I thought that stuff was funny. All the facial expressions were great, and it felt like, we've taken this guy's directing style that he used to use in Uran and Soul Eater and like updated it to this modern visual look that feels extremely current and cutting edge with great digital post-processing. The only show with CG water that wasn't distracting this whole season.
Oh, I didn't even know.
Like, I didn't notice until well into the scene that it was CG water, and I was like, it looks good, unlike everything else I watched. So, I don't know.
No, the CG's becoming bearable.
I thought it's like when a show, for me, like a lot of people will talk about how like plot is the only thing that matters in shows to them, and I think what matters to me is if it's satisfying to watch. And like, while this show didn't really give me anything on a moment-to-moment basis, I was entertained by the things happening. So if anybody wants to say that classic turn your brain off, man, this is a show I could do that to, because it's entertaining to just look at the things happening, because they're paced well and timed well and edited well,
and they sure are pretty. They sure are
pretty. And they're very nice to look at. But again, I can't see keeping up with it because I'll completely forget it ever happened and never watch it again.
Yeah.
See, I think it's probably going to be one of the series that for me is going to be the easiest to keep up with, because it's got such an energy to it, and it's so like, I never feel like I'm going to it's going to be a bit of a drag with like, there's some shows here that I know I'm going to get better payoff with. I know I'm going to reflect on it in a better way. But with Bungo Stray Dogs, I can jump straight into it and go, I am going to have a good time.
Now let's move on to
And
the
I
next
think
episode, because I love that show.
Well, hold on. I think
Okay.
if I was watching Bungo Stray Dogs week by week, it would be entertaining. I don't generally watch anime week by week, so that's why I think I'm going to forget about it and never get back to it.
Oh, yeah.
I'll just totally blank on it. All right, the next one is a 3-minute episode for
Yes.
Onigiri.
Oh God.
So
Onigiri ruled.
Oh no.
Onigiri was like
Oh no.
Can I just
It's funny 'cause
preface this? Are you guys aware this is an anime based off of a terrible MMO? Okay.
A
okay.
terrible
I wanna talk
free
about that
I gotta
MMO.
play that game now.
Okay.
in our last seasonal recap thing, or our last seasonal introduction thing, we talked about there was that one show that was like based on the card game.
Yeah.
And I was saying how that show looked like a Japanese free-to-play MMO. I was specifically referring to Onigiri
Wow.
because I had just played that game
Nice.
like a few days before. And so I thought it was hilarious that they then made an anime out of Onigiri. I didn't realize it was going to be 3-minute episodes of really bizarre, spastic nonsense.
Yeah,
but
and
you
that
know
was
what?
exactly
There's
appropriate.
There's one joke I absolutely loved in this episode because there's like 5 main girls and one
Yes,
guy.
yes, this is
and
the
the
best
guy
part.
is not given
Yep.
a voice actor, and it literally says like he'll talk and it'll just be a text box, and it says
There are no male
the title
voices
card
in
said
Onigiri Online.
yeah, there's no male
Dude, that
voices
is
in Onigiri.
absolutely
That was fucking
brilliant. I
hilarious.
couldn't love it more if I tried. That was the best part of the whole episode.
Other than that, it left no impression on me, and I didn't give. a
Well,
fuck,
you know what
so
I liked?
not
I liked
much
that
more.
one of the characters was just literally Moetron, and I thought she had she brought a lot to the show. I don't know, there wasn't a lot great about it. I liked Moetron. I liked that thing with the dude. But aside from that, it was 3 minutes of my life that I don't regret spending watching it.
I would rather watch more Take You.
Yeah.
I can never get enough
much
Take
funnier.
You.
Yeah, all right.
There's a TQ spin-off
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah,
so
we skipped that one.
the TQ never stops.
Yeah,
I
Take You is eternal.
At
Take-
3
Take
minutes,
You
it's
is-
not the worst thing you can do, but you know.
I don't recommend
No.
it.
No,
Exactly.
I recommend it. Go watch it. I mean, now that you know the joke,
Onigiri is
but
terrible.
It's not
Onigiri is
terrible.
terrible.
All right, let's move on to one that I don't know how many of you guys watched this, but I was really surprised that I kind of really liked the first episode of Shonen Maid.
We
any
watched.
of
we
you
watched
guys
it,
watch-
sort of.
We watched
Oh,
like
yeah.
half of it. Nate and I watched.
I watched it and I
What
read
it
the
is,
manga
I see.
read the
before,
wow.
so
Okay,
I
it
knew it was
seemed to
gonna
me
be
like a
good.
poor man's Super Lovers. You know,
Yeah.
I just want
Well,
to
that's
see.
the thing.
Uh-huh.
I thought this was just going to be like yaoi bait show.
Yeah.
And I mean, it obviously is a shoujo manga adaptation. I don't think it's got any real sexual undertones though.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Oh yeah.
No,
They're obviously
yeah.
baiting it, but I don't think it feels naughty. Like
you
Super
can-
Lovers, you watched it and you were like, these guys are gonna fuck. Like,
So-
this is
Yeah,
gonna happen.
yeah.
So
you
the first thing I concluded is that nobody's gonna fuck in this, and the way that I concluded it is because their hands
The
are
character
too small.
designs.
Their hands
Oh,
are too
right,
small
right.
for any fucking to
Yeah.
happen. That's the one
Yeah, no.
hard rule.
You've done the
Shonen
analysis.
Maid is kind of like a shoujo version of Hayate the Combat Butler.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like this kid, it starts off, his mom just died. They were like poor. He's obsessed with cleaning and stuff. And he's like, he's going through this emotional time and he gets picked up by, it turns out his mom had like come from a rich family who had disowned her because she got pregnant out of wedlock, I guess.
Yeah, something like that.
And so he's like, well, I don't need your help if she didn't need your help. And they're like, well, you got nowhere else to go, and we'll hire you as a maid and clean up the house of your eccentric uncle, who's like a guy who designs costumes for plays. And I don't know, man, it was cute and fun, and it had a real emotional, actual story. Like, I cared about this kid. I was like, man, he's been through a lot, and he's trying to, you know, he's trying to maintain his pride in this fucked up situation, but he works hard, and you know,
Yeah.
I unfortunately I didn't see, like, after watching the first episode, I was like, I don't know where this plot could possibly go that would actually be
It's just
interesting.
gonna do more of that for a while, you know.
It's just more jokes.
Okay.
I
had a
I'm
feeling.
fine with
force
that,
myself
'cause
to pay enough attention,
all
unfortunately,
turnarounds
to
are
really
great.
get what was going on with that.
We didn't get very emotionally invested because we were just sitting there making fun of it. So
That's true. That's true.
like
I
That's
It was a s-
cruel. He just lost his mother, and now you're.
He seemed okay with it. He got over it pretty fast, and so did I.
Yeah.
Well, he was saying how he couldn't, like, he didn't know how to respond to it. It was kind of like the feelings hadn't come yet. Like, he's waiting for the cry to happen. And then I don't remember if it did exactly, but it kind of happens where the other shoe drops and he realizes
just before he got to cleaning.
I don't know. I thought it was really solid. This is a type of anime though that this seems to happen a lot with manga adaptations, where like the first chapter is like an amazing standalone, and it's like you could almost watch the first episode like it's a short film, and then the rest of the show really doesn't matter that much. Like, you got the point, you've had the emotional resonance. I don't think it's gonna go anywhere other than like the same jokes over and over again. Introduce a few more characters, then it'll become kind of rote. There'll be hints of this romance budding, but it'll never actually amount to anything because this manga is probably long as fuck and it's probably not over. So, I don't know. If you really like shoujo anime, then this is like a great shoujo manga adaptation. So I recommend it if you're into that. I think there's a kind of person who is typically into the big shoujo shows who will absolutely adore this.
Yeah, probably.
But I can't see myself watching any more of it. As much as I liked episode 1, it didn't hook me. It didn't convince me it would be a show that would have more things happening.
If it was a manga, I might binge read like a bunch, but it's not. Yeah. Or it is, but I have to read it, so I don't care. I just
exactly what Column did.
But I haven't already read any. So,
My one point is that I do like the character design of the shonen maid's uniform, where he's got like the stupid little boy shorts from Japan mixed in with a maid uniform. Like, it's cute.
We need to bring boy shorts back. I miss them.
It's just the right. It's like, it's kind of like I know a lot of people, because I'm a lolly man. But I like lollies because they're cute more so than for sexual reasons.
Right.
And it's hard for people to understand the difference, but I can tell when a show is designing a lolly that's supposed to be, like, sexy or one that's supposed to be cute. And I feel like this Shota is more aimed to be an adorable Shota than he is to be one that I
totally agree. And I really think the character designs and the overall art style convey that pretty well.
Yeah. I think he's adorable, and it's a fun show. And I like the eccentric uncle because of the fact, like, I didn't like him at first because I thought he's just a fucking one-note character who's just going to be always like, haha, I'm kooky. But then you realize he actually has, like, a deep passion for making costumes. And, like, I don't know, any passionate character who's, like, works hard enough that they lose sleep over their work, I always am, like, immediately behind.
Yeah, so. That's true. That's true.
I like him.
So,
all right,
so
I guess
the next
nobody
show,
seems to have much to say about that. So,
Nate,
this is the big one. This is going to be the most popular show of the season. Guy requested to introduce this.
Okay, all right. Now, first of all,
Kotetsujo no Kabaneri, or Kabaneri of the Iron Fortress. Give us your intro.
First.
Or Attack on Trains.
Yes,
okay,
now
first of all, whenever you think or watch this show, you need to be hearing this in the back of your mind. Yeah! Okay, this is the most metal show I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. So it's a zombie show, but they treat it really realistically. So it's got the whole tropes of, like, zombies are infected. We have to deal with the whole infection thing going on. We've rearranged our civilization to deal with the threat that the new zombies have posed. And the main character is very similar to a lot of people have pointed out, Eren Yeager, in that he's got a strong passion for destroying this threat against humanity. But
he's
the
different.
thing that makes him different, and it's so much different, he's like a combination of Eren kind of, and Guts, and almost Edward Elric, I guess, because he's an inventor. That's what he does. And so he's been working on technology to help them.
I like that
people.
Edward Elric comparison. I hadn't thought about it, but
that's
true.
That's kind
he's
of
like Guts combined with Ed, combined with Eren, and so he's a scientist, and he's made. I mean, he's an engineer, really, and so he's rigged up like new ways of combating them, and it's just like I only watched episode 1, but he's
That's
just
the only one that was
developed.
subbed by the time we did this podcast.
Okay, there you go.
The Kabane, they have big. The Kabane are the zombies. The Cabaneri are what the main character. So the Kabane are heavy metal fire zombies, basically, who have like molten metal in their veins that makes their heart super duper hard. So he needs to build a better steam gun to punch through their hearts and kill them.
The one thing that confused me was that you can just cut off their heads, so why don't they just do that? Just aim for the head. Like, if you used a sword...
They're pretty bitey.
Yeah, I mean,
don't
okay.
don't
all
think
right.
about it. Don't think about it.
Yeah, don't think
You know,
about it.
Nate,
Also,
Like, I enjoyed this first episode, but
Yeah.
now that you've put in my head that this show's really metal, I've just been sitting here, like, thinking, like, playing Master of Puppets in my head
Yes.
to scenes of this show.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I want that AMV more than I want, like, the show itself.
Well, that's fine. That's totally fine because that's what the show. Oh my god, guys!
Not to say
holy
no,
shit.
but not to say that the soundtrack isn't fucking awesome. 'Cause
It's
it's
amazing. Okay,
epic
first of all,
as
we
shit
haven't
Hiroyuki
even
Sawano
talked about how the
soundtrack.
animation is like classic Ninja Scroll 90s. It's fucking
Oh, God,
gorgeous.
it's so
It's
pretty.
by far the
This
best looking show of the season.
This show was
I
made by
love it.
people who took everything Ota King said to heart about shading. Like that,
It's
that,
a-
that
oh.
good anime has to have 5 layers of
The
shading.
lighting
That's what they,
is incredible.
And, like, the-
like I was so taken
It's-
aback
yeah.
actually seeing 2 grades of
Yeah.
lighting in a show. Like what the?
Yeah, I
no,
know,
but that
right?
actually never happens. That's crazy. It's
Yeah.
really cool.
I know.
And you
It's-
see
this
like
show
details
really stands
on people's
out.
foreheads at certain angles, like on your forehead. Like foreheads aren't fucking flat, but anime would make you believe so. It's crazy.
That's right.
And they've all got
and the mashup, like the world design, the mashup of like big steampunk metal shit and classic turn of the century Japanese architecture is so satisfying to just look at.
And we haven't even talked about the best thing about the show, which is the main character's
all the
like
girls
his
are hot?
obsession with. I mean, all the girls are super hot, but
All
they're
the girls are,
they're
yeah.
hot in like a cute sort of way. But whatever. The main character is so fucking devoted to his to the idea of wiping out these dudes and developing this new technology. And like the great it's his conflict with like the superstitious retarded like masses. He's like the only one who's like actually thinking about, okay, this is an infection. This isn't like an evil curse we can't do anything about. We have to use our brains and defeat it on,
To be
that
clear,
kind of
yeah,
basis. So we
people
can't
do
just be
think it's a
killing
curse in
people,
this
we
universe,
think.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
but he's I mean, which kind of is sort of understandable because this looks like
Yeah.
magic, but I guess it's not.
but-
But the like, oh my god, at the end, when he uses his like he gets bit, and so he's getting infected. And this is a fast infection. He's gonna die in like seconds. Oh my god, that whole part where he's fucking like chaining shit to his arm, trying to cut off the spread of the
cauterizing
infection.
the wound
He changes his
with-
fucking. He sticks that hot ass thing attached to his arm, and he bolts it up, and then he fucking rigs himself up to that. He bolts a giant belt to himself to try to stop the blood flow to his body, and then he fucking puts a noose around his neck. He pulls himself up as the infection's spreading up his neck. Oh my god! And then it goes away. It was the coolest thing I've ever seen in my entire fucking
it was really
life.
cool.
It was so
It was
metal.
really cool.
Jesus Christ!
it was fucking badass.
It was
agree. I
literally the
completely
coolest
agree.
thing I've ever seen in an anime. Literally, it was so goddamn awesome.
I didn't
He
like.
he keeps that shit on.
It's just really fucking.
was
stupid.
no, it wasn't. It was awesome.
Really
Why
cool.
would?
He had to do.
It was
It
really
was
cool.
so
Dude, just the
stupid.
escalation of things he was willing to do to stop that infection from spreading
I
was
will say,
so awesome.
I didn't understand how it worked in the end.
That
where it just,
should not
it kind of
work.
felt
That
like at
should
an
never
arbitrary
work.
moment. And also, why did it just go back? Why did
All
the
right, dude,
infection then
that's the
regress?
one.
It was
Everything
because
I
he
just said,
cauterized the
everything I
wound.
just said is predicated on the idea that he had an understanding of the virus and had an expectation that the steps he were taking might, cause this effect. So if we find out that that wasn't the case and it was just magic, and even worse, if it turns out that gem in his hand was like somehow saved him, then it's garbage. Then the whole show
I
is
think it
garbage.
was the gem in the head.
But
No,
I
but-
don't think that's where they're
it
going.
had so many
He's been
shots
set up
like
as like a
that.
scientist kind of guy, so I think I'm optimistic.
I will say, I absolutely loved that scene up
Yeah.
until it didn't turn out he was cutting his arm off,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it turned out that the
I
infection
thought he was.
just
I
went
thought he was
away
I know
going
for
to
what
use
you're
his
saying.
gun.
I
on
agree.
him
He
right
cauterized
away,
the
yeah.
wound.
I thought so too. But instead, look what happened. We get an engineer guts. He's literally got the guts hair because he did all this shit. And like, as long as it makes sense in the universe, as long as it's eventually explained as okay, he knows that it's like an infection that if it doesn't hit your brain in a certain amount of time, it reverts itself.
So this
If
show
we
is
find
like
that
really
out,
teetering on the edge between the best thing ever and the worst thing
that's
ever. In
entirely
your mind
true.
right
That's
now.
entirely true.
Like,
I was
now,
thinking
one
about
sentence
it.
will
Well,
make
I was
or
thinking
break
about
this.
it, and if you
all they have to do is
if you
explain
were
that.
to just like change the animation and the music and the production quality, which I know is a lot, but if you were, it would just be
Yeah.
another Black Bullet. It would just be another,
Yeah.
And
I
like,
mean, there's nothing amazing
Bullet
about the
was
premise.
fucking
I like
awesome,
Black
though.
Bullet,
I love
but like
Black
it's
Bullet.
funny to think that if you took Black Bullet's premise, which is very similar to this one, and you just juice it up like nuts, would we like adore Black
Yeah.
Bullet as much as we adore this?
But
I
I
really
mean,
like
this
this
isn't
one.
a novel. This is an anime, so we're judging it on those
Absolutely,
standards.
absolutely.
So it is like the most stellar anime of the season,
Yeah,
as far as
totally.
I'm concerned. As
Now,
long
I
as
have-
it doesn't fuck up the
I'm
writing.
gonna say, like, all right, this show, everyone, immediately when this show was announced, everyone had the exact same impression. It's Attack on Titan again. Same exact director, same music, same team,
director?
same animators. It's all the same people. It's literally the staff of Attack on Titan making another show that is exactly identical to Attack on Titan. But the thing is...
But it's so much
I
better.
love, I'm a huge fan of these what I watched... I love these what I watched, what I expected, what I got things that they do on 4chan. I fucking adore them.
too,
I have a huge collection of them. And someone had a picture where it was this show, and it said what I expected, and it was like Attack on Titan with a picture that's like that says like budget, and then like there was going to be the low quality version, and then what they actually got was the premium Attack on Titan.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I felt. Like everything in this is more interesting. Where like. It's like obviously the concept of the walls is exactly the same. This unstoppable force they're fighting against, that they have to come up with crazy steampunk technology to fight them. But like the technology makes more sense. It's
and
not
they
like
even
flying
have those
machines
exact
that,
same like guns that use steam or whatever to like fight them with. It's like the exact same shit.
The technology makes more sense, and the character is like related to it in a way where it's like he's trying to improve it.
Oh, it's
I love the main
amazing.
character way more because Eren was like he wanted to kill Titans, but he was basically fucking useless aside from the fact that he then could turn into one. The first 3 episodes is all him going, I hate Titans, and then just being completely useless, and then he suddenly, because he has a power,
I think Eren's rage was really endearing, but whatever. This guy's obviously better.
I found him lame, and this guy was mad equally at the zombies and at the people around him.
It's
for
just not only was he
what they
mad
should
as
be
fuck,
doing.
he then used that anger to do insane mad science on himself.
Yeah,
and it was so
fucking
awesome.
cool. Like,
Yeah, no,
as soon as I realized, like, because you could have this character, and if he never did anything badass, he would be totally boring. Because he'd just be mad at everything. He'd be
But
like,
in
whatever, he's
episode
angsty.
1, he
But
does literally the
fact that
most metal thing ever in anime.
And
proves
the moment that
himself.
sold me on him was actually right before, because I mean the whole scene with him fucking welding his body together was awesome.
Yeah.
But the moment that sold me is that when he kills that first zombie with his improved gun, he's just like,
Dude,
fuck yes,
He was I told you,
awesome, motherfuckers, and I was like,
Yeah,
this
that
guy,
really
I
was
am
the
on
first
board.
moment when
And
he.
that like inspires him too, because he's like, I was right about this. Fuck it, I'm right about this zombie infection. I'm not doing a heart bag thing. Fuck you, zombies. I'm not gonna be a zombie anymore. The other thing that I think makes this better than Attack on Titan is the fact that
it looks a lot better too.
Early industrial Germany is pretty cool. The Shinsengumi period is so much fucking cooler.
You fucking weeb. You fucking weeb
It's
piece
so
of trash.
Dude, samurai plus guns. Done.
Just to make one totally off the wall comparison, this actually reminds me a little bit of Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust. I don't know, something about the aesthetic, like those guys, the Marcus brothers drive a car that's very similar to the Kotetsu Joe.
This whole thing feels like an 80s OVA or movie.
Exactly,
that's
early
right. 90s.
Like Ninja
it feels
Scroll.
great.
It's got that shading. It's got the smaller facial features of like that time. You know, the main girl in the kimono, the one who's like jumping on buildings and shit and cuts the fucking zombie's head off. She looks like she's from. She's
very
80s.
Ninja Scroll.
She does not look like she's from this era.
It's just so deeply satisfying to see an anime in 1080p at this level of fidelity.
Yeah. Isn't it
Like,
720?
That doesn't fucking happen ever.
Here's my deepest concern about this show.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I mean, I have every reason to think this will actually be pretty awesome. I think that even though I didn't like Attack on Titan, I think that the director is pretty great.
Yeah.
I love his style. I love his over-the-top drama. I wrote a whole video about him. I don't know why his name's not coming right now. But yeah, he did Death Note and fucking Kurozuka
Araki,
and all this other shit.
Araki.
Yeah.
Tetsuro Araki. Yeah.
Tetsuro Araki, that's right. Tetsuro Araki's a great director, and I'm excited to see him working on an original show, which is pretty rare.
Oh, this is original too. Awesome.
Yeah, it's totally original.
Oh,
it's
so
obvious to
metal.
me that they literally made Attack on Titan. They saw what made it work, and they said, "What if we made like a better show?"
Oh
you know?
yes,
God. That's
Oh,
exactly
God.
what I think this was. I think they took all the ideas. It's all the same fucking people, and they just made it more interesting.
I get happy
and
just thinking
they weren't
about
tied
this
to a
show.
manga that turns to total shit as it goes. And I mean, they're gonna eventually make Attack on Titan 2, but I feel like the fact that it hasn't come out for 5 fucking years is probably because they've been working on
And
this
you know,
thing.
some people would
And this
probably
was
be
announced.
tempted.
I heard about this show well over a year ago. Like,
really?
way back when I wrote my Araki video, I already had promo images for this. So they clearly have been planning it.
Yeah, Noitamina did this whole lineup.
So it says question mark EPS. Is this like 13? What's the deal with this?
Well, that's the thing, and I don't.
It's definitely
Yeah, but my biggest question is, will it hold up? Because Wit Studio, who's making this, everything they've done so far has been like really all over the place.
Oh,
man. They're a studio who's had.
Sure was painful to watch the ending of that.
Yeah,
They've
but
had
then,
shows that
you have the movie Hal, and it's like, fuck, that movie was good. I don't know if you saw
That's
that.
I
true.
have not seen that.
Yeah, but that was a film
It
production.
was. No, it is
I go to their
different. You're right, it
page,
is
and it's
different.
like
they can release that when it's ready. With this, it's just release it when Noitamina comes knocking on your door saying, "Where the fuck?"
Actually, I don't know. I don't know if anyone in the anime industry has the comfort of saying we'll release it when it's ready. But yeah, but I understand what you're saying. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm concerned we're gonna get like into Attack on Titan, and it's like 16 episodes in, and they're hiring animators via Twitter because they're out of people to finish it on time.
No, I
if this is 13
Rolling
episodes
Girls, where
and it's,
every
like,
other
done.
episode is amazing, and the other ones are like garbage. So
I don't know. It's just like the animation is so high quality. It makes me feel like they kind of have had to have a plan to like make it all be this good.
But it could easily be that episode 1 looks that good,
No,
and then
episode 2
immediately
looks
it
that
doesn't
good
look
too.
that good.
Episode 2 looks that good too.
Okay, that's good. That's a great sign.
I'd be on board with the animation if it didn't all take place on top of shitty CG
I think
trains.
the trains look rad.
The train looks great, dude.
Trains look rad. Here's the thing that is the biggest testament to the quality of this series for me is the fact that I can sit through the shittiest fucking subtitles that I have seen in a long goddamn time to watch this show, and that speaks volumes because these subtitles.
You're not a fan of the Duang subtitle group?
They're
Why didn't you wait for? Doesn't Horrible Subs do this? Wasn't this just like on Funimation?
This has been licensed by Amazon.
No, it's
Amazon
Prime.
licensed this, so it won't be coming out forever.
That's a good get.
And it's like it is a good get for them. I almost want to get Amazon Prime just to watch it.
Just for that, yeah.
But like the subtitles were like English layered over Chinese subtitles, so obviously this was like.
You watched episode 2 then, because I saw that was what they warned you on the download, and I went, well, I'm not going to watch that. I'll wait for someone to actually say it. I'll wait for GG.
And like they subtitled it like those things are 3.17 IDK what measurement in brackets away from us. Or there was a part where it's just like, are you okay? Daijobu. It's all fine. And he just literally wrote Daijobu there.
Way to go, guys.
There's an obscure...
Yeah, wait for proper subs, for fuck's sake. Don't watch the Anon subs.
There's an obscure religious thing that they keep chanting that needs translator's notes, and it's just like, Rokon Shoujo! And they just write, Rokon Shoujo, and it's like, oh my god. It was so hard to sit through those subtitles. They weren't even timed right. That's the other thing.
Before we move on,
4
Callum,
hours deep. We gotta go.
Callum, I feel like you were a little bit less into this than everybody else.
This is the only show that I watched that I dropped.
Are you kidding me, dude? Are you joking?
But I genuinely don't like Tetsuya Araki in any sense of the word, because everything he does gives me a headache.
I understand that his stuff is way over the top.
Yeah, if you're a little bitch and a little bitch and a little bitch, you might not like it. But if you were a real boy, you'd appreciate it.
I'm gonna go with you on that one. If he's a little bitch, exactly. No.
I could easily see not liking this show, so I completely get it. And I didn't expect to even like it as much as I did, and I won't be surprised if I don't like it in the end, because I won't be surprised if it turns out to turn to total shit.
Yeah.
It might, but I'm hoping that hope.
Shit.
All right, let's move on.
Next show. I was really looking forward to this one.
I was.
Sakamoto Desuga, or Haven't You Heard?
Oh.
Haven't you heard? I'm Sakamoto.
So Liam, do you want to introduce this? Yeah.
Sure, absolutely. Sakamoto Desuga. Have you fucking heard about Sakamoto? He's got the biggest dick in the world. It's about a young high school student, Sakamoto, and he is impeccable at everything. Everything that happens, it seems like he just knows exactly what to do or how to act naturally. and he just looks amazing in every situation. A bee's attacking him, he'll catch him in between his whatever
he will
the fuck
sword
that tool
fight
is.
with the bee.
He will sword fight with the bee. There's a fire in the room, he's gonna put it out, or, well, he's gonna try.
That fire scene
That
was
fire
amazing.
scene is fucking solid.
Dude,
there's a bird. A bird got hit by a sign in a fucking storm.
Oh my god, his
I'm
Mary
going to
Poppins
cross.
shit.
I'm going to cross the river and fly into the sky with my umbrella. And it's all such ridiculous stuff that I kind of can't believe I'm buying into it. But there's just something about the internal consistency where everyone kind of understands where he can just be insanely OP at any time. And like referring to that storm scene, the girls later in the episode actually point out on the newspaper picture, hey, you're flying. You're fucking
He's just
flying.
like, oh, you must
How'd you
have, that
do
must
that?
be
He's like,
someone
whatever.
else.
You're fucking flying.
Yeah.
Help me out over here. I need you. I need, you know, and
I gotta
like,
say, man, I first heard about this. I saw the manga in a store before the anime was announced.
Yeah.
And I picked it up, and I opened it to the first page of them trying to drop the eraser on his head, and he catches it because that's like page 3 in the manga.
Did you think it was a Jojo or something?
I immediately was like, this is fucking perfect. This is the best thing ever. I immediately took it to my brother. He flipped through it and just bought it on the spot. Because, it's totally the, if you guys have read Bakuman, the main characters had this concept called serious comedy, where it's you portray a comedic scene by having everyone in it be totally straight-faced and serious and, drawn really nicely.
Yeah.
And this show is that to the letter. It's the main character is so beautiful that anything he does is hilarious. If you put him in any situation where it's weird to be that attractive while doing it, it's the funniest fucking thing ever. So the concept alone is perfect.
And they're really good with the music and sound effects too, because it almost always happens that there's a big long setup to the thing. You can see the person who's exasperated at Sakamoto or the situation. You can see it coming, and then the moment it happens, there's no in between. It just immediately snaps to the gag.
Right. And it's if you read the manga, it's very much
really good.
it's in the manga. It's always you turn the page and it's a huge splash of the ridiculous thing. So it's so translating that into anime, I was a little worried, and I still am a little worried because it's not as beautiful as the manga, which I expected because Studio Dean, the character art's never the best, and the character art in the manga, the what sells the joke is how detailed the picture will be of him doing the funny thing. But
I think the sound
it was still
effects and
hilarious.
stuff
The show
convey
still
that.
did it a good job.
What put this on my radar was Studio Dean's April Fool's jokes, where they tweeted out pictures of Sakamoto, and one of them was just him as a character from Rakugo on top of 50 pillows doing just perfect Rakugo.
That sounds amazing.
That's
I
brilliant.
didn't even see that.
Sakamoto styling on everybody.
Sakamoto, it's got such a perfect plot structure of just you roll out a new character who thinks that they're hot shit and thinks they should be the main character, and then you just have them get pissed off at Sakamoto, and then Sakamoto just water off a duck's back or water off a umbrella in the stall in the bathroom.
Yeah, he can do anything. It doesn't matter. It's always going to be amazing.
That's very true. But the thing about this show is there's actually something going on beneath the surface that you might not notice at first, because the main character of the series is not Sakamoto. It's, for example, those 3 guys who tried to beat him up. And furthermore, it's not even them. It's them as an extension of us as the audience and us as human beings, because the 3 thugs, all right, they're going to... Okay, the point I'm trying to make is nothing that anyone does can ever challenge what Sakamoto does. It's not that it's not that you can't even overcome him. You can't even dislike him for long, because he represents the unchangeable reality of our own inadequacies life and our own mortality. This is a man who can defeat a bee, for fuck's sake, and if he can do that, then there's nothing we could ever question him on. He represents God. He represents
the obvious comparison in this show is One Punch Man.
Yep.
That's just the stylish One Punch Man. Oh my God, you're right.
He's the Saitama of SOL.
Somebody described him as an export from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure into the real world.
Pretty much.
Because of his poses?
Because of the poses and just his seemingly preternatural
His demeanor
ability.
is really good.
Yeah.
Anyway, this show ruled.
Yeah.
Everyone should watch it.
We don't need to say too much about it. It's great, and you'll all like it.
I'm interested.
I don't
to
think
see
anyone
where
could
his,
not like this.
His interest in Yumas and stuff goes.
It's a
You know
hard
what?
one
I
to
did have
like,
one
yeah.
gripe, and it's not.
Not
It's
like.
just that I know for whatever reason I really noticed this because the main character wears glasses, and I particularly took notice of like you know how they do that thing where they like won't show a part of the glasses just to show the eye. They did that a lot
Right.
all the time, and like they would like like the camera would like pan around, and you'd see as like a piece appears to the glass and then like disappears again. That just was one thing I was really annoyed by when I was watching this. But other than that, it was great.
I think like the entire concept of this show rides on the idea that
He looks
you
good
will
all
love
the time.
Sakamoto.
Yeah,
that you will that you have to if you don't find him to be badass, then you won't. It won't work. And I think that the only kind of people who I couldn't see liking the show are maybe people who aren't genre savvy enough to anime. Because like as an anime fan, he is drawn to be everything that is a perfect character. You know, like he looks the most intelligent, the most handsome, the most suave. And maybe if you didn't feel that about him, then it wouldn't work on you.
It's just
but like
the power he has over people when he made them all do that dance around the fire.
Yeah,
it was the funniest thing I've ever seen.
all right, let's move along.
Okay,
so we
let's.
can get through this shit as fast as possible.
On to Tanaka-kun, another high school student.
This is a similar
yes.
show, really, in
Yeah.
structure, in that it's another one about like a weird guy in high school and how people react to him. But it's
This is a
Tanaka-kun
weird-
is always listless.
Yeah. This
Who
is
wants
a weird...
to introduce this? Should I do it?
Who wants to do it? Canipa?
Jeff, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So this is like
go
a
ahead.
weird genre that's sort of emerging. That's so-and-so-kun is this, basically. And it's like Sakamoto's always fucking cool. Tanaka-kun is always listless. Seki-kun is always doing fucking bullshit next to me and distracting me. And it's it's this subgenre of comedy based around every single possible straight man that you can come up with reacting to this one ridiculous thing that's the center of it. And I didn't think Tanaka-kun would be funny when I started watching, because a character who's always bored seems like it's just going to be kind of listless. But what makes it work is his best friend Ota, who just enables the shit out of him.
He's such an enabler. He's such an enabler.
Yeah, just carries him around.
He carries him on his back everywhere, and that's...
Just the fact that he carries him around already makes the show hilarious.
Yeah.
The man doesn't use his legs.
Yeah.
He's too lazy to use his own legs. He has to be carried.
I'll say
It's
that
great.
when I was watching this, I was really bored at the start.
Yeah.
And I was like, I just kind of didn't care. I felt like this was it was funny because it kind of reminded me of the first episode of Lucky Star when they have that like long food conversation.
Yeah.
Where, like people were just
Some
kind of
people
talking
get
about
that's like
nothing.
the wall for people to get over.
Yeah.
And although I like that episode in retrospect,
I mean, me
but
too.
like,
But you know,
but there was just a lot of nothing happening, and then once it was kind of revealed like how passionate he was about doing nothing, like the lengths he would go to, that was when I started to think it was kind of funny.
Yeah.
But overall, the show is like, it's very slow. I mean, it makes sense for it to be slow, but it sank in, and it has that like, you know, sort of plotting music of like, this is the song of nothing happening in high school, and I don't know. It reminded me a little bit of like of Gekkan Shoujo Nozaki-kun, but not nearly as funny. Just in the way that it's like a lot of pretty boys, and it's like a series that looks like it would be aimed at girls and looks like it would be like BL bait, but then the style of comedy.
I was
really
gonna
isn't
say
that.
it looks gay at first, and they're even aware of that. They comment on it once or
Yeah.
twice, but it's not gay. It's
Yeah,
not.
it's got some pretty funny gags. It just exists in the same in like the same season as Sakamoto Desuka, and that
and it's,
puts
pushes
it's
it
got
down.
that feeling.
Yeah.
It feels like a 4 type thing. It just feels like a, you know, here's the joke, and a lot of the jokes are really dry, and they're not like anything explosively funny. So it was just kind of like I don't think this is a bad show, and I was tempted to watch episode 2 because there's this insanely cute girl who gets introduced.
Yeah,
and
right
I saw
at the
this
end, right?
collection of a bunch
That made
of
me
super
wanna watch the
adorable
next one,
gifts of
too.
her. She
But I
looks
didn't.
exactly like she looks kind of like the girl from the girlfriend from the one with the big guy, the Ore Monogatari.
Ore Monogatari, which I love.
She
And
looks
yeah, she
kind of like
does.
the girl from that. But I don't know. I couldn't see watching another episode of this. Like, if there was not a better comedy
think
show on, I could
there's
see
a-
it. But
I think there's a certain context that you've got to watch it in. Like, I I think I can only watch Tanaka-kun when I'm about
That's
to go to
exactly
sleep.
what I was
That could
thinking.
work.
Because it is that really slow pace
Yeah.
for it, and it's like, okay, yeah. What's if I watch like an episode of My Hero Academia before I go to sleep? It's like, no. I
See,
need to
the
go
problem
and
with
fight
that, there's a
something.
bunch of anime that I feel that way about, that I really want to watch as I'm going to bed, but I can't read subtitles while going to bed.
I know, dude.
And
Me neither. It sucks.
and like
Yeah.
I hate dubs, and a lot of those shows don't have dubs, so it's like there's no way. Like, I've always wanted to pass out while watching Hidamari Sketch, and I
Yeah.
can't do it because I have to read the subtitles, and it's like
I
it's like this show is never going to reach its full potential for me or something.
My bedtime ritual when I'm like feeling like I can't get to sleep is I watch an episode of Mushishi with the dub, and that's a pretty good way to do it. Just that quiet.
Yeah, that's a tolerable enough dub, I guess, that you could do that.
Yeah,
There's not a lot of
so much
talking.
Hidamari
Well,
sketch.
it kind of is.
All right, here's another big show.
Ah,
A lot
yes.
of people are going to be talking about
Absolutely.
the new original anime from Studio Trigger, Kisniver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
yeah.
introduce this one because I fucking love Studio Trigger, and I've been looking forward to it because they've only done one big original anime, which was Kill La Kill, which I fucking adored, and I've been waiting for them to do another one because it's been about 2 years, and it's finally
It's about
here.
time, yeah.
It's by a director who this is his first like individual
Yes.
project. He's done like little bits and pieces on other Trigger shows and stuff, but
Yeah, he's an episode director, and he's done loads of stuff all over the
right.
industry.
And he's
But yeah, he got this job because
he's never done a full show before, but like the immediate impression I got from him is like, this guy's a Trigger guy. Like the way the show feels is very Imaishi, very you know, like the usual Trigger style.
Yeah, I got some of that.
There's lots of movement, lots of animation. The show looks fucking incredible. Can we agree on this?
Yeah.
This show looks
absolutely.
amazing.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like
This
the
has
main
some of the
character's
most-
hair very much. I find it
This show has
annoying
some of the
looking.
most
I love that-
striking designs I've ever seen.
Wait, what
Groose
about
is in it.
designs?
It's got Groose. It's got
Striking.
Groose done.
You might.
It's got-
I liked that there was. What do I call him? Gay Kamina was in this. Except he looks like Gay Kamina, but he acts like normal Kamina, and he was pretty
Yeah.
cool. He was my favorite character.
The way the characters look, like when I saw them, I was like, how the fuck are they going to animate these designs? Because
yeah.
they're so
They're weird.
detailed. And then you see them moving and you can't believe it's happening, but they do move a lot and they animate really well. They look great. And I was like, man, this is fucking like, it's like watching like an art book move across your screen. Like the characters look so good and I can't believe that they're moving that much. And it's got this very fun, wacky, like cartoony animation, which like my biggest concern with this show is that you know, it's a Mario Kata show, and I like her writing. Unlike there seems to be like a whole hate contingent for her for some reason.
Yeah.
Her shows are moody and dramatic, and people always throw their little forced drama cliche at it, which I fucking hate.
Yeah,
But,
it's a stupid.
I mean,
like-
they did literally force these people into a dramatic situation
Right.
together.
But people keep using that phrase and throwing it at her.
Yeah,
Mario
yeah.
Kata's a fucking great writer. She writes
Yeah, it's like what's forcing
she writes a
them?
ton of excellent original shows that are all pretty great. I think anyone could have a show that's one of their favorites that she's written. Like, it wouldn't
Yeah.
surprise me at all. I know Jeff is a huge Anohana fanboy,
Love,
for instance.
love that show.
But like, her style is
Hanasaku Iroha. A lot
Yeah.
of people
Fucking
here are fans of
fantastic.
that.
Yeah.
the way she writes is very dramatic, and she writes teenagers in these like, you know, dramatic scenarios, but she can do it well. But my concern with this show is that I don't like her shows when they're super overwrought, when it's like characters are all crying and shit and it's like really edgy and that kind of stuff. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think it's bad writing on her part. It's just not my thing. And when I read the concept for this show, it sounded like
Yeah.
it's a show about we share our wounds. If one of us gets wounded, we all get wounded. And I was like, oh god, like, and it's a
Yeah.
bunch of teenagers and these really pretty over, like, you know, the designs are so like gorgeous looking that I was really expecting this to end up being like that kind of edgy teenager show. And then I was shocked that it's a ton of fun. Like the way, and I don't even know if it's really the writing or if it's just the animation, but it's so much fun to watch these characters bounce around and everything that
yeah,
I
I
was
love
just like,
watching
yeah,
the main
I'm
character
having a
get
great
beat up like
time.
5 times in episode 1. That was fun.
Yeah.
That was fun.
even though some of the
I'm being
characters are
sarcastic.
even though some of the characters are like pretty clearly gonna be somewhat tropey, you know, you have the snide guy, you have the like super cutesy girl, etc. Right? I felt like it was similar to Bungo, except they didn't try super hard to make the characters unique. They just were.
Yeah.
Like the guy who's
that's the entire point.
The Groose.
He has like such a decent premise where he just comes out and he's like, "Yo, you want to pay me? I'll beat these guys up."
I love that guy.
Man, was anyone else pissed off when
fucker.
that fucking high and mighty blue-haired bitch was like, "Hey, you know about the 7 sins, don't you? Let me tell you about the new 7 sins.
Yeah,
the
fuck
cunning,
that.
normal, high and mighty, goody two." Okay, she insults the redheaded girl for being goody two-shoes when she's telling on the 2 fucking people who are beating the shit out of her friend. I'm sorry, if that's a sin, I don't know what it's like to be a good person. Fuck this bitch. She's an asshole.
Well,
and then she
love
pushes him
blue-haired
down
girl.
the stairs. So there you
I
go.
love her
she was
because
hot,
she's fucking insanely beautiful. And,
Man, whatever. She's an asshole.
And she's insanely insane.
That's why I love her, because she's scary, and I like that. I like that she makes me worried about my health and safety while talking to her.
She almost commits like a hard murder, like right off the bat, and then it's just like, oh, hey, this thing worked.
Yeah.
That's great.
And by the way, is anyone else annoyed by, okay, like if this was a system in which when a wound is inflicted on someone, it also inflicts a wound to other people, I could like maybe get behind that, but like if you die, it just distributes the damage to, I know it's magic, but it's just like, what is even going on here? I have no idea.
Yeah, no, the plot, the concept of the story, I think is fucking stupid.
Yeah.
But like, but the thing is, it's out the gate with it. Like,
yeah, that's true.
There's certain concepts that like you have to just buy into it, or else the story's just not gonna work. And it's like they had this idea, and it's like, all right, here it is. Take it or leave it.
I don't even hate the idea.
I'm sure they can do some interesting things with it, and that's what I'm willing to look for.
The drama seems like it could be pretty cool. Like if it really is a story of these like 6 people really getting to know each other and like developing as people, I don't know, that could be good.
Being forced to know each other.
Yeah.
7. Yeah, there's a 7th Ranger.
Yeah, I do. it makes somewhat sense in the story, not in the real world context, of course. But the idea of if everyone shared the same pain, then we'd have world
there's an
peace,
idea
'cause everyone
behind it
would
that's
punch
not
each
terrible.
other.
That's true.
Because they'd be punching themselves.
Someone hasn't told them about masochists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Man.
I really, really like this show. I came away from this, like, I have this and Cambaneri as, like, my 2 favorites, aside, like, and Luluco as well, I guess. The only thing that kind of... It's such a minor quibble. It's like, I wouldn't even call it, like, a valid complaint. Is, like, most shows are so overloaded with fan service that it's just a part of the show, right? Most shows are just have that all over. Kisniver is so close to having none that I was bummed.
All right, well, to say that no
things.
fan service is the objective best way is not true. There's nothing wrong.
That's sorry. To be clear, I never said that.
Yeah,
you
that's
said
true.
that.
But you sounded like you were implying it. The closer to 0, the better it is.
No, not at all.
No, he's saying that he's
not
disappointed
Just
because
when I watch,
he wanted something
when I watch
so
anime,
different.
95% of what I see has fan service 80% of the time, and that's fine. I watch a lot of anime and I like it. I play a lot of shitty games.
I reject the notion that it needs to. I don't. I mean, okay.
He wasn't saying it needs to. He's saying he's disappointed that it didn't turn out to be as different as he
Why would it be
expected.
better? I don't understand why it would be better.
It's not that it would be better. It's that
it would be different.
It was that.
Nate, you're the one who's saying I would say it would be better. I didn't say that. I just it just happened twice where he got pushed down the stairs, his lips didn't animate, and he said the word pennies.
Sure, okay.
And then right at the end where the guy says, "I'm gonna grab your boobs."
I mean, I agree. Tonally, I don't think that matched what they were going for in the scene. I agree on that count.
I think you'd get a similar problem if High School DxD had an episode with absolutely no fan service. It'd be the same dichotomy. It's like,
sure,
basically
because you've got expectations of what the show should be.
That's not what this was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I
expectations that so
love
set up.
tons of shows that are back to front with fan service, and it's totally not like this show is better than this because it's like got less fan service. But it was so close to having 0 that I was like, if only it had 0, that would have been interesting. But that's fine. Like I said, it's such a minor quibble.
Well, I'll just tell you, I didn't really like the show very much, and probably won't watch much more. I mean, the drama between the 6 might be interesting, but that's like a bet I don't really want to take. Just don't feel. Yeah, I don't know. I like the girl with the twin tail. She was cute. liked her.
equally believe that it's a bet, but I am well willing to take it because the show is so fucking beautiful that it could be about anything and I'd watch it. Because that was the thing I didn't really expect. Like, I know I love the look of Trigger shows, but I'm used to them being not that animated, being fun to watch because of the way they're directed, but not necessarily that animated. And like watching this first episode, so much stuff was moving in such cool and fun ways, and it was just like, I could mute this and it would be great.
This is like
I've said this before, and like this is what happens when you put Hiroyuki Imaishi, tell him to go make a show about a space patroller, and everyone else gets to work on some
Imaishi gets to do his fun stupid thing where he gets to do whatever he wants, and the people who, by the way, made Little Witch Academia, that talent is here.
There's a lot of those people.
They know how to make shit look real pretty if they have the money to.
But episode 2 of Little Witch Academia wasn't even that good.
Are like getting
it's
a promotion.
It's a 12.
For this. No,
and it's 12 episodes, which is a really good sign for this not having that uneven kill. One episode's gonna look just straight up like Inferno
every
Cop.
episode of Kill La Kill is perfect, so we won't get into that. But,
right. Oh, I love those like 4
Absolutely.
episodes about that one fight scene. That was great.
But speaking
Now,
of
that was never the case, and you're full of shit.
It wasn't one fight. That tournament arc has no place. It was a waste of everyone's time.
Tournament
Goddammit.
arc had a point, and it was only 3 episodes, and she fought 5 different people.
It should have been half of one episode. But anyway, let's move on.
It was sick, and there were fights. It was great.
It was excellent. But speaking of pretty shows, because we've got a really good segue here.
Yeah. All right. So the next one is Flying Witch. You want to introduce this, Jeff? Since you're excited about it.
I did think that Flying Witch was very, very pretty. Like, people were tweeting this at me before I watched it, and that was where I was like, oh, I definitely got to prioritize this.
Yeah.
It's a very simple show, premise-wise. It's about this girl who moves in with her cousins to spend, like, the next year or two there. She's kind of a freeloader. She's got a bad sense of direction. It's very much a combination of anime tropes that you know and tolerate, or maybe like.
It's a very chill show.
Very chill. And the thing is that she's a witch. And it's not a big deal that she's a witch, and that makes it so much more of a big deal. Like, she's just out with her cousin looking at brooms, and she's like, this is pretty good. And then she flies like 20 feet up into the air, and her little cousin's like, what? And the whole first episode, her little cousin's been suspicious of her talking to her cat. And you think it's gonna be, there's this big secret, but she's like, no, I'm just gonna fly up in the air, and hey, I'm a witch, by the way.
I really loved the reaction of the of like the girl working at the liquor store, and like when she the fact that they didn't edit in any sound effects,
she
but,
just
we
goes
saw her
dead-eyed
face.
for
it was
2
great.
minutes.
It was really
and
a perfect use of
and the
silence.
contrast with the little girl who goes from like
who's freaking
shock,
out for like 5 minutes
she's
straight.
Like,
that was awesome.
Nichan, I flew. It was so cool. I flew on
She's
a broom.
just like spazzing out in the background. It was awesome.
Like it's got such endearing and great
and
characters.
That's totally true. Yeah.
And what really sells how wonderful it is it's got that JC Staff 100% awe-inspiring animation magic that they sometimes just nail. When that girl starts flying, the animation is just so good. They go full 24 frames per second for a little while with her hair blowing.
And I just love how slowly she's flying. It's so comfortable, It's so cozy, this show. It's great. It's great. And by the way,
everything
and the
about it just
soundtrack
makes you
is
feel good.
fucking incredible.
Dude, when she flew, the soundtrack blew with that plays when she starts to fly for the first time. Man, it was amazing. And by the way, because the show is so beautiful all the time, when that fucking Mandragora face gets shown, and it's so fucking horrifying.
It's a top-notch joke.
Perfect. It was perfect. Yeah.
I gotta say, man, only once in a blue moon do I actually want an OST from a show to listen to, and this was one of those where I was like, I would play this, like, going to bed and stuff. Super chill. I don't know if any of you ever seen a show called Some Days Dreamers.
Nope.
I think so, yeah.
It's ancient. It's from like the mid-2000s. There were 2 different shows, but both of them
Is that ancient now, mid-2000s?
Ancient constitutes 16.
Early 2000s is ancient by fucking talk to somebody who watches
go on.
anime now and ask them if they've seen something from
Yeah, yeah.
2003.
It's another
No,
They're gonna
JC
be like,
you're
Staff
absolutely
show.
right.
What are you
You're
talking
totally right. Yeah.
But yeah, the Some Days Dreamers shows from the mid 2000s were literally this premise. It was like a girl who's training to become a witch, super laid back shows. And usually it was about like a girl from the country going to the big city or vice versa. So this is like almost the third season of Some Days Dreamers.
And Some
like
Days-
if
Some
you were a
Days
fan of those shows, if you're one of the 10
wow.
people who remembers them, this is like the spiritual successor
And
to
if
them.
you're a fan of Flying Witch, Some Days Dreamers, also made by JC Staff, a lot of the
Yeah,
same
and
shit.
well, I wouldn't recommend going back because of the fact that Some Days Dreamers' biggest problem was that it was ugly as sin.
Early JC
it was
Staff.
not very good looking, especially the second series, which all of the backgrounds were literally photographs with Photoshop filters on them.
Yeah.
Which was interesting, and it was definitely a stylistic choice, but it was all photographs. It was very odd, but
That's
like
cool.
this show is much better looking, and the fucking scene with the Mandragora, like, because at first I was just kind of like, whatever.
I'm sorry, did you just say Mandragora? It's a Mandragora, for Christ's sake.
Whatever.
Mandragora.
The scene with the
No, it's
Mandragora.
actually a
Come
mandrake,
on.
I think.
Yeah, they actually said
the part where
Mandrake,
she,
yeah.
Yeah,
when she
Mandragora
pulls
is a
it out of the
different thing.
ground, the way they animated that thing to be like so fucked up and creepy, and
Yeah.
she's just smiling, holding it. I laughed through the entire scene. I
Yeah,
thought
it
that was the
ruled.
funniest thing that happened all season.
Just
fucking
like
ruled.
that, and then she gives it to her as a present. She's like, I don't want it.
I don't want
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would you want
And the pause before that is
God,
amazing.
that is such a perfect joke. The
Yeah.
comedy
Yeah.
in this is really strong, and on
Yeah.
top of that, it's on top of having a great soundtrack. It's one of those shows where you can just close your eyes, hit print screen, and you have a new amazing wallpaper. It's
All right.
it's
If anybody has any closing comments on that one,
Oh, I want to fuck that brown girl
watch
that we
it.
haven't seen yet.
Oh,
She
the
looks
brown
pretty...
girl looks tight. My comment on it is it's a low key show. People aren't gonna get super hyped about it, even though it's really really good.
It's
'cause
true. It's true.
actually, you know what? You know what I'd say if you want something like Moyashimon, this is like that. That was a low key show. Oh god, all of these are fucking old. Moyashimon's from like 2007, but it was this exact feel.
Usually when people make comparisons, it's about something really popular that it's like, oh
Well,
yes,
I was
everyone's
thinking,
seen
I
that.
thought for sure I was gonna say Moyashimon, and all four of you were gonna go, "Oh yeah, that one," and nobody said anything, and I went, "Oh god, I'm an old man." Some of our audience will hear that and be sold immediately. 'Cause that show was like a cult hit that everyone who watched it really loved, and this is the same feel I got from that. All right, anyway, next show, High School Fleet. Callum, you want to introduce this one?
Yeah. A show that was once marketed to be a slice of life series about environmentalism quickly revealed that it's essentially Girls and Panzer with ships, combining a form of slice of life comedy with actual naval warfare. And its new name is High School Fleet.
Originally High Foodie. Which
High Furry to High School Fleet, and it changed all of its marketing overnight.
which is really interesting, and I don't know why they did it.
It sounded like you guys like there was like some sort of misdirection intentionally going on by the
it seems
studio.
that way.
Is
that
that correct?
they marketed it to look like it was about like a high school show, like just cute girls in high school. And then it was called High Foodie, and then they changed the name to High School Fleet, and they changed it to a bunch of pictures of girls on boats because it's actually a show about girls on boats.
Wait, so it's not
I don't
actually
know
called
why they
High
did
Foodie?
that.
Why?
No, it's called High School Fleet.
It's not High
Fleet
Furry.
is
Yeah.
just the shortened name that they'll toss on a bunch of
Right.
products.
I mean, High School
So I can call it that if it's
Fleet.
correct.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But but it was weird.
I could not.
and I don't know why they did that.
I couldn't.
Anyway, this show,
I couldn't
I
get
liked
over
it.
how much of like a contrived Kankale
Yeah.
thing they were going for. Like I couldn't get over it. Like Kantai Collection is still huge. It hasn't gone away. I just got the game recently. Like it's still big, and like I couldn't get over how much of they're just getting the Kankale audience.
Well,
like, I don't know. It just stuck with me
I don't
so
know.
much.
I thought this was going to be more.
That's a personal sentiment. I don't think that.
I don't really know how. I
I
haven't watched that or played or whatever. I don't know how slice of lifey that is, but this I expected to be very slice of lifey, and it was at first. But then at the end, there's this twist where it's like seems like there's an actual plot where like maybe there's a conspiracy theory to like because like it sounds like the captain of the boat was put there because she's so incompetent, and so it sounds like there's something going on where they're trying to like get rid of someone involved here, and so like it seems like it might actually go serious. But the thing is,
plot's getting interesting.
Yeah. The weird thing is, though,
it'd be
the
good if
tone
they
of the
went
show
somewhere,
is
for sure,
so
yeah.
goofy all the time. Like when they are getting fucking attacked,
Yeah.
they're like, "Oh no, they blew up the starboard bow. Oh no, we've lost toward power in the left engine. Like, oh no, the rice cooker's damaged." Like these are the jokes they make.
That is my
Yeah, it was
favorite
great.
scene
It was
in
great.
the whole season.
It's feeling
And, like,
it's
there's
feeling
this
a
one
little
banging-
bit school live.
Yeah.
It's feeling a little bit school live.
Yeah, that's what I kind of expected.
Except,
But I don't think it is because like
no.
I nothing in episode. I feel like if they were because with all the marketing change and everything, like because I knew about that before I went into the episode. Not so much the
I did
marketing
too.
change, but someone warned me that it was that you should watch it not knowing anything about it.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, it's
why?
gonna be like Gakko Gurashi.
Yeah.
And then I watched it. And it wasn't at all. It didn't get dark. It
had a
turns
plot,
out it has a
is really-
plot.
It got
but
interesting.
it didn't get dark.
No.
So I don't know if it's gonna go for that because I know Kankole, like that show by episode 3, like boat girls were getting sunk, and it was like, oh, this is like for real. So I don't know if
Yeah.
it's gonna be like that.
think-
But
It'd be very
there's a clear difference.
very hard to swallow.
with
Sorry, go ahead.
Kenkole.
it's a neat. It's
With Kenkole, there's slice of life scenes on the shore in the docks, and then but once they're out in the sea, it gets dark. I think High School Fleet is both happening simultaneously.
Yeah.
I don't think the characters will ever get dark, but I think they'll be commenting in a happy-go-lucky way over.
I'll tell you, I'll be
distressing
sad.
things.
And even then, it's not like the Kankole anime was like a masterpiece.
No.
Or anything.
Yeah.
Like
It was
its
terrible.
darkness was very contrived, where it was like, oh, she's dead.
Kankole, I
no.
could not make it through episode 1 of. Episode 1 of this show,
I can't blame you.
I enjoyed. I would say that so far it feels. My biggest problem is that it feels vapid. Going back to when I was talking about how there's a lot of these cute girls doing specific otaku stuff. I love Strike Witches, but Strike Witches had like this epic feel to it, like from pretty much from the beginning, where it has this, like really epic music. The characters really cared about the situations they were in, and the fan service was so over the top that it was hilarious. And then you have shows like Girls in Panzer, which is really well directed, really funny. You've got shows like Bakuon, which is really funny. This show doesn't have any real personality yet. It's just cute girls on boats. I like the girls are cute. Some of the jokes are kind of funny, and I could see if it really is like the whole show is like really serious scenarios and them just being moe girls over it, that could be really funny.
Dude, when they
But, like,
pulled out that boat for the first time, and some girl does that like fucking shitty trumpet solo, like,
yeah.
she fucked it up so bad. I don't know if you're like supposed to do it that bad. Is that like intentional? Anyway, it
I
made the
have
show
no
perfect.
idea.
I loved it.
I think this show has a lot of potential, but I could
Yeah.
easily see it just not going anywhere.
Yeah,
and being
it looks
boring.
like that's what's
have
gonna
any of
happen,
you guys
honestly.
seen the second episode?
No.
No.
Okay,
I
so the
haven't
second.
yet, no.
I've heard
This
it's
is
about as
scared.
good as the first one.
Yeah,
That's what I heard.
It escalates.
The first
a
episode
little.
ends on this
is it the
mutiny
same-
cliffhanger. So what happens with that?
So the second one, they're like on the run, and like
Yeah.
they're still doing moe stuff. There's a really cute moment early on where like the navigator girl's just like, oh no, somebody tell me everything's gonna be all right, and then the quiet girl's just like, it's okay. It's okay. And then she's just like, thank you, I really needed to hear that. And like the girls are cute, and then in addition to that, there's some kind of intrigue going on with the plot where it's not like heavy plot, but it's enough that there's some shit going down on these other ships that are attacking them, and there's some miscommunication with the naval base, and something's happening that's a big deal, and
Yeah.
you can tell that, and you can also tell. I just really like the setting.
And
of,
no, I don't know
if it's
Waterworld.
maybe-
I
Yeah.
like the Waterworld setting a lot. And that's
Yeah, that's. I was gonna say, I don't know if it's me reading
yeah.
too far into things, but like when you see like Tokyo Tower submerged, and you're like become aware that like, oh, Japan is like, it's like the water level's rising or something. Is this gonna be like a weird environmental thing? I don't know.
What I want.
It originally was said it was going to be about that. I don't know if it still is.
I want it to canonically take place in the same universe and same time frame as Splatoon. Just that's going on down underneath the water.
Yeah, I gotta say, there's
there.
enough going on with the character dynamics in this show with, like, the one girl who's perfect not being the captain, and, obviously there's gonna be, like, a friendship lesson thing there. But then I also like how the main character's best friend is, like, a captain of another ship.
And they're
I'm
obviously
really
gonna have
wanting
to
to know
fight at
how
some
that's
point.
gonna be relevant later.
They're gonna fight.
I don't know
They're
if they'll
gonna fight.
or if they'll team up, or if that's how she'll learn about what the fuck's going on.
The
but-
second,
I think
the
they'll
second
fight.
episode ends with a distress call from her best friend.
Oh, does
okay,
it?
so yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. This show seems interesting. I'll keep
It's a
watching
trap.
it. Moving
It's a
on,
trap.
let's
Don't
talk
go.
about the show that nobody probably had any
I saw it.
expectations for, but is fun.
Yeah.
Tonkatsu DJ Agetaro.
Did not
This
watch that
show's
one.
ridiculous.
It's a show about.
Yeah.
All right, here's what happens in the first
Surprisingly.
episode. It's one of these like 7-minute, barely animated shows, but it's like the main character works in a tonkatsu restaurant, and his dad's trying to teach him how to make tonkatsu, and he's like, I don't want to do that. I'm a kid. I want to have my own life. And then he gets invited to a club by someone who's like ordering tonkatsu takeout, and he sees this DJ, and it's like this incredible American DJ who's speaking in English, and he realizes that being a DJ is exactly the same thing as making tonkatsu. It's all the same techniques, and so he's gonna become the tonkatsu DJ, and he's gonna become the best at tonkatsu and the best at being a DJ,
Yeah.
and that's what the show's about.
And like
it's
like the DJ, who's like a big intimidating black guy, speaks directly into his mind in like horribly broken
Yes.
English.
with translations on screen, but
Yeah.
he can understand it because
And-
his heart can
And the
understand
translations are also wrong. But he's like,
Right.
yo, this be what I was saying to you, dog. And like that's actually the English that they have in it.
Right, and then the translation is like, you must look deep inside yourself.
yeah,
You know,
and
it's like all dramatic and stuff.
And he's just like, the tonkatsu and the DJ, they jam to the same beat, yo. It's so...
Yeah.
Oh, God.
It's pretty ridiculous, but it's pretty fucking entertaining, and I would like to watch more of it.
Yeah, and...
Oh,
God.
It's incredibly stupid.
It's so
but-
stupid, but it's stupid in a...
Yeah, I didn't have it on the
way.
list because I didn't catch on to it until people were talking about it on Twitter. And that when people start talking about like a 7-minute show that looks like nobody's gonna watch it, that's when I know I have to give it a look. And I was not disappointed. I don't know if I'd watch the whole thing, but it was entertaining.
That's fair.
All right, the next one. This is actually, I don't know how any of you will feel about this, but this is probably my actual favorite show of the whole season. Is Sansha Sanyo.
Yes!
I loved this show.
I didn't get around to
I'm
watching
glad you
I'm
liked it,
sorry.
Callum.
It
Callum, do you want to introduce this one?
Sansha Sanyo is not only one of the best animated first episodes of the entire season, it's a slice of life series about a rich girl who is no longer rich, trying to basically slum it, and but she's still got the rich girl attitude and is completely socially inept when two friends come over and just become best friends over bread.
Yes.
So there's a bread theme going on.
It's
with
another
this
Yeah.
bread
season.
show?
Oh, God.
It's another
And-
bread show? I'm
No, it's
on
not
board.
actually about
Yeah.
bread, but
It's not all about
just
bread.
happens
that-
they just the first
the main
episode
character
was-
girl is only eats bread crusts because they're the only thing she can afford because she's dirt poor. So the concept is that her family was like super rich, and then the company that they run went bankrupt. And what's great about it is that she's been poor for a while, so she's completely got the poor person mentality of like penny pinching everything, and like has all this respect for money now, and like is super like bargain bin character. But then her personality is like that of a rich girl, and so she can't make any friends until these two other girls meet her. For some reason, this show is extremely well animated. It's got a little bit of what I was talking about.
So many Doga Kobo character.
Oh, is that what it is? Is it Doga Kobo? Because their shows tend to do this.
Yeah. Like along the lines of Love Lab, Plastic
Yeah.
Memories, those sort of shows where character animation is not only just through the roof,
Right.
but they're constantly calling up other brilliant character animators and getting them in to work on their shows.
It's got a little bit of what I was saying with Kuromukuro, where sometimes things are moving a lot and it doesn't necessarily look natural, but it does have so much character in this show that I was really in love with it. Like, the opening scene is this kind of weird, like, montage of girls just, like, doing stuff at the school, and all of it's animated in this kind of strange but inviting, adorable way. Everything in the show's adorable as fuck. This show made all my teeth rot out of my fucking head. All the girls were super cute. All the facial expressions were super cute. The one girl eating the bread was super cute. Like, it's one of those where, like, every single moment they thought, what's the cutest way we could show a girl doing this thing? And then they found that, and they made it work. But more importantly, and I was saying this earlier, that, like, I've seen so many of these slice of life shows that I now have, like, a hierarchy for them, right? Where, like, I can't watch Unhappy because I have this show and I can watch this instead. Because the main character girl actually has, like, pathos and, like, a reason to be sympathetic for her, where, like, she's really desperately wants friends and she doesn't understand humans at all. She's, like, you know, not quite like autistic, but she doesn't understand why people do the things they do.
She's socially inept.
Yeah, she doesn't understand, like, when people ask, like, there's a scene where the other characters ask her, like, what's your favorite food? And she's, like, scrambling to try to think of an answer that commoners would accept, and she, like an answer that won't make them hate her. And so she keeps giving answers, and they're just, like, confused. And the one girl's like, that won't go good on rice. And she's like, so what commoners like is stuff that goes good on rice? All right, what goes good on rice? What can I say? And then she's, like, so worried that they're gonna hate her based on her answer. And then at the end, she says mayonnaise, and they're like, at least that's honest, because she was putting mayonnaise on her bread crusts. But yeah, like, there's just all these scenes that really made me actually care about this girl and want to see her succeed and want to see her make friends with these people and, like, be happy. And that is, to me, what makes one of these shows good. And I need to write a whole video about this, because I finally have pinpointed it, that, like, if I'm gonna watch a slice of life show that's just three girls doing nothing, then if I give a fuck about those girls, it makes it way easier to do that. You know, like, I don't want to just watch cute girls just be cute and do nothing. I want to watch, like, characters who I'm like, hey, I really hope she becomes friends with them, because it'll be sad if she doesn't, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I got emotionally
that comes
invested.
off to me like I'm gonna write my thesis on slice of life and become.
That's kind of what Digi does.
That's what I do. So.
Yeah, I know. It's great. No, it's great.
Yeah, I mean, I actually wrote a video called A Loving Thesis about K-On! So, but this is an extension.
I've actually only seen your Asterisk War videos, and I liked them quite a bit.
Yeah.
So, sorry.
But yeah, I super want. I don't know if this show is always going to be great, but out of all the slice of life stuff that's come out recently, this was the only one that I was like, yeah, like, I want this. This is going to be cool. I mean, unless you count Bakuon, but that's more of like an outright comedy. Sancha Sanyo isn't really laugh out loud funny so much as it is just really fucking adorable. And I watched the first episode twice. I liked it enough to watch it with my brother after having already seen it, and it was still enjoyable. So I want more. Anybody else have anything to say about it? I don't think Jeff watched it. Guy, you don't seem to have watched it.
Did not watch it. Did not watch it.
I didn't watch it either.
Man.
I wish I had.
I thought you guys were gonna watch Nate, you were like, I'm gonna watch everything on the list.
Dude,
and
I did. I was
one.
super busy up till yesterday. I was watching up until right before we started, so that's why.
See, this is why I posted my list of where I ranked all the shows, because I was hoping you would look at it and say, "Oh, those are the ones he considers the best. I better watch those."
Well, I don't want to know what's good before I watch it. God damn it! I want to be
Lovers.
surprised if it's good or bad.
I like to have some stuff to watch after we record these, you know?
That's fair.
Right.
Sancha Sanyo seems good.
You
I'll give it a
described it
watch.
very, very endearingly, Digi, so I probably will check it. I've got it downloaded. It's in my folder. I just haven't watched it.
Yeah. Well, the fact that Callum loved it as much as I did, I didn't know if anybody would like this show, so
Yeah.
I was. This is the least popular show of the whole season, according to Mal.
Is
If you
it really?
organize it,
Wow.
if you
Fuck.
organize it by the number
Everyone.
of
No,
members
okay.
who have it on their list, it is just above Tonkatsu DJ. Like right before you dive into the stuff that literally no one has seen.
Which barely counts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's the least popular show of the season, so I thought it was really important to promote it here. I
bummer.
didn't expect it to come up 5 hours into this, which is the same Rakugo problem as last time all
Yeah.
over again, where we didn't the best show we didn't get to talk about till the fucking end. But all right, did any of you watch Wagamama High Spec?
Nope. Nope.
No.
Nope.
I started it, and 20 seconds in, my internet gave up.
You got lucky, dude.
uploading,
It's
and I
terrible.
said, you know what? I dodged that bullet.
I think I actually. Yes, no, I did actually watch it, and
The fact that you forgot is exactly indicative of the show.
That was not a dream.
I did watch it. It's based on a hentai game.
Nice.
And
it's very clearly the uniforms are something you could only get from a porn game.
And the like easy access to boobs, But Liam, like the thing is that if your internet gave out in 20 seconds, that means that you watched about 30% of the episode because it's a fucking short show.
Right. This episode, this is what happens in the first episode. There's 4 girls in a club room, and it's really hot, and it keeps getting hotter, so they all just decide to take all their clothes off.
Oh my
Here's
God.
the weird... There's only one notable thing about this show, and then we'll skip past it, but this was so weird to me. All of the girls, their tits are the exact same size.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's
There's
not
4
good.
girls, they've all got big tits, and they're all the same exact size. I've never seen that before. I've never seen a show where everyone's tits were exactly the same, and it was so weird to me. Because they all get naked, and it's like, fan service.
Yeah, normally
and I was
you'd want to
what?
give people a variety of choices when it comes to waifu picking.
Yeah,
but-
they're all
it's
the
just
same.
hair color.
The same big tits.
Because they have.
Yeah.
They
They have the same face, the same body. They're all the
And at
same
that
height.
point-
I'm looking at the picture right now. They are exactly the same
They are the
height,
same.
exactly the same face,
It's much
and they all have
cheaper.
the same size
It's much
tits.
cheaper
I
that
can't
way.
believe
At
it.
that point, just fuck the wig.
Yep.
Just cut out the middleman on this.
Oh, Jesus.
So like the whole plot of the first episode is that they don't remember they can control the air conditioning, and then they try
Yes.
to, and they turn the air conditioning up way too high, and then they try to unplug,
God.
and that's the episode.
It's not
how long
sexy
is
enough
this?
to
Like a
snap
minute?
to, so...
But, no, it's
it's like 3 minutes long.
It's like 6 minutes. They
Okay.
promised
So
that the
3
next
minutes.
episode they're gonna introduce the guy they all want to bang. That's the one thing that makes this different from other harem shows is they get a whole episode without introducing the protagonist.
I've got no
Yeah,
problem with
whatever.
that.
It was fucking terrible.
It was so bad.
all right.
It was.
There's only one more show we've got on the list. I didn't
That's
realize
right.
how close
And
we were to the
it's
end, but we
worse.
can finally wrap this up before
And-
we hit the 5-hour mark.
Yeah.
Maybe. Well, maybe not. Maybe it'll be after, but close to it. The last big show to talk about is Big Order.
Yeah. Or
How many of you
CG
guys watched
Jojo.
this?
Is that-
Who wants
Yeah.
to introduce
Wait,
it?
is that already
Yes,
out?
Yes, Big Order.
Yeah.
I timed this podcast.
Oh,
The reason that we
I
held off on
completely
this for
missed
so
that.
long is because I was waiting for Big Order
Yeah.
to be out before we talked about these shows. Because I wanted everything to be out. And
Yeah.
Big Order was the last show to come out. It sucks balls. Anybody want
sucks.
to talk about it?
I didn't watch it, but I'm watching it right now. Looks okay. I don't know. Animation's cool.
Oh, no.
I just clicked to a random spot, and there's this terrible looking
Do you wanna
skeleton
go this-
stand behind this girl.
I guess I'll introduce it then.
It's,
Yeah.
it's Code Geass meets JoJo's Bizarre Adventure
Yeah.
by way of the writer of Mirai Nikki.
I was gonna say
Yes,
it reminds me
it's-
a lot. This girl
it's-
looks exactly like
It's
the
the
girl.
same author
Yeah.
as Future Diary.
Yeah.
It is exactly the same fucking thing as Future Diary. The first episode
Yeah.
is paced the same way. It has the same kind of concept. There's a bunch of wacky characters who all have special abilities, and they're all gonna have to kill each other for whatever reason.
No,
it's extremely violent and
No, the plot
over
of
the
this
top.
one is they all have to come together and not kill each other, I think. Because the thing is, it's always the opposite of how they start with this guy. So if it
Yeah.
starts with the hot girl is coming in and really trying to mac on him, then by the end of it, she's crazy and she's going to have to try to kill him. On the other hand, if she starts out trying to murder him, which she does, like she's like, "Oh hey, can I use your phone to
Pretty
call a
effectively,
locksmith?"
we might add.
Yeah, she's pretty good at the whole murder thing. She's like, "Can I use your phone to call a
Well,
locksmith?"
until the end of the episode,
Yeah,
when she fails to murder
when she
him,
fails, but that's because his power is literally anything that he steps on, he becomes God there. Like
Yeah.
that's his power.
This main character apparently literally caused the apocalypse when he was like
What?
8 because everyone in this world has special powers that let them like basically they make a wish and their power will make that wish come true. He when he was a kid accidentally wished for the end of the world.
He
and so
wished
the
for world domination, but
Yeah,
he
he
thought,
wished
like he interpreted it as destruction, and it's
so he ended up accidentally destroying the world when he was a kid, and some people know that, and they're after him.
Jeez, I'm
But
watching this dude stab a
he's
bitch in the forehead
he's
right
so
now.
overpowered that the way that, because he doesn't want to use his powers because he thinks it'll cause too many problems, so the girl who gives him his powers is like, I'll limit your power to a certain area,
Oh my God.
and then you'll be able to use it.
to
So
1/10,000th of your power.
if he wanted to, he could literally do anything.
Yep.
But because he's so magnanimous, he's let her limit his power,
Dude.
so that if he's in a place, then he has
damn it.
complete control
You know,
over
you know
everything
what that
in
reminds
that
me
place.
of?
No,
That's like the opposite of that. You remember that old show? It was it was a manga. I think it got adapted into an anime. It's about a dude who one day he wished he could turn trash into trees, and there's like a fight that they have based on this. There's like a tournament arc going
never
on.
heard of
But the
that.
point is, like, it's a shonen battle
Oh wait, is
series.
it Law of Ueki?
no,
What is it?
Law of Ueki? Is that what that show was about?
Maybe. I don't remember. I never read it myself. I just heard people describe it to me, and it sounded good. But like, the point is, it's a super humble ability that he uses his creativity to do cool stuff with. If you're just omnipotent from the start,
This is
it's dumb.
This is beyond omnipotent.
Well, I mean-
his powers extend to, he has fortune from Metal Gear Solid 2's bullet bending ability.
Yeah.
Within his domain, like the laws of physics. This is
that's
like
just
what he
nanomachines,
says.
no.
He controls
Yeah.
the laws of physics anywhere that he steps, and in
What an
addition to
asshole.
that, he has, like, full-on unlimited Gias. His stand stabs you in the head with a nail, and then he controls your mind forever.
This is the most Mary Sue character of all time. This is
Oh,
like
yeah.
Kirito,
My
Jojo
favorite
Kirito.
My favorite part.
Yes.
My favorite part
Your
of Gurren
descriptions
Lagann.
actually make me want to
Yeah.
watch it.
My favorite part of Gurren Lagann was when the spiral energy was
Yeah.
limited. Like, fuck,
I know,
man.
right?
If
That
you're
really
gonna-
tied into
if
the
you're gonna
themes of the
go
show
nuts with
really
this-
well.
Yeah. When Yoko was like, Kamina, you're too strong. I'm gonna stop you. Now you're only a bit strong. You
I
know
remember.
bit?
That was my
sick.
favorite part.
Fuck.
Anyways, so yeah, his power is
Sorry.
fucking ridiculous. It's over the top. It's crazy. The main girl's pretty hot, but she's
a
like against
crazy
him, but
bitch.
it's implied
She's a
she's
hard-
gonna fall in love with him
She's
for some
a hardcore
reason.
yandere. Hardcore
Yeah.
yandere.
I gotta say, man, I think that back when Future Diary was coming out, I had read the manga before the anime came out, at least like one volume of it, and I thought the artwork was super great and the character designs were super great, and then the animation, when they animated it, it looked like shit, and I thought there's no point to this because the story's not that interesting and it's paced horribly, it's directed terribly, so the anime sucks, so I didn't watch it. And this one, I haven't read the manga, but like I can see where I can tell the character designs are really attractive, and I'm like, I'll bet the manga looks really good, and that's why it's popular. But the anime does not look very good. It's paced like shit. It's directed horribly. It's super fucking boring. There's
And on top of that, this is this director's debut work.
yeah.
Ouch.
And
It looks
It's
pretty
not
though. I
fun.
don't know. Like, I'm watching this end of the world montage at the beginning. Some of these look
Like-
pretty dope.
It was not entertaining, and I thought
Yeah.
it sucked shit. And then by the end, and the thing is, it just like Mirai Nikki, the reason people
Yeah.
would watch it is because it's violent as fuck.
Right,
like there's
right.
super blood explosion scenes. But like Mirai Nikki had a really strong premise of like you can read the future on your phone. That's
Yeah,
kind of cool.
yeah.
That's nifty.
This does
And
not
good
have a
premise.
strong
It had a
premise.
really
The premise
cool-
is
it
the
had
guy
good
is fucking
characters.
God,
This does not
and
have
he's
good
only
characters.
limited by the fact that he's literally limited himself. You know. That's stupid.
Yeah. That's,
No,
So
his-
one day
his
he'll just
mag-
unlimit himself, and he'll be fine.
His,
and then we'll
his
win.
magic fairy girlfriend limited him for him.
And you know what? His power is
Whatever.
still like so good.
His
it doesn't
his
even
power
matter.
his power is stupid. It's if I've stepped somewhere,
say-
I control physics there.
The only thing I thought was like potentially made me want to continue was wondering what kind of scenario the author could imagine that could
To challenge
possibly
him?
deal with this power. Yeah, like
Yeah,
'cause-
yeah.
And I mean,
Yeah.
really, none can because if he wants to, again, we know she could just unlimit his power.
I bet
and
it's
he
going to
could
be
do anything.
contrivances of some,
But-
like they're going to have a hostage
Yeah.
somewhere or something, you know?
Well, because even in the first episode, it's established that even if you're standing above the the level he's on, like
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
in that area he controls. So I'm like, how the fuck can you possibly get her around this? Like, is he only
Yeah,
gonna fight
they
people at
need
a
to be, like-
distance? You know?
They need to be like
There'll be
equivalent.
someone
No,
Well,
to
dude,
like
something.
somebody's gonna
community.
be like using their stand power from literally the other side of the planet. Like, haha, I've got him
Yeah.
now. I'm on the opposite side of the world.
I mean,
There's
he'll
no
turn
and then
upside
he's-
down. He'll
yeah,
just turn upside down.
and then he'll just be
above
like,
them.
he'll do a handstand, and he's like, now I control everything.
Oh my god, that's brilliant.
What is that? What's that old browser game where like you play with two players and you're like an archer, like a stick figure archer, and you have to try to shoot the other guy by like judging the
You shoot the
distance?
other guy,
Yeah.
yeah.
That
Yeah.
this is like a whole. I wonder if it'll be a whole anime of that. That would be possibly entertaining.
I mean, like this guy is like, honestly, his power makes every single big bad in every drawn out shitty anime ever. It's like Orochimaru meets Aizen meets everything. Like, he should be the final boss of a really shitty shonen show, and he's the main
Yeah,
character. And that sounds cooler than it is, because it's just dumb. Also, the stands look retarded. They look
the
real
CG
bad.
is awful. It's awful.
It's like,
and also there's the scene where he like at the end of the first episode, like he places the girl under his control, and his stand like tentacle wraps around her whole body, and then
Yeah.
it cuts to black, and you just hear her making noises as though it was raping her.
Yep.
Like, I don't think that's what was happening, but they were obviously trying to put that image in your head, and I was just like, come on, guys, really?
Low hanging fruit.
Yeah, it was a little gross.
it's
Anyway, it was shit. So that's it. That's all the shows, I think, unless anybody has one I forgot that they watched that they wanted to.
I mean, are we not going to talk about the new season, or the new reincarnation
No.
of
No.
Duel Masters? Because Duel
Yeah,
Masters
I
is
noticed
back!
Dude, who could forget Duel Masters? It was the coolest.
We'll leave that
It
behind.
played too, as
Wait,
usual. Like, Christ.
What about Ragna Strike Angels? Has anybody here watched
The-
that?
that's actually
No.
Okay.
Ragna Strike
Can we
Angels is
talk about
actually
how
did
that
watch
a
is
the
like
series of
first episode.
30-second commercials.
what?
That's the
Okay.
ideal way to consume
that-
anime.
I was looking at that and I'm just like, no, that's just a fetish. That's not a show. That's just a fetish. You just took your fetish and you said, I'm gonna make a show.
I was on
but no, that's not a show.
I was on Kiss Anime, and I didn't think that show was out yet because I hadn't seen any subs for it. But then I saw it was on Kiss Anime, like Raw, and I clicked on episode. By the way, I guess I sometimes am on Kiss Anime. Sorry, anyone who's
That's
disappointed to hear that.
illegal.
Yeah.
That's
like,
not okay.
I was on there and I saw episode, like an episode was out. I clicked on episode 2, and it was literally
Wait.
30 seconds long. And it was that there was a girl who was sleeping under a one of those tables with the heater under it. Name slipping my
tonkatsu.
mind.
a kotatsu.
Yeah, she's sleeping under a kotatsu, and they're like the military is like trying to call her up for a mission, and they're like, we have an emergency, and it shows her sleeping, and then she pulls her head under the table, and they're like,
See,
she's not there, and
that's
then that was
great.
the end of the episode.
That's
That was the whole
hilarious.
thing.
There's
Yeah, that's it. That's all it is. It's 30 seconds.
I watched Crane Girls. That was pretty bad, but there's something.
I was wondering if that was okay.
Oh, I
Yeah,
forgot about
same.
Crane Game Girls.
Crane Game
oh
Girls,
God, I
oh.
couldn't finish the first episode of that.
It's nuts.
it's
It's the
but-
ugliest show I've
So,
ever seen.
Here's something. I was just scrolling through the list for this season, and something popped out to me that is weirding me the hell out, because it's a Studio Dean show called Nameko Sekai no Tomodachi, and it's a show about the little mushroom mascot from Touch Detective. And
Yeah.
I
don't know if you know, but after Touch Detective, that mascot character became extremely
Did he?
popular. And there's spin-off games specifically about that character, and basically Touch Detective got completely left by the wayside.
I had no idea. I had I played
Yeah.
Touch Detective a little on my completely legitimate. Didn't get an R4 to play it, anything like that. But I played Touch Detective a little purely because it was an Atlas game. I was like, oh, I like Atlas, and it was But that shocks me that little thing. I was like, what is that from? I was scrolling through my anime list. I'm like,
yeah,
and
that character Fungi, he just completely took off. He has whole games and lines of gacha
that
figures.
is so weird.
He doesn't even look very appealing. I don't know.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna try to wrap this up. We're over
Okay.
5 hours now, so I'm gonna go through each of you. What shows do you super recommend everybody watch? Jeff, what are your top 2 shows that you think everybody needs to see this season?
Okay, well, I know that you guys are going to cover Kisniver and Cabaneri and all that. So, Flying Witch and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Diamond is Unbreakable, with Sakamoto as a close third.
Guy, what are your 2 shows that everyone needs to see this season?
That everyone needs to see. I'm kind of split on 3. The one that everyone definitely should watch is Kotetsujo no Kabaneri, because I think it's going to turn out great. It might be shit, but hey, I'm willing to give it a shot. Watch that.
Thankfully, everyone's already watching it. So.
That's true. And then it's kind of a tie between Jojo and Boku no Hero. Those 2 are both going to be great, so watch all 3 of those.
Yep.
All right, Callum, what are your 2 shows everyone should watch this season?
Flying Witch and
I'm glad someone said Flying Witch. Yeah.
I said Flying Witch.
I
said Flying Witch!
I wasn't paying attention.
Don't take away my credit, Nate!
Liam, what are your 2 shows everybody should watch this season?
That everybody should watch. Yeah. I think I'd go with Kotetsujo and Hero Academia. But if you're the right person and you know who you are, then like Kisniver, Luluco, and Jojo 4, those are right up there. Just like I don't think I could recommend Luluco to everyone in the same way that I couldn't recommend the 4th arc of Jojo to everyone.
But on the down low, if you know who you are, Super Lovers, that's the one for you. You know who you are.
My 2 shows,
Super Lovers. It is stealth recommended.
My 2 favorite shows of this season were Bakuon and Sancha Sanyo. Neither one of them's going to get the respect they deserve because they're moe shows, but in the long run, I think the people who will appreciate these shows will find them. I'm concerned about Sancha Sanyo because nobody's fucking watching it. Like, Bakuon had a little bit of hype before it came out, so I think people will find that. But if you haven't given Sancha Sanyo a try, because it just, I mean, for the record, it looks like it's nothing. Like, if you look at the art, it just looks like some...
I wrote it off, but your recommendation's, like, so glowing.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
it looks really great. It's got amazing animation for what it is, and the characters are super cute and fun, and I love it. So go give that a watch. I'm going to watch episode 2 as soon as we're done with this. That's it. Thanks, everybody, for coming out. I'll have links to everybody's channels and everything in the description and shit. Or any links you guys want, to give them to me. Okay. Send me all your audio. That's it. We're done. I hope you enjoyed. Yeah. Stop messaging me about when I'm going to talk about these shows. God damn it.
Goodbye.
Well, now you're going to get messages about when you're going to do a full video about all of these shows.
Never.